Section 16 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 53. The Vicar of Wakefield. In the early spring that followed upon the winter when the Mohawks of Boston made tea with salt water, at a time when politicians were busy fighting over Boston Port Bill, and neither side dreamed of the consequences that could come of a decision, one of the gentlest and sweetest writers of the English speech passed quietly and somewhat unhappily away from a world he had done so much to make happy. With Oliver Goldsmith, an epoch of literature came to an end, as the year that saw his death ended an epoch in the history of the world. The characteristic literature of the 18th century, the literature that began with Swift and Addison and Steele and Pope, that boasted among its greatest the names of Sterne and Richardson, Smollett and Fielding, came to its close with the genius of Goldsmith. With the new conditions which were coming over the world, a new literature was to be created. Wordsworth was a child of 4 at Cockermouth. Coleridge was a child of 4 at Bristol. Over in Germany, a young poet whose name was unknown in England had been much influenced by Goldsmith's immortal story, and was in his turn and time to have a very profound influence over the literature of Goldsmith's adopted country. The year of Goldsmith's death was the year in which the young Goethe published those Sorrows of Werther, which marked the birth of a new expression in art, 1774. Goldsmith was born in Ireland at Pallas, in the county of Longford, in the early November of 1728. He lived for over 45 years a life of poverty, of vagrancy, of squalor, of foolish dissipation, of grotesque vanity, of an industry as amazing as his improvidence, of a native idleness that was successfully combated by a tireless industry, of an amazing simplicity that was only rivaled by his amazing genius. There were a great many contrasting and seemingly incompatible elements in Goldsmith's queer composition, but his faults were not of a kind to prevent men from finding him lovable, and whatever his faults were, they left no stain upon his writings. The writings of Goldsmith are distinguished in English literature, and indeed in the literature of the world, by their sweet pure humor, fresh and clear and sparkling as a fountain whose edges the satyr's foot has never trampled. They charm by their humanity, by their tender charity, by the nobility of their lesson, a nobility only heightened by the intense sympathy with the struggles and sorrows and errors of mankind. A new St. Martin of letters, he was ever ready to share his mantle of pity with the sad and sinning. He had himself suffered so much and been so tempted and tested, and retained throughout his trials so much of the serenity of a child, that all his writings breathe compassion for frailty and failure with something of a schoolboy's sense of brotherhood, which softens even his satire. The flames of London's fiery furnace had blazed and raged about him, but he passed through them unconsumed. The age in which he lived was not an age of exalted purity. The city wherein he dwelt was scarcely saintly. He lived in some of the most evil days of the 18th century, but his writings and his life escaped pollution. He was not a saint, indeed he was a spendthrift, and he loved his glass, but he was never tainted with the servile sins of cities. Through all the weltering horror of Hogarth's London, we seem to see him walk with something of the freshness of his boyhood still shining on his face. The reflection of the Irish skies was too bright upon his eyes to let them be dimmed by the squalor and the shame of a squalid and shameful city. With the true instinct of his fine nature, he made his friends and companions among the wisest and highest of the time. His intimates and companions were Edmund Burke and Dr. Johnson and Sir Joshua Reynolds. He had women friends, too, as wisely chosen as the men, women who were kind to him and admired him, women whose kindness and admiration were worth the winning, women whose friendship brightened and soothed a life that was darkened and vexed enough. Mary Hornick and her sister were the stars of his life, his heroines, his idols, and his ideals. He has made Mary Hornick immortal as the Jessamy bride. In his hours of poverty he was cheered by the thought of her. While he lived he worshipped her, and when he died a lock of his hair was taken from his coffin and given to her. Thackeray tells a touching little story of the Jessamy bride. She lived long after the death of the man of genius who adored her, lived well into the 19th century, and Hazlitt saw her, an old lady but beautiful still, in Northcote's painting room, who told the eager critic how proud she was always that Goldsmith had admired her. Goldsmith was a companionable being and loved all company that was not vicious and depraved. He could be happy at the club in the society of the great thinkers and teachers and wits of the time. He could be more than happy at Barton in the society of Mary and her sister. But he could be happy, too, in far humbler, far less romantic fellowship. "I am fond of amusement," he declares in one of his most delightful essays, "in whatever company it is to be found, and wit, though dressed in rags, is ever pleasing to me." There was plenty of wit dressed in rags drifting about London of that day. Men of genius slept on bulkheads and beneath arches, and starved for want of a guinea, or haunted low taverns, or paced St. James's Square all night in impecunious couples for sheer need of a lodging, cheering each other's supperless mood with political conversations and declarations that, let come what might come, they would never desert the ministry. But Goldsmith unearthed men of genius whose names nobody ever heard of, and studied them, and made merry with them, and transferred them to his pages for us to make merry with more than a century after Goldsmith fell asleep. We may suspect that Goldsmith never really found those wonderful beggars he chronicles. He did not discover them as Cabot discovered America. He is their inventor, as the fancy of poets invented the Fortunate Islands. Goldsmith's strolling player is as real as Richard Savage, with whom he is a contemporary, and it must be admitted that he is a more presentable personage. What a jolly philosophy is his about the delights of beggary! It has all the humor of Rabelais, with no touch of the Turenne grossness. It has something of the wisdom of Aurelius, only clad in homespun instead of the purple. The philosophy of contentment was never more merrily nor more whimsically expressed. A synod of sages could not formulate a scheme in praise of poverty more impressive than the contagious humor of his light-hearted merriment. The strolling player has the best of the argument, but he has it because he is speaking with the persuasive magic of the tongue of Oliver Goldsmith. The same pervading cheerfulness, the same sunny philosophy, which is, however, by no means the philosophy of Pangloss, informs all his work. Beau Tibbs, boasting in his garret, Dr. Primrose in Newgate, the good-natured man, seated between two bailiffs and trying to converse with his heart's idol as if nothing had happened, Mr. Hardcastle, foiled for the 500th time in the tale of Old Grouse in the gun-room, each is an example of Goldsmith's method and of Goldsmith's manner. If Goldsmith did not enjoy, while he lived, all the admiration, all the rewards that belonged of right to his genius, the generations that have succeeded have made amends for the errors of their ancestors. She Stoops to Conquer is still the most successful of the stock comedies. If The Good-Natured Man can scarcely be said to have kept the stage, it is still the delight of the student in his closet. What satires are better known than the letters of the Citizen of the World? What spot on the map is more familiar than Sweet Auburn? As for the Vicar of Wakefield, what profitable words could now be added to its praise? It has conquered the world. It is dear to every country and known in every language. It has taken its place by unquestionable right with the masterpieces of all time. Dr. Goldsmith said his most famous friend of the man who was then lying in the Temple earth, "Dr. Goldsmith was wild, sir, but he is so no more." This epitaph has been quoted 1,000 times, and it must in no sense be taken as a summing up of the dead man's career. It was a rebuke, justly administered, to the critic who at such a moment could have the heart to say that Oliver Goldsmith had been wild. Dr. Johnson, who uttered the rebuke, put the same thought even more profoundly in a letter addressed to Bennet Langton shortly after Goldsmith's death. In this letter he announces Goldsmith's death, speaks of his folly of expense, and concludes by saying, "But let not his frailties be remembered. He was a very great man." These simple words are infinitely more impressive than the magniloquence of the epitaph which Johnson wrote on Goldsmith. Goldsmith lived in London, and he died in London, and he lies buried in the precincts of the Temple. The noise and rattle and roar of London rave daily about his grave. Around it rolls the awful music of a great city that has grown and swollen and extended its limits and multiplied its population out of all resemblance to the little London where Goldsmith lived and starved and made merry, and was loved and dunned and sorrowed for. The body that first drew breath among the pleasant Longford meadows, which seemed to stretch in all directions to touch the sky, lies at rest within the humming, jostling liberties of the Temple. It is perhaps fitting that the grave of one who all his life loved men and rejoiced so much in companionship should be laid in a place where the foot of man is almost always busy, where silence, when it comes at all, comes only with the night. There is not a space in the scope of this history to deal otherwise than incidentally with the literature of England in the 18th century. The whole Georgian era, from its dawn to its dusk, is rich in splendid names, in letters as in art. The great inheritance from the Augustan age of Anne, the anguish of Grub Street, the evolution of the novel, the eloquence of the pulpit and the bar, the triumphs of science, the controversies of scholars, the fortunes of the drama, the speculations of philosophy, the vacillations of the pamphleteer, the judgments of the critics, the achievements of historians. These are themes whose intimate consideration is outside the range of this work's purpose. All that is possible is here and there to linger a little in the company of some dear and famous figure, a Swift, a Johnson, a Goldsmith, a Sheridan, who stands above his fellows in the world's renown or in our individual affection, who played while he lived his conspicuous part on the great stage of public life, or who helped conspicuously to influence public thought. The selection is, within these limitations, inevitably arbitrary, and is given frankly as such. Certain names assert themselves masterfully, and of these Goldsmith's is one of the most masterful. He added images to daily life and common thought as Bunyan did or Shakespeare. There is no more need to explain Dr. Primrose than there is to explain Mr. Facing Both Ways, and if Beau Tibbs is only less familiar as Osric, Tony Lumpkin is to the full as familiar as Falstaff. Goldsmith himself is the lovable type of a class that was often unlovely in the 18th century, the needy man of letters. If he has his lodging in the Grub Street of Dreams, his presence there brings sunlight into the squalid place, and an infinite humor, an infinite charity, compensate royally for a little finite folly and finite vanity. In the great art he served and the great age he adorned, Goldsmith stands not alone but apart, with the very human demigods. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Four Georges and of William IV in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 54. Yankee Doodle. An English ministry and an English king were convinced that everything necessary to do for the suppression of the mutinous spirit in a turbulent but unwarlike people had been done. The existence of Boston as a trading port had been abolished. Carthage had been blotted out. There was an English army within the walls of Boston. There was an English fleet in the Charles River. Who could doubt that the cowardly farmers whom Sandwich derided, and their leaders, the voluble lawyers whom Sandwich despised, would be cowed now into quiescence, only thankful that things were no worse? The best and wisest in England were among those who did doubt, but they were like Benedict in the play. Nobody marked them, or at least nobody responsible for any control over the conduct of affairs. Official confidence was suddenly and rudely shaken. The lawyers proved to be men of deeds as well as of words. The disdained farmers showed that the descendants of the men who had fought with beasts and with Indians, after the manner of Endicott and Standish, had not degenerated in the course of a few generations. Over the Atlantic came news which made the Boston Massacre, the burning of the Gaspé, and the Boston Tea Party seem trivial and insignificant events. An astounded ministry learned that a formal Congress of representatives of the different colonies had been convened and had met in Philadelphia and had drawn up a Declaration of Rights. Chatham admired and applauded their work. To the King and the King's ministers it was meaningless when it was not offensive, but the colonists showed that they could do more than meet in Congress and draw up splendid state papers. The next news was of acts of war. Gage schemed a raid upon the stores of powder and arms accumulated by the disaffected colonists in Concord. Warning of his plan was carried at night by a patriotic engraver named Paul Revere to every hamlet within reach of a horse's ride. There was a skirmish at Lexington on the road to Concord between the King's troops and a body of minute men, which resulted in the killing and wounding of many of the latter and the dispersal of their force. An expedition that began with what might in irony be termed a victory for the British arms ended in a disaster as tragic as it was complete. Concord, forewarned, had nothing to yield to the English soldiers who invaded her quiet streets, but the surrounding country, equally forewarned, answered the invasion by sending bodies of armed farmers and minute men from every point of the compass to the common center of Concord. There was a sharp, short fight on Concord Bridge, which ended in the repulse of the royal troops and the death of brave men on both sides. Then the British officer decided to retreat from Concord. It proved one of the most memorable retreats in history. From behind every tree, every boulder, every wall, every hedge, enemies trained in the warfare of the wilderness poured their fire upon the retiring troops. It seemed to one of the officers engaged in that memorable fight as if the skies rained down foes upon them, unseen foes only made known by the accuracy of their marksmanship and the pertinacity of their veiled pursuit. All the way from Concord the retiring troops fought in vain with an enemy that was seldom seen, but whose presence was everywhere manifested by the precision of his aim and the tale of victims that followed each volley. The retreat was becoming a rout when reinforcements sent out from Boston under the command of Lord Percy stayed an actual stampede. But it could not stay the retreat nor avert defeat. Lord Percy, who had marched out with his bands playing Yankee Doodle in mockery of the Americans, had to retreat in his turn with no mocking music, carrying with him the remnant of the invaders of Concord. He and his force did not get within touch of Boston and the protection of the guns of the fleet a moment too soon. Had a large body of insurgents, who came hurrying in to help their brethren, arrived on the field a little earlier, Lord Percy and his command must inevitably have been made prisoners of war. As it was, this one day's business had given success and the confidence that comes of success to the raw colonists, and had inflicted a crushing defeat upon a body of soldiers who had been led to believe that the sight of their scarlet coats would act like a charm to tame their untutored opponents. Gage only recovered from the shock of this disaster to realize that Boston was invested by an insurgent army. The victors of the fight and flight from Concord were rapidly reinforced by bodies of men from all parts of the country. Their ranks were hourly swelled by levies, roughly armed but stubbornly resolved. Unpleasant facts forced themselves thick and fast upon Gage's notice. But yesterday, as it were, he had imagined that the mere presence of the forces under his command was sufficient to overawe the colonists and settle any show of insubordination forever. To-day he had to swallow in shame and anger a staggering defeat. Still Gage did nothing, and his enemies accumulated. Royal reinforcements arrived under Burgoyne, Clinton, and Howe to do nothing in their turn, but the peasants they despised were not idle, and would not allow them to be idle. The English general woke up one morning to find that under cover of night an important point of vantage overlooking the town of Boston had been occupied and roughly fortified by the rebels. The citizen soldiers who had gathered together to defend their liberties had stolen a march upon the English general. They had occupied the rising ground of Breed Hill, below Bunker's Hill, on the Charleston side of the Charles River, and had hurriedly entrenched themselves there behind rude but efficient earthworks. Gage was resolved that the rebels should not remain long in their new position. Chance might have allotted them a scratch victory over a small body of men taken unawares in unfamiliar country and by unfamiliar methods of fighting. But here was a business familiar to the British soldier. Here was work that he did well and that he loved to do. If the colonists really believed that they could hold Breed Hill against troops with whom the taking by storm of strong positions was a tradition, so much the worse for them. The order was given that the rebels must be cleared away from Breed Hill at once, and the welcome task was given to Lord Howe, in command of the flower of the forces in Boston. It is probable that Howe felt some pity for the rash and foolhardy men whose hopes it was his duty and his determination to destroy. Confident that the enterprise would be as brief as it must be decisive, Howe prepared to assault, and the Battle of Breed Hill began. The Breed Hill battle is one of the strangest and one of the bravest fights ever fought by men. On the one side were some hundreds of simple citizens, civilians, skilled as individuals in the use of the gun, and accustomed as volunteers, militia, and minutemen to something that might pass for drill and maneuver, officered and generaled by men who, like Warren and Greene, knew warfare only by the bookish theoric, or by men who, like Putnam and Pomeroy, had taken their baptism of fire and blood in frontier struggles with wild beast and wilder Indian. On the other side were some thousands of the finest troops in the world, in whose ranks victory was a custom, on whose banners the names of famous battles blazed. They were well trained, well armed, well equipped. They moved at the word of command with the monotonous precision and perfection of a machine. They were led by officers whose temper had been tested again and again in the sharp experiences of war, men to whom the thought of defeat was as unfamiliar as the thought of fear. The contrast between the two opposing forces was vividly striking in the very habiliments of the opponents. The men who were massed behind the breastworks of Breed Hill were innocent of uniform, of the bright attire that makes the soldier's life alluring, innocent even of any distinction between officer and private, or, if the word seemed too formal for so raw a force, between the men who were in command and the men who were commanded. The soldiers who were massed below, the force whose duty it was to march up the hill and sweep away the handful in hodden gray and black broadcloth who held it, glittered with all the bravery of colour dear to the British army, splendid in scarlet and white and gold, every buckle shining, every belt and bandolier as brightly clean as pipe clay could make it. The little army under Howe's command would have done credit to a parade in the Park or a field day at Windsor. The one side was as sad and sombre as a Puritan prayer meeting, the other glowed with all the colour and warmth of a military pageant. The holders of the hill had come from their farms and their fields in the homely working clothes they wore as they followed the plough or tended their cattle. The townsmen among them came in the decent civic suits they wore behind their desks or counters. Few men's weapons were fellows in that roughly armed array. Each militant citizen carried his own gun, some favorite weapon, familiar from long practice in fowling or from frequent service further afield against the bear, the panther, and the wolf. Some of the flintlocks were enormously long. Many of them would have seemed extremely old-fashioned to an ordnance officer. But every gun was like an additional limb to those practised marksmen who knew little of firing in platoons, but everything of the patient accuracy which gives the backwoodsman his unerring aim. The assailants carried the latest weapons approved of by the War Office, and manipulated them with the faultless unison and unswerving harmony that would have compelled the compliments of a commander-in-chief at a review. At the top of the hill were some 1,600 men, a mob of undisciplined sharpshooters, few of whom had ever fired a shot in organized warfare. At the bottom of the hill were some 4,000 of the finest troops in the world, stiffened with all the strength that prestige and practice could give them. It did not seem on the face of it a very equal combat. It did not seem to the English generals that it ought to take very long to march from the bottom to the top of the hill and make short work of the mutinous peasants on its summit. The best, indeed, that the mutinous peasants could hope for when the British were upon them was to be shot or bayoneted as quickly as possible, for the terms of Gage's proclamation directly threatened with the gallows every rebel taken with arms in his hands. But at Breed Hill, as at Concord, the unexpected came to pass. The British troops were unable to endure the destructive fire of the colonists. Again and again they advanced over the incline as calmly as if on parade. Again and again they reeled backward with shattered ranks, leaving grim piles of dead upon the fire-swept slope. The execution was terrible. Regiments that marched up the hill as if to certain victory fell back from it a mere remnant of themselves, leaving most of their men and almost all their officers behind. For a while the fight was a succession of catastrophes to the force under Howe's command. It looked as if Breed Hill would never be taken. But there came a time when the men who held it could hold it no longer. Their supply of powder began to run out, and with their means of keeping up their fire, their power of holding their position came to an end. Then came a last charge of Howe's rallied forces, this time in the lightest of marching array, a last volley from behind the earthworks, and Breed Hill was in the hands of the British. It was captured at the last without much bloodshed, without much loss to its garrison. The smoke hung so thick about the enclosure where the rebels had held their own so long and so well that it was not easy for the bayonets of the conquerors to do much execution, and the defenders of Breed Hill slipped away for the most part under cover of the mist they themselves had made. Indeed, there was little inclination for pursuit on the part of the victors. They had done what they had been set to do, but they had done it at a cost which for the time made it impossible for them to attempt to pursue an advantage so dearly bought. They did not, could not, know the strength of their enemy. They were content to hold the ground which had been won with such a fearful waste of British blood. Breed Hill was a nominal victory for the king. It was a real victory for the rebels, who had shown what an undisciplined force composed of farmers, trappers, lawyers, shopkeepers, and divines could do against the finest troops in the world. Already insurgent America had an army, and an army of investment. The rebels, whom Gage affected to despise almost as much as he was himself despised by General Burgoyne, were amassed in numbers unknown to the Loyalists before Boston, and the English soldiers were cooped up in the city they had crossed the seas to command. The colonial army was rude and rough, but earnest and resolute, and it had evolved generals of its own making, rough and rude as itself, but able, daring, and fearless. Israel Putnam, who killed a wolf once with his own hands in his wild youth, gripping it by the throat till he had choked its life out, had come to fight against the flag beneath which he had fought so well in the French wars. Nathaniel Greene had flung down his military books and caught up the sword, had abandoned the theory for the practice, and was beginning to make a name. Benedict Arnold, after a life as varied, as shady, and as adventurous as that of any picaroon in a Spanish story, leaped into fame as a daring spirit by the way in which he and Ethan Allen, at the head of a mixed force of Vermonters and New Englanders, had taken Fort Ticonderoga on the Great Lakes by surprise, and had endowed the dawning army with its captured cannon. Prescott, the hero of Breed Hill, was now a veteran soldier, and the names of Artemus Ward, of Schuyler, of Pomeroy, Heath and Thomas, Sullivan and Montgomery, Worcester and Spencer were becoming more than mere names to Englishmen in Boston and in London. 2 Englishmen held rank as generals in the crude colonial army: the adventurer Charles Lee, whom some foolish people believed to be the real Junius, and Horatio Gates. There were few thoroughly worthless men in the young army, but it is painful to record that Lee and Gates were eminent among them. These were the generals of what was now to be called the Continental Army. Happy in most of them, happy in much, it was happiest of all in this, that it had for its commander-in-chief the noblest man who was to prove the greatest soldier then living in the world. When Braddock died, the hero of a hopeless fight and the martyr of his own folly, the funeral service was read over his body by the young Virginian soldier who had fought by his side and had warned him against his rashness. To men in later years there seemed to be something prophetic, with the blended irony and pathos of prophecy, in the picture of that dead Englishman, his scarlet coat torn and bloody with so many wounds, lying in his grave, while his American lieutenant read over him the words that committed so much wasted courage to the earth. At the time and hour the thing signified no more than the price of a petty victory of allied French and Indians, which the Virginia soldier was soon to avenge. After planting the banner of King George on the ruins of Fort Duquesne, Captain Washington sheathed his sword and retired from military into civil life, with as little likelihood as desire of ever carrying arms again. All he asked and all he anticipated was to live the tranquil life of a comfortable colonial gentleman. After a youth that had been vexed by many experiences of the passion of love, he had married happily and wisely, and had settled down to a gracious rural home at Mount Vernon on the banks of the Potomac River. He wished no better than to be a country gentleman, with a country gentleman's pleasures and pursuits, farming, hunting, fishing, with a country gentleman's friendships for neighbors like himself. He was a dutiful servant of his state. He was a member of the Virginia House of Burgesses for 15 years after the fall of Fort Duquesne, and though he seldom played any part in debate, he commanded the confidence and the esteem of his colleagues and of his fellow citizens. He lived and enjoyed a peaceful, honorable, useful, uneventful life, and might have lived it to its end in dignified obscurity if a rash and headstrong sovereign overseas had not found ministers too servile or too foolish to say him nay. The Continental Congress, conscious of Washington's ability, offered him the command of its improvised army. Washington accepted the duty, well aware of its gravity, its danger, and its awful responsibility. He refused any pay beyond his actual expenses, and he entered upon a struggle whose difficulties were not all or nearly all due to the enemy, in the sternest and noblest sense of duty to his countrymen and to the principles of liberty. At first, in his own words, he loathed the idea of independence. He only took up arms to defend cherished rights. The day was not yet, though the day was not far off, when the Virginian soldier would renounce his allegiance to the King, whose commission he had carried, and to the country from which his race stemmed. Washington's military genius soon showed itself in the use he made of the loose, incoherent, disorganized mass of men which was called the Continental Army. It was fortunate for the Continental cause that the English generals penned up within the walls of Boston had little idea of the obstacles Washington had to overcome, the opposition he had to encounter, the sore straits to which the want of everything essential to a besieging army drove him. But his indomitable courage, his unfailing coolness, his unconquerable resource overcame a sea of troubles that might well have swept even a strong man and a brave soldier off his feet. With regiment after regiment quietly disbanding as their term of service expired, with a plentiful lack of powder, of arms, of provisions, of uniforms, with a force that at moments threatened to dissolve into nothingness and leave him with a handful of generals alone beneath his insurgent flag. Washington never allowed the enemy, and seldom allowed a friend, to guess how near at times he came to despair. He raised troops somehow, he got provisions somehow he managed to obtain powder, somehow he managed to obtain arms. The want of weapons was so great that many bodies of men were only provided with pikes, and that Franklin was driven to suggest, and partly in a spirit of humanity, that American farmers fighting for their liberty should be armed with the bows and arrows of the red men, and should strive to renew upon the fields of Massachusetts the successes of their ancestors, the yeomen of Agincourt, with their cloth-yard shafts. The generals shut up in Boston knew nothing of the cares that harassed the mind of Washington. All they knew was that they were closely beleaguered, that they were cooped up in Boston by a large if irregular army, and that they could not get out. They affected, of course, to despise their enemy. At the private theatricals which were given to divert the enforced leisure of Lord Howe, an actor who came on as a caricature of Washington, attired like a military scarecrow, never failed to please. Burgoyne was confident that sooner or later he could find that elbow room, the ungratified desire for which had served to immortalize his name. But neither Howe nor Burgoyne nor any one else could dissipate the ragged regiments that invested Boston, nor baffle the plans of the great soldier who commanded them. For nearly a year the world saw with wonder the spectacle of an English army confined in Boston and an English fleet riding idly in the Charles River. Then the end came. Washington, closing in, offered Lord Howe, the English general then in command, the choice of evacuation or bombardment. The English general chose the former. The royal troops withdrew from Boston, taking with them the loyalist families who had thrown in their lot with the King's cause. The English ships that sailed from Boston were terribly overcrowded with the number of refugees who preferred flight, with all its attendant sorrows, to remaining in a rebellious country. The English fleet sailed away from Boston, and the Continental Army marched in. So far the cause of King George was going very badly indeed. So far the rebellious colonists had failed to justify the confident prophecies of Lord Sandwich. With any other king and with any other ministers, one such year's work would have been enough at least to induce them to reconsider their position. But the king was George the Third, and his ministers were what they were, and it was resolved that the war must go on. The war did go on. It lasted for 5 years more, in spite of the protests of every truly patriotic Englishman, in spite of proof after proof that nothing could break the spirit or crush the courage of the colonists. While in England, Fox arrayed himself in the blue and buff that composed the uniform of the Continental Army, while the Duke of Richmond made it a point to speak, with excellent reason, of the Continental Army as our army, while the eloquence of Chatham and the eloquence of Burke were launched in vain against campaigns as idle as they were infamous. The war went stubbornly on. The king and his ministers proposed new measures of repression and expended vast sums in the purchase of Hessian regiments to dragoon the defiant colonists. Soon all pretense of loyalty had to be abandoned by the Americans. The statue of King George was dragged from its place of honor in Bowling Green, New York, and run into bullets to be used against his German levies. In the summer that followed the evacuation of Boston, the rebellious colonists proclaimed their independence in the most memorable declaration of a people's right ever made by men. This was in 1776. The disastrous war had still 5 years to run. The fortunes of the war varied. The early victories of the Americans were followed by a series of defeats which left Philadelphia in the hands of the British, and which would have broken the heart of any man of less heroic mold than Washington. Hope revived with a series of continental victories. Aid came to America from abroad. France, Germany, Poland sent stout soldiers to fight for freedom. Lafayette, von Steuben, Kosciuszko. The English general Burgoyne surrendered with all his army at Saratoga. After the winter of 1777, when Washington and his army suffered all the rigors of Valley Forge, France acknowledged the independence of America, the British evacuated Philadelphia, and Paul Jones made himself forever famous by the way in which he and his ship, Le Bonhomme Richard, carried the American war to the coast of England. Again came colonial reverses. A steady succession of English successes scarcely struck so hard a blow at the continental cause as the treason of Benedict Arnold, who entered into negotiations with the British to betray his command. Washington had trusted and loved Arnold like a brother. "Whom can I trust now?" he asked in momentary despair, when the capture of an English officer, Major André, and the flight of Benedict Arnold to the British lines revealed to him an undreamed of treason which had threatened to undermine the colonial cause. But Benedict Arnold's crime had for its only result the death of a better man than himself, of Major André, who had by the laws of war to suffer death as a spy. There were other traitors and semi-traitors in the American army. Lee was certainly the first. Gates was almost, if not quite, the second. But Lee and Gates failed to do the mischief to which their base jealousy of Washington prompted them. The right cause triumphed. In 1781 another British army surrendered, the army of Cornwallis at Yorktown. Even North was forced to recognize that this crushing disaster to the royal hopes and the royal arms practically ended the war. It was suspended in the following year, and in 1783, after much negotiation, which at times threatened to come to nothing, a peace treaty was signed in France, and the American Republic took its place among the nations of the earth. It was for these negotiations that Franklin, as we have said, brought out from its obscurity that gala suit which he had worn for the last time when he stood at the bar of the House of Commons and listened to the brutal and foolish assaults of Wedderburn. Many days had passed since that day. So ended one of the most unjust and one of the most foolish wars ever waged by England. It must never be forgotten that the war was in no sense an English war. The English people as a whole had then no voice to express itself one way or the other. Of those Englishmen whose voices had to be heard, the best and the wisest were as angry in their denunciations of the crime of the King and the King's ministers, and as cordial in their admiration of Washington and his companions as if they had been members of that Continental Congress which first in Philadelphia proclaimed the existence of a new nation. The fatal war which had cost the English king the loss of his greatest colonies, which had spilt a vast amount of blood and wasted a vast amount of treasure in order to call into being a strong and naturally resentful rival to the power of England, must be said also to have cost the life of the greatest English statesman of the century. The genius of Chatham had never been more nobly employed than in protesting with all the splendor of its eloquence against the unjust war upon the Americans and the unjust deeds which had heralded the war. But time, that had only swelled the ranks of the wise and sane who thought as Chatham had thought, and found their own utterance from the fire of his words, had wrought a change in the attitude of a great statesman. Harassed by the disease that racked his body, the mind of Chatham had altered. The noble views that he had maintained in defiance of a headstrong king and a corrupt ministry had changed in the face of the succession of calamities that had fallen upon his country. The success that he had desired for the insurgent arms had been accorded, and he came to despair at the consequences of that success. He had been granted his heart's desire in full measure, and the gratification choked him. When it came to be a question of conceding to the colonists that formal recognition of an independence which they had already won, the intellect of Chatham revolted against the policy himself had fostered. He forgot or he forswore the principles which animated Burke, which animated Fox, which guided the course of Rockingham and inspired the utterances of Richmond. All he could see was an England humiliated by many defeats, an England threatened by many terrible alliances, and in the face of humiliation and of menace he forgot that both alike were the inevitable, the well-deserved fruit of injustice. Remembering that he had helped to make England great, he refused to remember that England would have been still greater if she had followed the honorable course his wisdom had made plain to her. His proud, unhappy spirit could not consent to her dismemberment, a dismemberment which seemed to his fading intellect to be the equivalent to her ruin. He came from his sick bed, a ghastly image of decay, to offer the desperate protest of a dying man against surrender to the mutiny his own eloquence had fanned. Come the 4 quarters of the world in arms, and we will shock them. The spirit of Falconbridge was strong in the ruined body of the statesman who was carried to his seat in the House of Lords by the son who bore his name and by the Lord Mahon who had married his daughter. His eagle face was turned against the men who had been his colleagues. His trembling hand pointed at them in condemnation. He gasped out a few sentences almost inarticulate, almost inaudible, before he reeled in a fit upon the arms of those about him. He was carried from the House, he was carried to Hayes, and at Hayes, a few weeks later, the great career came to an end. His last battle was at least heroic. If his stroke was struck on the wrong side and for a cause his prime had done so much to baffle, it is not necessary to attribute his perversion entirely to the insidious ravages of the malady that had clouded his whole life. He could not bear to see the country that was in so eminent and so intimate a sense his country yield even to claims that were conspicuously right and just at the command of a league between England's rebellious children and England's enemy, France. There broke his mighty heart. In Chatham, England lost one of the greatest of her statesmen, one of the most splendid of her sons. His life was passionately devoted to his country, his career one long struggle against a peculiarly bigoted, stubborn, and unwise king. Always hated by his enemies, often misunderstood by his friends, he showed while he lived a steadfast front alike against the enemies of England abroad and those worse enemies of England at home who filled the throne and the places about the throne. He was buried with great pomp and honor at Westminster, leaving behind him not merely the memory of an illustrious name, but a name that the second generation was still to make illustrious. The folly of the king and the servility of his ministers resulted in what seemed to be almost an irredeemable catastrophe for England. Even those Englishmen who most sympathized with the struggle for American independence could not but feel a regret that men who might have been among the most glorious citizens of a great and united empire should be thus recklessly forced into an enmity that had deprived England of its most splendid possessions. The enemies of England, many and eager, believed her day was done, that her sun was setting, that neither her power nor her prestige would ever recover from the succession of disasters that began at Lexington and that ended in Paris. But the vitality of the country was too great to be seriously impaired even by the loss of the American colonies. From a blow that might well have been little less than fatal, the country recovered with a readiness and a rapidity that was amazing. Men who in their youth heard their elders speak with despair of the calamity that had befallen their country lived to old age to learn that the wound was not incurable and that England was greater, richer, prouder, and more powerful than she had ever been before. If she had lost the American colonies, she had learned a lesson in the loss. The blow that might have stunned only served to rouse her to a greater sense of her danger and a livelier consciousness of her duty. If she had suffered much from rashness, she was not going to suffer more from inaction, and it seemed as if every source of strength in the kingdom knit itself together in the common purpose of showing to the world that England still was England, although a part of her empire had passed away from her forever. There was no glory to be got for England out of the American war. It was wrong from first to last, wrong, unjust, and foolish, but when it ended it did not find her crippled, nor did it leave her permanently enfeebled in temper or in strength. We may gather some idea of what risk wise men felt they were running from a famous speech of Edmund Burke. He was striving to stay the determination of the Ministry to declare war upon the colonies. He wished his hearers to appreciate the progress that America had made within living memory. He called imagination to his aid. He spoke of a statesman then living in the late evening of an honorable life. He pictured that statesman in the promise of his early dawn, saluted by the angel of his auspicious youth, and given the power to see into the future so far as to the hour when Burke was speaking. What, said Burke, if, while he was gazing with admiration on the then commercial grandeur of England, the genius should point out to him a little speck scarce visible in the mass of the nation's interest, and should tell him, "Young man, there is America, which at this day serves for little more than to amuse you with stories of savage men and uncouth manners, yet before you taste of death will show itself equal to the whole of that commerce which now attracts the envy of the world. Whatever England has been growing to by a progressive increase of improvement brought in by the varieties of people, by succession of civilizing conquests and civilizing settlements, in a series of 1700 years you shall see as much added to her life by America in the course of a single life." If this state of his country had been foretold to him, would it not require all the sanguine credulity of youth and all the fervid glow of enthusiasm to make him believe it? Fortunate man, he has lived to see it. If the genius of prophecy could have stood by Burke's shoulder then, and illuminated his noble soul with the knowledge that is the common possession of mankind today, would it not have required all the sanguine credulity of the divine enthusiasm of genius to make him believe it? The war that gave the world a new nation and a republic greater than Rome added one of the greatest names, and perhaps the noblest names, to the roll call of the great captains of the earth. No soldier of all those that the eyes of Dante discerned in the first circle, not even Caesar all armored with gerfalcon eyes, adorns the annals of antiquity more than George Washington illuminates the last quarter of the 18th century. His splendid strength, his sweet austerity, his proud patience are hardly to be rivaled in the previous history of humanity, and have perhaps only been rivaled since his day by children of the same continent and of the same southern soil, who sacrificed qualities much akin to his own on a cause that, unlike his, was not the cause of freedom. First in peace, first in war, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. The phrase of Lee has been worn threadbare with iteration since it was first uttered, but it always rings true of the high-minded, unfaltering soldier and honorable, simple gentleman whose genius in war and whose modesty in peace made the Republic of America an enduring fact in history. Long after the great soldier and good man had been laid to rest, an English poet did him justice, and no more than justice, by writing that the first, the last, the best, the Cincinnatus of the West, whom envy dared not hate, bequeathed the name of Washington to make man blush there was but one. Washington was made the first president of the American Republic in 1789. After resolutely resisting all suggestions to make himself king of the new Commonwealth, he served for 2 terms of 4 years each, and then retired into private life, unembittered by the cruel and stupid ingratitude of the few, and unspoiled by the reasoned and grateful homage of the many. He died in 1799 in his quiet home in Mount Vernon, while the King, who still regarded him as a rebel, had many years of his unquiet reign to live. End of section 17. Section 18. Of a History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 55. The Gordon Riots, Part 1. In the year 1778, Sir George Savile earned for himself an honorable distinction by passing his measure for the relief of Roman Catholics. Sir George Savile was a man of advanced views. He fought gallantly in the House of Commons through 5 successive Parliaments, in which he represented York County, for all measures which he believed to be sincerely patriotic, and against all measures which he believed to be opposed to the honorable interests of his country. He gained the laurel of praise from Burke, who in one of his famous Bristol speeches spoke of him as a true genius, with an understanding vigorous, acute, refined, distinguishing even to excess, and illuminated with a most unbounded, peculiar, and original cast of imagination. The man whom Burke thus generously praised deserved the praises. He strove earnestly against the American war. He enthusiastically supported Pitt's motion in 1783 for a reform in Parliament. He was the author of an admirable bill for the limitation of the claims of the Crown upon landed estates. But his name is chiefly associated with his bill for Catholic relief, both because of the excellent purpose of the measure itself and because of the remarkable outburst of fanaticism which followed it. Sir George Savile's measure did away with certain restrictions certain barbarous restrictions, as they now seem, upon English subjects professing the Catholic faith. The famous Act of 11th and 12th years of King William III, the Act known as the Act for the further preventing the growth of Popery, had instituted certain very harsh penal enactments against Catholics. That Act Sir George Savile proposed largely to repeal. This was a measure of relief of no great magnitude, but it did at least recognize the common humanity of Catholic Englishmen with Protestant Englishmen. It did at least allow to Catholic Englishmen some of the dearest and most obvious rights of citizenship. The savage penal laws which for so long afflicted the sister island of Ireland were tempered and abrogated in this measure as far as England was concerned, and rumour spread it abroad that a similar relief was soon to be extended to the Catholics of Scotland. Straightway a bill which had passed both Houses without a single negative aroused the fiercest opposition beyond the border. The announcement of the recall of the Stuarts could not have spread a greater panic through the ranks of the Scottish Protestants. A violent agitation was set on foot, an agitation which could not have been more violent if the Highlanders had once again been at the gates of Edinburgh. An alarmist spirit spread abroad. All manner of associations and societies were called into being for the defence of a faith which was not menaced. Committees were appointed to inflame faction and serve as the rallying points of bigotry. Sectarian books and pamphlets of the most exaggerated and alarming kind were sown broadcast all over the country. The result of this kind of agitation showed itself in a religious persecution which gradually developed into a religious war. The unfortunate Catholic residents in Edinburgh, in Glasgow, in other great Scottish towns, found themselves suddenly the victims of savage violence at the hands of mobs incited by the inflammatory utterances and the inflammatory propaganda of the Protestant committees. In the face of the disorder which a suggestion of mercy aroused in Scotland, the Government seemed to take fright and to abandon all thought of extending the clemency of the Relief Bill to Scotland. But the Scottish agitation against the Catholics soon spread across the border, soon directed itself not against the imaginary bill, which it might be the intention of the Government to pass, but against the actual bill which the Government had passed for the benefit of the English Catholics. The bigoted bodies, societies, and committees in Scotland soon found their parallels in England. The English Protestant Association rose into being like some sudden evocation of a wizard, and chose for its head and leader the man who had made himself conspicuous as the head and leader of the movement in Scotland, Lord George Gordon. Lord George Gordon lives forever, a familiar figure in the minds of the English-speaking race, thanks to the picture drawn by Charles Dickens. Englishmen know, as they know the face of a friend, the ominous figure, about the middle height, of a slender make and sallow complexion, with an aquiline nose and long hair of a reddish brown, combed perfectly straight and smooth about his ears, and slightly powdered, and without the faintest vestige of a curl. It is a living portrait of that solemn gentleman in the suit of soberest black, with those bright large eyes in which insanity burned, eyes which betrayed a restlessness of thought and purpose singularly at variance with the studied composure and sobriety of his mien, and with his quaint and sad apparel. It fits well with all that we know of Lord George Gordon to learn that there was nothing fierce or cruel in his face, whose mildness and whose melancholy were chiefly varied by a haunting air of indefinable uneasiness, which infected those who looked upon him, and filled them with a kind of pity for the man, though why it did so they would have had some trouble to explain. Such was the strange fanatic whose name was destined to be blown for a season throughout England, who was fated to stand for a moment visible in the eyes of all men, the idol of intolerance, the apostle of violence, of murder, and of fire, and then to fall most pitiably, most pitifully into the dust. Lord George Gordon was still a young man when he became leader of the anti-Catholic agitation. He would seem in our days a very young man, for as he was born in 1750, he was only 30 when the agitation reached its height. But a man of 30 was counted older than he would be reckoned in an age when it was possible for a young man just come of age to lead the House of Commons. Lord George Gordon had led a somewhat varied life. He had been in the Navy and had left the service from pique, while the American War was still in its earliest stages, in consequence of a quarrel with Lord Sandwich concerning promotion. The restless energy which he could no longer dedicate to active service he resolved most unhappily to devote to political life. He entered Parliament as the representative of the borough of Ludgershall, and soon earned for himself a considerable notoriety in Westminster. He had very fierce opinions. He attacked everybody and everything. His vehemence and vituperation were seasoned with a kind of wit, and he made himself, if not a power, at least an important factor in the House of Commons. Indeed, it passed into a kind of proverb of St. Stephen's that there were 3 parties in the State: the Ministry, the Opposition, and Lord George Gordon. Parliament had seen before, and has seen since, many a politician fighting thus like Hal o' the Wind for his own hand, but no one so influential for a season or so pernicious in his influence as Lord George Gordon. It seems quite clear to those who review so strange a career at this distance of time that Lord George Gordon was of deranged intellect. It does not need the alleged contrast between his professions and his practice to enforce this conclusion. Many men have affected the religious habit and the religious bearing while their lives were privately profligate, without deserving to be called insane, except in the sense in which any criminal excess may be regarded pathologically as a proof of madness. Even if it were true that the long-haired and black-habited George Gordon were the debauched profligate that Hannah More and Horace Walpole maintained him to be, he might find fellow sinners of unquestioned sanity. But the conduct of his public life goes to prove that his wits were diseased. His behavior in the House, when it was not intolerably tedious, was characterized by a grotesque buffoonery which men looked upon as laughable or pitiable according to their tempers, but which they had not yet learned to look upon as dangerous. When he denounced the King as a Papist, when he declared that the time would come when George Gordon would be able to dictate to the Crown and Parliament, when he occasionally interrupted his wild utterances to break into floods of tears, men sneered or yawned or laughed. They were soon to learn that the man was something more than divertingly contemptible. In the excitement that followed on the passing of the relief measure, Lord George Gordon found his opportunity for being actively noxious. A gloomy fanaticism in Scotland took fire at the fear lest kindred relief should be extended to the North Briton, and, as we have said, displayed itself in savage speech and savage deed. In the press and from the pulpit denunciations of the Catholics streamed. The Synod of Glasgow solemnly resolved that it would oppose any bill brought into Parliament in favor of Scottish Catholics. In Edinburgh and in Glasgow houses were wrecked and lives menaced. In Glasgow a worthy potter, Mr. Bagnal, who had brought from Staffordshire its famous art, had his property wholly destroyed. In Edinburgh the house of a Catholic priest was wrecked in obedience to a brutal handbill which called upon its readers to take it as a warning to meet at Leith Wynd on Wednesday next in the evening, to pull down that pillar of popery lately erected there. The pillar of popery was the dwelling occupied by the priest, which was duly wrecked in obedience to the bidding of the nameless Protestant who signed the manifesto. It is curious to note a postscriptum to the handbill, which ran thus: "Please to read this carefully, keep it clean, and drop it somewhere else, for king and country unity." The means which were adopted to spread fanaticism in Scotland were carefully followed when the time came for carrying the agitation into England. It was indeed not necessary to be a Catholic to call down the fury of fanatical persecution, to have expressed any sympathy for Catholicism, to have taken part in any way, no matter how indirect, in the advocacy of the relief measure, was enough to mark men out for vengeance. It was inevitable that the action of intolerance in Scotland should come before the notice of Parliament. Wilkes, always ostentatious in the cause of liberty, called upon Dundas to bring in his relief measure for Scotland. When Dundas declared that it was better to delay the measure until cooler judgment might prevail, Wilkes denounced him for allowing Parliament to truckle to riot, and the denunciation found support in the actions of Burke and of Fox. Lord George Gordon had found his opportunity. He assailed Fox. He assailed Burke. He declared that every non-Catholic in Scotland was ready to rise in arms against Catholic relief, and that the rebels had chosen him for their leader. He raged and vapored and threatened on the floor of the House. But he did more than rage and vapor and threaten. Whether of his own motion or prompted by others, he formed a Protestant association in England. Of this, as of the similar Scottish association, he was declared the head, and this accumulation of honors wholly overthrew his intelligence. An amiable writer has declared that it would be much beneath the dignity of history to record the excesses of so coarse a fanatic, but for the fatal consequences with which they were attended. The amiable defender of a detestable phrase does not understand that it was the excesses of the fanatic that led to the fatal consequences, and that Lord George Gordon, as the ostensible head and conspicuous cause of one of the gravest events of the history of England in the 18th century, is in no sense beneath the dignity of history. The business of history is with him and with such as he, as well as with the statelier, austerer figures who sanely shape the destinies of the state. There was plenty of fanaticism abroad in England. It was reserved for Lord George Gordon to bring it together into a single body, to organize it, and to employ its force with a terrible if temporary success. He issued an insane proclamation calling upon men to unite against Catholicism. He held a great meeting of the Protestant Association at Coachmakers' Hall, at which, with a kind of bedlamite brilliancy, he raved against Catholicism and lashed the passions of his hearers to delirium. It was resolved to hold a large meeting of the Protestant Association in St. George's Fields on June 2. At its head Lord George Gordon was to proceed to the House of Commons and deliver the petition against Catholic relief. All staunch Protestants were to wear blue cockades in their hats to mark out the faithful from the unfaithful. On June 2, 1780, the meeting was held. Lord George Gordon had announced in his speech at the Coachmakers' Hall that he would not deliver the petition if the meeting were less than 20,000 strong. The number of Lord George's limit was enormously exceeded. It is said that at least 60,000 persons were present in St. George's Fields on the appointed day, and some chroniclers compute the number at nearer 100,000 than 60,000. It is curious to note in passing that a Roman Catholic cathedral stands now on the very site where this meeting was held. After the meeting had assembled, it started to march 6 abreast to Westminster. The hand of the great romancer who has made George Gordon live has renewed the memorable day with its noise, its tumult, its tossing banners, its shouted party cries, its chanted hymns, its military evolutions, its insane enthusiasms, its dangerous latent passions. Gibbon, who was then a member of the House of Commons, declared that the assemblage seemed to him as if 40,000 Puritans of the days of Cromwell had started from their graves. The 40,000 Puritans were escorted by and incorporated with a still greater body of all the ruffianism and scoundrelism that a great city can contribute to any scene of popular agitation. What fanaticism inspired rowdyism was more than ready to profit by. The march to Westminster and the arrival at Westminster form one of the wildest episodes in the history of London. By 3 different routes the blue-cockaded petitioners proceeded to Westminster and rallied in the large open spaces then existing in front of the Houses of Parliament. The innate lawlessness of the assemblage soon manifested itself in a series of attacks upon the members of both Houses who were endeavoring to make their way through the press to their respective chambers. It is one more example of the eternal irony of history that while the mob was buffeting members of the Lower House and doing its best to murder members of the Upper House, while a merciless intolerance was rapidly degenerating into a merciless disorder, the Duke of Richmond was wholly absorbed in a speech in favor of annual parliaments and universal suffrage. Member after member of the House of Lords reeled into the Painted Chamber, dishevelled, bleeding, with pale face and torn garments, to protest against the violence of the mob and the insult to Parliamentary authority. Ashburnham, Townshend, and Willoughby, Stormont and Bathurst, Mansfield, Mountfort, and Boston, one after another came in, dismayed victims of and witnesses to the violence that reigned outside. Bishop after bishop entered to complain of brutal ill treatment. But the Duke of Richmond was so wrapped up in his own speech and its importance that he could only protest against anything which interrupted its flow. It is agreeable to find that imbecility and terror did not rule unchallenged over the Upper House that day. One account, that of Walpole, who is always malicious, represents Lord Mansfield as sitting upon the woolsack trembling like an aspen. Another, more creditable and more credible, declares that Lord Mansfield showed throughout the utmost composure and presence of mind. About the gallantry of Lord Townshend there can be no doubt. When he heard that Lord Boston was in the hands of the mob, he turned to the younger peers around him, reminded them of their youth and the fact that they wore swords, and called upon them to draw with him and fight their way to the rescue of their brother peer. It was at least a gallant if a hopeless suggestion. What could the rapiers of a score of gentlemen avail against the thousands who seethed and raved outside Westminster Hall? The solemn Duke of Richmond interfered. If the Lords went forth to face the mob, he urged that they should go as a House and carrying the mace before them. On this a debate sprang up, while the storm still raged outside. A Middlesex magistrate, called to the bar in haste, declared that he could only offer 6 constables to meet the difficulty. A proposal to call upon the military power was fiercely opposed by Lord Shelburne. Under such conditions the peers did nothing, and in the end retired, leaving Lord Mansfield alone in his glory. If things went badly in the Upper House, they went still worse in the Lower House. While members trying to gain entrance suffered almost as much ill treatment as the peers at the hands of the mob, the Commons' House was much more closely leaguered than the House of Lords. For it was in the Commons' House that the petition was to be presented. It was in the Commons' House that Lord George Gordon, pale, lank-haired, black-habited, with the blue cockade in his hat, was calling upon the Commons to receive immediately the monstrous petition. Every entrance to the House was choked with excited humanity. The lobby itself was overflowing with riotous fanatics, who thundered at intervals upon the closed doors of the chamber with their bludgeons. Shrieks of "No Popery" and huzzas for Lord George Gordon filled the place with a hideous clamor, strangely contrasting with the decorum that habitually reigned there. Lord George Gordon did not cut a very heroic figure on that memorable day at Westminster. he was perpetually rushing from his place to the door of the House to repeat to rowdyism in the lobby what different members had said in the debates. At one time he denounced the Speaker of the House, at another Mr. Rouse, at another Lord North. Occasionally he praised a speaker, and his praise was more ludicrous than his condemnation. At one moment, when Lord George was at the door communicating with the crowd, Sir Michael le Fleming came up to him and tried to induce him to return to his seat. Lord George immediately began caressing Sir Michael le Fleming in a childish, almost an imbecile way, petting and stroking him upon the shoulders and expressing inarticulately a pitiful kind of joy. He introduced Sir Michael le Fleming to the mob as a man who had just been speaking for them. A little later Lord George again addressed the crowd, this time from the little gallery, when he stimulated their passions by appeal to the example of the Scotch, who had found no redress till they had pulled down the mass houses. Probably no stranger scene has ever been witnessed at Westminster than this of the pale-faced fanatic and madman with the blue cockade in his hat, running backward and forward from the chamber to the door of the House, delivering inflammatory addresses to the mob that raged in the lobby, and stimulating them by his wild harangues to persevere in their conduct and to terrify the King and the Parliament into obedience to their wishes. The names of the members who spoke against the petition he communicated to the shrieking throng. Their utterances he falsely reported. It is deeply interesting to note a fact which has escaped the notice of not merely the most conspicuous historians of the time, but also the keen eye of the great novelist who studied the event. It is recorded in the Annual Register for the year 1780 that among the members whose names Lord George Gordon denounced to the raving crowd in the lobby, the name of Mr. Burke had a special prominence. It is curious to picture the imbecile fanatic standing upon the steps leading to the strangers' gallery and invoking the fury of the fanatic and the lawless against the greatest public man of his age. For a while Lord George Gordon was suffered to rant unimpeded. At last Colonel Holroyd, seizing hold of him, threatened to move for his immediate committal to Newgate, while Colonel Gordon, with a blunter and yet more efficacious eloquence, declared that if any of the rioters attempted to force his way past the door of the House, he, Colonel Gordon, would run his sword through the body, not of the invader, but of Lord George Gordon. As Colonel Gordon was a kinsman of Lord George's, it may be that Lord George knew sufficient of his temper to believe his word, and was sufficiently sane to accept his warning. At least there came a pause in his inflammatory phrases, and shortly afterward the news of the arrival of horse and foot guards did what no persuasions or entreaties could effect. It cleared the lobby and the approaches to the House. Under conditions of what might be called comparative quiet, the division on Lord George Gordon's proposal for the immediate reception of the petition was taken, and only found 6 supporters against a majority of 192. End of section 18. Section 19. Of a History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 55. The Gordon Riots, Part 2. But mischief was afoot and began to work. The mob that had been dispersed from Westminster broke up into different parties and proceeded to expend its fury in the destruction of buildings. The hustling of peers, the bonneting of bishops, the insulting of members of Parliament, all made rare sport, but the demolition of Catholic places of worship promised a better, and suggested exquisite possibilities of further depredation. The Catholic chapels in Duke Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, and in Warwick Street, Golden Square, the one belonging to the Sardinian, the other to the Bavarian minister, were attacked, plundered, set fire to, and almost entirely destroyed. The military were sent for. They arrived too late to prevent the arson, but 13 of the malefactors were seized and committed to Newgate, and for the night the mob was dispersed. It was not a bad day's work for the rioters. Parliament had been insulted, the government and the very throne menaced. In 2 parts of the town Catholic buildings under the protection of foreign and friendly powers stood stripped in blackened piles. Riot had faced the bayonets of authority, had for a moment seemed ready to defy them. Yet at first nobody seems to have taken the matter seriously or gauged its grave significance. Neither the Catholics against whom the agitation was levelled, nor the peers and prelates and members of Parliament who had been so harshly treated seemed to understand the sternness of the situation. There was a sense of confidence in law and order, a feeling of security in good administration, which lulled men into a false confidence. This false confidence was increased by the quiet which reigned over Saturday, June 3rd. Parliament met undisturbed. An address of Lord Bathurst's, calling for a prosecution of the authors, abettors, and instruments of yesterday's outrages, was carried after a rambling and purposeless debate, and the House of Lords adjourned till the 6th, apparently convinced that there was no further cause for alarm. This public composure was rudely shaken on the following day, Sunday, June 4th. The rioters reassembled at Moorfields. Once more the buildings belonging to Catholics were ransacked and demolished. Once again incendiary fires blazed, and processions of savage figures, decked in the spoils of Catholic ceremonial, carried terror before them. The Lord Mayor, Kennet, proved to be a weak man, wholly unequal to the peril he was suddenly called upon to face. There were soldiers at hand, but they were not made use of. One act of resolution might have stayed the disorder at the first, but no man was found resolute enough to perform the act, and rapine raged unchecked, became more audacious and more dangerous. On the Monday, though the trouble grew graver, nothing was done to meet it beyond the issuing of a proclamation offering a reward of £500 for the discovery of the persons concerned in the destruction of the chapels of the Bavarian and Sardinian ambassadors. The mob gathered again, bolder for the impunity with which it had so far acted. Large bodies of men marched to Lord George Gordon's house in Welbeck Street and paraded there, displaying the trophies stripped from the destroyed chapels in Moorfields. Others began work of fresh destruction in Wapping and in Smithfield. Sir George Savile's house in Leicester Fields, and the houses of Mr. Rainsforth of Clare Market and Mr. Maberly of Little Queen Street, respectable tradesmen who had been active in arresting rioters on the Friday night, were sacked and their furniture burned in huge bonfires in the streets. The guards who had the task of escorting the prisoners taken on Friday to Newgate were pelted. On the Tuesday, authorities seemed to have wakened up to a vague sense that the situation was somewhat serious. Parliament reassembled to find itself again surrounded and menaced by a mob, which wounded Lord Sandwich and destroyed his carriage. Lord George Gordon attended the House, but even his madness appeared to have taken alarm, for he had caused a proclamation to be issued in the name of the Protestant Association, disavowing the riots. As he sat in his place with the blue cockade in his hat, Colonel Herbert, who was afterwards Lord Carnarvon, called to him from across the House, telling him to take off the badge or he would cross the floor and do it himself. Lord George's vehemence did not stand him in good stead where he himself was menaced. He had no following in the House. Colonel Herbert was a man of the sword and a man of his word. Lord George Gordon took the cockade from his hat and put it in his pocket. If authority had acted with the firmness of Colonel Gordon on the Friday and of Colonel Herbert on the Tuesday, the tumult might have been as easily cowed as its leader. But still nothing was done. The House of Commons made a half-hearted promise that when the tumult subsided the Protestant petition would be taken into consideration, and a suggestion that Lord George ought to be expelled was unfavourably received. From that moment, and for 2 long and terrible days, riot ruled in London. In all directions the evening sky was red with flames of burning buildings. In all directions organized bands of men, maddened with drink, carried terror and destruction. The Tuesday evening was signalized by the most extraordinary and most daring deed that the insurgents had yet done. Some of the men arrested on the Friday had been committed to Newgate Prison. To Newgate Prison a vast body of men marched, and called upon Mr. Ackerman, the keeper, to give up his keys and surrender his prisoners. His firm refusal converted the mob into a besieging army. 2 men of genius have contributed to our knowledge of the siege of Newgate. Crabbe, the poet, was at Westminster on the Tuesday, and after seeing all the disturbance there, he made his way with the current of destruction towards Newgate, and witnessed the astonishing capture of a massive prison by a body of men, unarmed save with such rude weapons of attack as could be hurriedly caught up. The prison was so strong that had a dozen men resisted it would have been almost impossible to take it without artillery, but there was nobody to resist. Mr. Ackerman, the keeper, acted with great courage and did his duty loyally, but he could not hold the place alone. Crowbars, pickaxes, and fire forced an entrance into the prison. Not Orpheus himself, wrote Crabbe, had more courage or better luck than the desperate assailants of the prison. They broke into the blazing prison, they rescued their comrades, they set all the other prisoners free. Into the street, where the summer evening was as bright as noonday with the blazing building, the prisoners were borne in triumph. Some of them had been condemned to death, and never were men more bewildered than by this strange reprieve. The next day Dr. Johnson walked in company with Dr. Scott to look at the place, and found the prison in ruins, with the fire yet glowing. The stout-hearted doctor was loud in his scorn of the cowardice of a commercial place, where such deeds could be done without hindrance. While one desperate gang was busy with the destruction of Newgate, other gangs, no less desperate, were busy with destructive work elsewhere. The new prison in Clerkenwell was broken open by one crowd and its prisoners set free. Another assailed Sir John Fielding's house and burned its furniture in the streets. A third attacked the house of Lord Mansfield in Bloomsbury Square. This last enterprise was one of the most remarkable and infamous of the bad business. Lord Mansfield and his wife had barely time to escape from the house by a back way before the mob was upon it. The now familiar scenes of savage violence followed. The doors were broken open, the throng poured in, and in a comparatively short time the stately mansion was a ruin. Lord Mansfield's law library, one of the finest in the kingdom, and all the judicial manuscripts made by him during his long career were destroyed. A small detachment of soldiers came upon the scene too late to prevent the destruction of the house or to intimidate the mob, although, according to one account, the Riot Act was read and a couple of volleys fired, with the result that several of the rioters were shot and wounded. It is curious to find that the reports of the intended purposes of the wreckers drew persons of quality and curiosity to Bloomsbury Square in their coaches as to a popular performance, and that the destruction of Lord Mansfield's house proved more attractive than the production of a new play. The Wednesday was no less terrible than the Tuesday. The rioters seemed to think that, like so many Mortimers, they were now lords of London. They sent messages to the keepers of the public prisons of the King's Bench, the Fleet, and 2 prominent Catholic houses, informing them of the precise time when they would be attacked and destroyed. By this time peaceable London was in a state of panic. All shops were shut. From most windows blue banners were thrust out to show the sympathy of the occupants with the agitation, and the words "No Popery" were scrawled in chalk across the doors and windows of every householder who wished to protect himself against the fanaticism of the mob. At least one enterprising individual got from Lord George Gordon his signature to a paper bidding all true friends to Protestants to do no injury to the property of any true Protestant, as I am well assured the proprietor of this house is a staunch and worthy friend to the cause. But there were plenty of houses where neither fear nor fanaticism displayed blue banner or chalked scrawl, houses whose owners boasted no safeguards signed by Lord George Gordon, and with these the mob busied themselves. The description in the Annual Register is so striking that it deserves to be cited. It is probably from the pen of Edmund Burke. As soon as the day was drawing towards a close, one of the most dreadful spectacles this country ever beheld was exhibited. Let those who were not spectators of it judge what the inhabitants felt when they beheld at the same time the flames ascending and rolling in clouds from the King's Bench and Fleet prisons, from New Bridewell, from the toll gates on Blackfriars Bridge, from houses in every quarter of the town, and particularly from the bottom and middle of Holborn, where the conflagration was horrible beyond description. 36 fires, all blazing at one time and in different quarters of the city, were to be seen from one spot. During the whole night, men, women, and children were running up and down with such goods and effects as they wished to preserve. The tremendous roar of the authors of these terrible scenes was heard at one instant, and at the next the dreadful report of soldiers' muskets firing in platoons and from different quarters. In short, everything served to impress the mind with ideas of universal anarchy and approaching desolation. From the closing words of this account it is plain that at last authority had begun to do its duty and to meet force with force. Terrorized London shook with every wild rumor. Now men said that the mob had got arms and was more than a match for the military, now that the lions in the Tower were to be let loose, now that the lunatics from Bedlam were to be set free. Every alarming rumor that fear could inspire and terror credit was buzzed abroad upon that dreadful day, when the servants of the Secretary of State wore blue cockades in their hats, and private gentlemen barricaded their houses, armed their people, and prepared to stand a siege. Horace Walpole found his relative, Lord Hertford, engaged with his sons in loading muskets to be in readiness for the insurgents. Everybody now shared in the general alarm, but the alarm affected different temperaments differently. Some men fled from town, others loaded guns and sharpened swords, others put their hands in their pockets and lounged, curious spectators on the heels of riot, eager to observe and willing to record events so singular and so unprecedented. It is pleasant to be able to chronicle that the King showed an especial courage and composure during that wild week's work. George III never lost head nor heart. To do his house justice, personal courage was one of their traditions, but the family quality never showed to better advantage than in this crisis. If indeed George II were prepared, as has been hinted, to fly from London on the approach of the Young Pretender, George III displayed no such weakness in the face of a more immediate peril. The peril was more immediate; it was also more menacing. No man could safely say where bad work so begun might ultimately pause. What had been an agitation in favor of a petition might end in revolution against the Crown. Outrages that had at first been perpetrated with the purpose of striking terror only were changing their character. Schemes of plunder formed no part of the early plans of the rioters. Now it began to be known that the rioters had their eyes turned toward the Bank of England, and were planning to cut the pipes which provided London with water. With a little more laxity on the part of authority and a few more successes on the part of the mob, it is possible that Lord George Gordon might have found himself a puppet Caesar on the shields of Protestant praetorians. That nothing even approaching to this did happen was largely due to the courage and determination of the sovereign. The administration vacillated. The Privy Council, facing an agitation of whose extent and popularity it was unaware, feared to commit itself. George felt no such fear. Where authority fell back paralyzed in the presence of a new, unknown, and daily increasing peril, he came forward and asserted himself after a fashion worthy of a king. If the Privy Council would not act with him, then he would act without them. He would lead out his guards himself and charge the rioters at their head. The courage which had shown itself at Dettingen, the courage which had been displayed by generations of rough German electors and Italian princes, showed itself gallantly now and saved the city. The king lamented the weakness of the magistrates, but at least there was one, he said, who would do his duty, and he touched his breast with his hand. George III is not a heroic figure in history, but just at that moment he bore himself with a royal honor which ranked him with Leonidas or Horatius. If there are to be kings at all, that is how kings ought to behave. George was fortunate in finding a man to stand by him and to lend to his soldierly courage the support of the law. Wedderburn, the Attorney General, declared, with all the authority of his high position, that in cases where the civil power was unable to restrain arson and outrage, it was the duty of all persons, civil as well as military, to use all means in their power to deal with the danger. The reading of the Riot Act was nugatory in such exceptional conditions, and it became the duty of the military to attack the rioters. Thus supported, the King ordered Wedderburn to write at once to Lord Amherst, the Commander-in-Chief, authorizing him to employ the military without waiting for authority from the civil powers. Wedderburn, who in a few days was to become Chief Justice, and Lord Loughborough, wrote the order, kneeling upon one knee at the council table, and from that moment the enemy was grappled with in grim earnest. It was high time. No less than 2 unsuccessful attacks had been made during that day upon the Bank of England, but precautions had been taken, and the successes of Newgate were not repeated in Threadneedle Street. The assailants were repulsed on each occasion by the military, who occupied every avenue leading to the Bank. Had the attack upon the Bank succeeded, it is impossible to form any estimate of what the result might have been. But it failed, and with that failure the whole hideous agitation failed as well. But the crowning horror of the whole episode was reserved for that final day of danger. In Holborn, where riot raged fiercest, stood the distilleries of Mr. Langdale, a wealthy Roman Catholic. The distilleries were attacked and fired. Rivers of spirit ran in all the conduits and blazed as they ran. Men, drunk with liquor and maddened with excitement, kneeled to drink, and drinking, fell and died where they lay. By this time the soldiers were acting vigorously, driving the rabble before them, shooting all who resisted, as some did resist desperately. The fire that had grown during the week was quenched at last in blood. On the Thursday morning London was safe, comparatively quiet, almost itself again. The shops, indeed, were still closed, but mutiny had lived its life. There was a short, sharp struggle during the day in Fleet Street between some of the fanatics and the Guards, which was stamped out by repeated bayonet charges which killed and wounded many. Everywhere were blackened spaces, smouldering ruins, stains of blood and broken weapons, everywhere the signs of outrage and of conflict. But the incendiary fires were quenched, and with them the fire of insurrection. The riots were at an end. The one wish of every one was to obliterate their memory as speedily as might be. The stains of blood were quickly removed from the walls of the Bank of England, from the roadway of Blackfriars Bridge. The marks of musket shots were swiftly effaced from the scarred buildings. It was never fully known how far the rioters themselves suffered in the suppression of the disorder. The official returns give lists of 285 direct deaths and of 173 cases of serious wounds in the hospitals. but this can only represent a small proportion of the actual casualties. Many dead, many wounded, must have been carried away by friends and hidden in hurried graves or nursed in secret to recovery. Many, too, perished at Blackfriars Bridge, or were hideously consumed in the flames that rose from the burning of Langdale's distilleries. But if the number of those who suffered remains an unknown quantity, it is not difficult to approximate to the destructive power of the disturbances. The cost of the whole bad business has been estimated at least £180,000. To that amount an imbecile insanity had despoiled London. But the imbecile insanity had incurred a deeper debt. In the wild trials that followed upon the panic and the violence, 49 men were condemned to death for their share in the riot, and 29 of these actually suffered the last penalty of the law. It was not, in the eyes of some, a heavy sacrifice to pay. It did not seem a heavy sacrifice in the eyes of John Wilkes, who declared that if he were entrusted with sovereign power, not a single rioter should be left alive to boast of or to plead for forgiveness for his offence. But Lord George Gordon was not worth the life of one man, not to speak of 29. The folly of the administration did not end with their victory. On the 9th they did what they ought to have done long before, and arrested Lord George Gordon. But even this necessary belated act of justice they performed in the most foolish fashion. Everything that the pomp and ceremonial of arrest and arraignment could do was done to exalt Lord George in the eyes of the mob and swell his importance. He was conveyed to the Tower of London. Though the rising was thoroughly stamped out and there was practically no chance of any attempt being made to rescue the prisoner, Lord George was escorted to the Tower by a numerous military force in broad daylight, with an amount of display that gave him the dignity of a hero and a martyr. To add to the absurdity of the whole business, the poor crazy gentleman was solemnly tried for high treason. Many months later, in the early February of the next year, 1781, when the riots were a thing of the past and their terrible memory had been largely effaced, George Gordon was brought to the bar of the Court of King's Bench for his trial. His wits had not amended during his confinement. He had been very angry because he thought that he was prevented from seeing his friends. His anger deepened when he learned that no friends had desired to see him. The fanatic had served his turn and was forgotten. He was not of that temper which makes men devoted to a leader. He was but the foolish figurehead of a fanatical outburst, and when he was set aside he was forgotten. But when he was brought up for trial, a measure of popular enthusiasm in the man reasserted itself. He behaved very strangely at his trial, urging his right to read long passages of Scripture in his defence. Happily for him, his defence was managed by abler hands than his own. The genius of Erskine, the gifts of Kenyon, were expended in his behalf. The unwisdom of the Government in prosecuting him for high treason was soon apparent. He was acquitted, to the general satisfaction of his supporters and of many who were not his supporters. If public thanksgiving were returned in several churches for his acquittal, one grave, manly voice was uplifted to swell the approval. Dr. Johnson declared that he was far better pleased that Lord George Gordon should escape punishment than that a precedent should be established for hanging a man for constructive treason. Thus the great Gordon riots flickered ignominiously out. Lord George made occasional desperate efforts to reassert himself, trying to force himself upon the notice of the King at St. James's. In 1787 he was found guilty of libels upon the Queen of France and the French ambassador. He fled to Holland, where he was arrested by the Dutch authorities and shipped back to England. He was committed to Newgate by curious chance on the anniversary of the day on which it had been burned by his followers. In Newgate he lived for some years, adjuring Christianity and declaring himself to be a follower of the Jewish faith. In Newgate the fanatic renegade madman died of jail distemper on November 1st, 1793. He was only 42 years old. In his short, unhappy life he had done a great deal of harm, and, as far as it is possible to judge, no good whatever. Perhaps the example of the Gordon Riots served as a precedent in another land. If the news of the fall of the Bastille and the September massacres reached Lord George Gordon in his prison, he may have recalled to his crazy fancy the fall of Newgate and the bloody Wednesday of the June of 1780. End of section 19. Section 20 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 56. Two New Men. The year 1780, that witnessed the Gordon Riots, welcomed into political life two men, both of whom were young, both of whom bore names that were already familiar from an honorable parentage, and both of whom were destined to play very conspicuous parts in the House of Commons. One of the two men was known to his family alone and his intimates as a youth of great promise and great knowledge, which gave to his 20 years the ripened wisdom of a statesman and a scholar. The other, who was 8 years older, had been for some years in the public eye, had been the hero of a romantic scandal which had done much to make his name notorious, and had written some dramatic works which had done more to make his name famous. It was a fortunate chance that when the House of Commons stood in need of new blood and new men, the same time and the same year saw the return to Parliament of William Pitt and of Richard Brinsley Sheridan. It has been said that every reader of the Iliad finds himself irresistibly compelled to take sides with one or other of the great opposing camps, and be thenceforward either a Greek or a Trojan. In something of the same spirit, every student of the reign of the third George becomes perforce a partisan of one or other of two statesmen who divided the honors of its prime between them, who were opposed on all the great questions of their day, and who represented at their best the two forces into which English political life was then and is still divided. The history of England for the closing years of the 18th century and the early dawn of the 19th century is the history of these two men and of their influence. Those who study their age and their career are separated as keenly and as hotly today as they were separated keenly and hotly 100 years ago into the followers of Charles James Fox or the followers of William Pitt. The record of English party politics is a record of long and splendid duels between recognized chiefs of the two antagonistic armies. What the struggle between Gladstone and Disraeli, for example, was to our own time, the struggle between Fox and Pitt was to our ancestors of 3 generations ago. All the force and feeling that made for what we now call liberal principles found its most splendid representative in the son of Lord Holland. All the force and feeling that rallied around the conservative impulse looked for and found its ideal in the son of Lord Chatham. The two men were as much contrasted as the opinions that they professed. To the misgoverned, misguided, splendidly reckless boyhood and early manhood of Fox, Pitt opposed the gravity and stillness of his youth. The exuberant animal vitality of Fox, wasted itself overlong in the flame of aimless passions, was emphasized by the solid reserve, the passionless austerity of Pitt. The one man was compact of all the heady enthusiasms, the splendid generosities of a nature rich in the vitality that sought eagerly new outlets for its energy, that played hard as it worked hard, that exulted in extremes. The other moved in a narrow path to one envisaged aim, and, conscious of a certain physical frailty, husbanded his resources, limited the scope of his fine intellect, and acted not indeed along the lines of least resistance, but within lines of purpose that were not very far apart. The one explored the mountain and the valley, lingered in gardens and orchards, or wandered at all adventure upon desolate heaths. The other pursued in patience the white highway to his goal, untempted or at least unconquered by allurements that could prove irresistible to his adversary. The two men differed as much in appearance as in mind. The outer seeming of each is almost as familiar as the forms and faces of contemporaries. Fox was massively corpulent, furiously untidy, a heroic Slaven, his bull-throat and cheeks too often black with a 3 days' beard, infinitely lovable, exquisitely cultured, capable of the noblest tenderness, yet with a kind of grossness sometimes that was but a part and perhaps an inevitable part of his wide humanity. Pitt was slender, boyish, precise, punctilious in attire, his native composure only occasionally lightened by a flash of humor or sweetened by a show of playfulness. Old beyond his years and young to the end of his short life, sternly self-restrained and self-commanded, gracious in a kind of melancholy unconscious charm, a curiously unadorned, uncolored personality that attracted where it did attract, with a magnetism that was perhaps all the more potent for being somewhat difficult to explain. Fox was always a lover in many kinds of love, fugitive, venal, illicit, honorable, and enduring. Pitt carried himself through temptations with a monastic rigor. There was a time when his friends implored him, for the sake of appearances, and not to flout too flagrantly the manners of the time, to show himself in public with a woman of the town. His one love story, strange and fruitless, neither got nor gave happiness, and remains an unsolved mystery. There were only two tastes held in common by the two men, and those were tastes shared by most of the gentlemen of their generation and century, the taste for politics and the taste for wine. Men of the class of Holland's son, of Chatham's son, if they were not soldiers and sailors, and very often when they were soldiers and sailors, went into political life as naturally as they went into a university or into the hunting field. In the case of the younger Fox and the younger Pitt, the political direction was conspicuously inevitable from the beginning. The paths of both lay plain from the threshold of the nursery to the threshold of St. Stephen's. The lad who was the chosen companion of his father at an age when his contemporaries had only abandoned a horn book to grapple with Corderius, the boy who learned the principles of elocution and the essence of debate from the lips of the great commoner, were children very specially fostered in the arts of statesmanship and curiously favored in the knowledge that enables men to guide and govern men. From the other taste there was no escape, or little escape, possible for men of that day. It would have been strange indeed if Fox had been absolved from the love of wine, which was held by every one he knew, from his father's old friend and late enemy Rigby to the elderly placeholder gambler and letter writer Selwyn, who loved, slandered, and failed to ruin Fox's brilliant youth. It would have been impossible for Pitt, floated through a precarious childhood on floods of Oporto, to liberate his blood and judgment from the generous liquor that promised him a strength it sapped. It was no more disgrace to the austere Pitt than to the profligate Fox to come to the House of Commons visibly under the influence of much more wine than could possibly have been good for Hercules. Sobriety was not unknown among statesmen, even in those days of many bottles, but intoxication was no shame, and Burke was no more commended for his temperance than Fox or Pitt or Sheridan were blamed for their intemperance. William Pitt was born in 1759, when George II still seemed stable on the throne, and when the world knew nothing of that grandson and heir to whose service the child of Chatham was to be devoted. He was the fourth child and second son. The third son and last child of Chatham was born 2 years later. William Pitt was delicate from his infancy, and by reason of his delicacy was never sent to school. He was educated by private tuition, directly guided and controlled by his father. From the first he was precocious, full of promise, full of performance. He acquired knowledge eagerly and surely. What he learned well and thoroughly. Trained from his cradle in the acquirements essential to a public life, he applied himself as soon as he was of age to appreciate his tastes and to form a purpose, to equipping himself at all points for a political career. When the great Chatham died, he left behind him a son who was to be as famous as himself, a statesman formed in his own school, trained in his own methods, inspired by his counsels, and guided by his example. A legend which may be more than legend has it that from the first destiny seemed determined to confront the genius and the fame of Fox with the genius and the fame of Pitt. It is said that the Foxes were assured by a relative of the Pitts that the young son of Chatham, then a child under a tutor's charge, showed parts which were sure to prove him a formidable rival to the precocious youth who was at once the delight and the despair of Lord Holland's life. It is certain that the young Fox was early made acquainted with the ripe intelligence and eager genius of the younger Pitt. It was his chance to stand with the boy one night at the bar of the House of Lords, and to be attracted and amazed at the avidity with which Pitt followed the debate, the sagacity with which he commented upon what he saw and heard, and the readiness with which he formulated answers to arguments which failed to carry conviction to his dawning wisdom. Pitt loved the House of Commons while he was still in the schoolroom. It was inevitable that he should belong to the House of Commons, and he entered it at the earliest possible moment, even before he was legally qualified to do so, for he was not quite of age when he first took his seat. The qualities of fairness and fitness which Greek wisdom praised in the conduct of life were characteristic of Pitt's life. In its zealous, patient preparation for public life, its noble girding of the loins against great issues, its wistful renunciation of human hopes, its early consciousness of terrible disease, its fortitude in the face of catastrophes so unexpected and so cruel, in its pensive isolation, in the richness of those early successes that seemed as if in anticipation to offer compensation for the early death, his life seems to have been adorned with certain ornaments and ordered by certain laws that make it strangely comely, curiously symmetrical. In that youth of his, which was never quite young, and which was never allowed to grow old, in his austere attitude to so much that youth holds most dear, in the high passion of his patriotism, with its eager desire, so often and so sternly thwarted, to add to England's glory, he stands apart from many greater and many wiser men in a melancholy, lonely dignity. It has been given to few men to inspire more passionate attachment in the minds of his contemporaries. It has been given to few statesmen to be regarded abroad by eyes, for the most part envious or hostile, as preeminently representative of the qualities that made his country at once disliked and feared. His political instincts were for the most part admirable, and if it had been his fortune to serve a sovereign more reasonable, more temperate, and more intelligent than George III, his name might have been written among the great reformers of the world. At home, an unhappy deference to the dictates of a rash and incapable king; abroad, an enforced opposition to one of the greatest forces and one of the greatest conquerors that European civilization has seen, prevented Pitt from gaining that position to which his genius, under conditions less persistently unhappy, would have entitled him. To have gained what he did gain under such conditions was in itself a triumph. The newcomer who entered Parliament at the same period as William Pitt was as curiously unlike him as even Fox himself. If few knew anything of Pitt, every one knew something of Sheridan, who had already made fame in one career and was now about to make fame in another. It may afford consolation to the unappreciated to reflect that the most famous English dramatist since Shakespeare's day, the brightest wit of an age which piqued itself into being considered witty, the most brilliant orator of an age which regarded oratory as one of the greatest of the arts, and whose roll is studded with the names of illustrious orators, the most unrivalled humorist of a century which in all parts of the world distinguished itself by its love of humor, was looked upon in his nonage as a dull, unpromising boy, chiefly remarkable for his idleness and carelessness. The quality which we now call Bohemianism certainly ran in Sheridan's blood. His grandfather, Dr. Thomas Sheridan, the friend of Swift, the Dublin clergyman and schoolmaster, was a delightfully amiable, wholly reckless, slovenly, indigent, and cheerful personage. His father, Thomas Sheridan, was a no less cheerful, no less careless man, who turned play actor and taught elocution, and married a woman who wrote novels and a life of Swift. At one time he could boast the friendship of Dr. Johnson, who seems to have regarded him with an ill-humored contempt. But Dr. Johnson's expression of this contempt brought about a quarrel. The most remarkable thing about him is that he was the father of his son. Neither he nor his wife appears to have had any idea of their good fortune. Mrs. Sheridan once declared of her two boys that she had never met with two such impenetrable dunces. None the less, the father contrived with difficulty to scrape together enough money to send his boys to Harrow, and there luckily Dr. Parr discerned that Richard, with all his faults, was by no means an impenetrable dunce. Both he and Sumner, the head master of Harrow, discovered in the schoolboy Sheridan great talents which neither of them was capable of calling into action. Richard Sheridan came from Harrow School and Harrow playgrounds to London, and later on to Bath. London did not make him much more industrious or more careful than he had been at Harrow on the Hill. It was far pleasanter to translate the honeyed Greek of Theocritus, with its babble of Sicilian shepherds, its nymphs and waters and Sicilian seas, than to follow the beaten track of ordinary education. It was vastly more entertaining to translate the impassioned prose of Aristænetus into impassioned verse, especially in collaboration with a cherished friend, than to yawn over Euclid and to grumble over Cocker. The translation of Aristænetus, the boyish task of Sheridan and his friend Halhed, still enjoys a sort of existence in the series of classical translation in Bohn's library. It is one of the ironies of literature that fate has preserved this translation while it has permitted the two Begum speeches, that in the House of Commons and that in Westminster Hall, practically to perish. What little interest does now cling to the early work belongs to the fact of its being a collaboration. Halhed, who worked with Sheridan at the useless task, was a clever young Oxford student who was as poor as he was clever, and who seemed to entertain the eccentric idea that large sums of money were to be readily obtained from the reading public for rendering in flippant verse of the prose of an obscure author whose very identity is involved in doubt. Aristænetus did not become the talk of the town, even in spite of an ingeniously promulgated rumor assigning the authorship of the verses to Dr. Johnson. Neither did the plays and essays in which the friends collaborated meet with any prosperous fate. From the doing of Greek prose into English verse, Sheridan and Halhed turned to another occupation, in which, as in the first, they were both of the same mind. They both fell in love, and both fell in love with the same woman. All contemporary accounts agree in regarding the daughter of Linley, the musician, as one of the most beautiful women of her age. Those who knew the portrait which the greatest painter of his time painted of Sheridan's wife as Saint Cecilia will understand the extraordinary, the almost universal homage which society and art, wit and wealth, and genius and rank paid to Miss Linley. Unlike the girl in Sheridan's own poem, who is assured by her adorer that she will meet with friends in all the aged and lovers in the young, Miss Linley found old men as well as young men competing for her affection and for the honor of her hand. Sheridan and Halhed were little more than boys when they first beheld and at once adored Miss Linley. Charles Sheridan, Richard's elder brother, was still a very young man, but Miss Linley had old lovers too, men long past the middle pathway of their lives, who besought her to marry them with all the impetuosity of youth. One of them, whom she wisely rejected on the ground that wealth alone could not compensate for the disparity in years, carried off his disappointment gracefully enough by immediately settling a sum of £3,000 upon the young lady. There is an air of romance over the whole course of Sheridan's attachment to Miss Linley. For a long time he contrived to keep his attachment a secret from his elder brother Charles and from his friend Halhed, both of whom were madly in love with Miss Linley, and neither of whom appears to have had the faintest suspicion of finding a rival, the one in so close a kinsman, the other in his own familiar friend. It must be admitted that Sheridan does not appear to have behaved with that uprightness which was to be expected from his gallant, impetuous nature. Not merely did he keep his secret from his brother and his friend, but he seems to have allowed his friend to look upon him as a confidant and ally in pressing Halhed's suit upon Miss Linley. Halhed reproached him sadly, but not bitterly, in a poetical epistle, the value of which is more personal than poetical, when he discovered the real mind of his friend. Then, like a wise man, if a sad one, Halhed went away. He sailed for India, the golden land of so many wrecked hopes and disappointed ambitions. He long outlived his first love and his successful rival. He became, in the fullness of time, a member of Parliament, and he died in 1830. He is dimly remembered as the author of a grammar of the Bengali language and of a work on Gentoo laws translated from the Persian. Sheridan's courtship progressed more and more romantically. The persecutions of a married rake named Matthews drove Miss Linley to fly to France with Sheridan, to whom she was secretly married at Calais. The revengeful and disappointed Matthews inserted a libelous attack upon Sheridan in the Bath Chronicle. Sheridan extorted at his sword's point a public apology from Matthews. Further and baser mendacity on the part of Matthews provoked a second duel, in which the combatants seem to have fought with desperate ferocity, and in which Sheridan, badly wounded, refused to ask his life at the hands of his antagonist, and was only rescued by the seconds. A long period of separation followed, full of dark hours for Sheridan, hours only brightened by the occasional meetings of the most eccentric kind, as when the wild young poet, quaintly disguised in the complicated capes of a hackney coachman, had the tormenting privilege of driving his beloved from Covent Garden Theatre, where her voice and beauty were nightly charming all London. At last the opposition of Linley was overcome, and on April 13, 1773, the most brilliant man and the most beautiful woman of their day were for the second time and more formally married, and a series of adventures more romantic than fiction came to an end. The romance, it is agreeable to think, did not conclude with the marriage ceremony. Sheridan seems to have offered his wife as devoted an attachment after their marriage as he had shown in the days of dueling and disguising that preceded it. He wrote verses to her, and she wrote verses to him, long after they had settled down to serene domesticity, which breathed the most passionate expressions of mutual love. And yet there is a legend, it is to be hoped and believed that it is only a legend, which ends the romance very sadly. According to the legend, young Lord Edward Fitzgerald, Sheridan's close friend, felt more than a friend's admiration for the wife of his friend. According to the legend, Elizabeth Sheridan returned the passion which, by the unhappiness it brought with it, shortened her life. According to the legend, Lord Edward only married the fair Pamela, Philippe Egalité's daughter, because of the striking resemblance she bore to the Saint Cecilia of his dreams. The legend rests on the authority of Madame de Genlis, who is probably Pamela's mother, and who is no infallible authority. It is possible that the undoubted resemblance of Pamela to Mrs. Sheridan is the origin of the whole story. Lord Edward was always falling in love in a graceful, chivalrous kind of way, but there is no serious proof that his friendship for Mrs. Sheridan was anything more than the friendship an honorable man may entertain for the wife of his friend. The graver and more authentic story of Fitzgerald's life has yet to be told in these pages. For a brief period after his marriage, Sheridan thought of devoting himself to the law, but his thoughts and tastes were otherwise inclined, and on January 27, 1775, not quite 2 years after his marriage, The Rivals was produced at Covent Garden, and a new chapter opened in the history of dramatic literature. It is curious to think that the clumsiness of the player to whom the part of Sir Lucius O'Trigger was given came very near to damning the most brilliant comedy that the English stage has seen for nearly 2 centuries. The happy substitution of actor Clinch for actor Lee, however, saved the piece and made Sheridan the most popular author in London. How grateful Sheridan felt to Clinch for rescuing Sir Lucius is shown by the fact that his next production, the farce called St. Patrick's Day, or The Scheming Lieutenant, was expressly written to afford opportunity for Clinch's peculiar talents. In 1777 came The School for Scandal, Sheridan's masterpiece, which was followed by Sheridan's last dramatic work, The Critic. Never probably before was so splendid a success gained so rapidly, so steadily increased in so short a time, to come so abruptly to an end in the very pride of its triumph. Quite suddenly, the most famous English author then alive found opportunity for the display of wholly new and unexpected talents, and became one of the most famous politicians and orators alive. There had indeed always been a certain political bent in Sheridan's mind. He had tried his hand at many political pamphlets, fragments of which were found among his papers by Moore. He had always taken the keenest interest in the great questions which agitated the political life of the waning 18th century. The general election of 1780 gave him an opportunity of expressing this interest in the public field, and he was returned to Parliament as member for the borough of Stamford. It is difficult to find a parallel in our history for the extraordinary success which attended Sheridan in his political life as it had already attended him in his dramatic career. Just on the threshold of his political career, Sheridan lost the wife he loved so well. He was profoundly afflicted, but the affliction lessened, and he married a Miss Ogle. There is a story told in connection with this second marriage which is half melancholy, half humorous, and wholly pathetic. The second Miss Sheridan, young, clever, and ardently devoted to her husband, was found one day, according to this story, walking up and down her drawing-room, apparently in a frantic state of mind because she had discovered that the love letters Sheridan had sent to her were the same as those which he had written to his first wife. Word for word, sentence for sentence, passion for passion, they were the same letters. No doubt Sheridan made his peace. It is to be presumed that he thought the letters so good that they might very well serve a second turn. But this act of literary parsimony was not happy. Parsimony of his written work was, however, Sheridan's peculiarity. Verses addressed to his dear Saint Cecilia make their appearance again and again under altered conditions in his plays. It is singular enough, as has been happily said, that the treasures of wit which Sheridan was thought to possess in such profusion should have been the only species of wealth which he ever dreamed of economizing. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 57 Fox and Pitt, Part 1. Pitt entered public life the inheritor of a great name, the transmitter of a great policy, at a time when the country was in difficulty and the government in danger. In the January of 1781, North was still in power, was still supported by the King, had still some poor shreds of hope that something, anything, might happen to bring England out of the struggle with America. In the November of the same year, North reeled to his fall with the news of the surrender of Cornwallis at Yorktown. In those 10 months Pitt had already made himself a name in the House of Commons. He was no longer merely the son of Pitt. He was Pitt. He had attached himself to an opposition that was studded with splendid names, and had proved that his presence added to the lustre. The heroes and leaders of opposition at Westminster welcomed him to their ranks with a generous admiration and enthusiasm. Fox, ever ready to applaud possible genius, soon pronounced him to be one of the first men in Parliament. Burke hailed him not as a chip of the old block, but as the old block itself. The praises of Burke and of Fox were great, but they were not undeserved. When the ministry of Lord North fell into the dust, when the King was compelled to accept the return of the Whigs to office, Pitt had already gained a position which entitled him, in his own eyes, not to accept office but to refuse it. Rockingham formed a ministry for the second time. The new ministry was formed of an alliance between the 2 armies of the Rockingham Whigs and the Shelburne Whigs. Rockingham represented the political principles that dated from the days of Walpole. Shelburne represented or misrepresented the principles that dated from the days of Chatham. The King would very much have preferred to take Shelburne without Rockingham, but even the King had to recognize that it was impossible to gratify his preference. Even if Shelburne had been a much better leader than he was, he had not the following which would entitle him to form a ministry on his own account. And Shelburne was by no means a good leader. To the Liberal politician of to-day, Shelburne seems a much more desirable and admirable statesman than Rockingham. Most of his political ideas were in advance of his time, and his personal friendships prove him to have been a man of appreciative intelligence. He had proved his courage in his youth as a soldier at Campen and Minden. He had maintained his courage in 1780, when he faced and was wounded by the pistol of Fullerton. But his gifts, whatever they were not of the quality nor the quantity to make a leader of men. He could not form a ministry for himself, and he was not an element of stability in any ministry of which he was a member. The administration formed by the alliance of Rockingham and Shelburne could boast of many brilliant names, and showed itself laudably anxious to add to their number. In an administration which had Fox for a Secretary of State, Burke for Paymaster General of the Forces, and Sheridan for Under Secretary of State, the Vice Treasurership of Ireland was offered to Pitt. Pitt declined the offer. He had made up his mind that he would not accept a subordinate situation. Conscious of his ability, he was prepared to wait. He had not to wait long. During the 4 agitated months of life allowed to the Rockingham administration, Pitt distinguished himself by a motion for reform in the representative system, which was applauded by Fox and by Sheridan, but which was defeated by 20 votes. Peace and reform were always passions deeply seated at the heart of Pitt. It was ironic chance that associated him hereafter so intimately with war and with antagonism to so many methods of reform in which he earnestly believed. When the quarrels between Fox and Shelburne over the settlement of the American war ended, after Rockingham's death in July of 1782, in the withdrawal from the ministry of Fox, Burke, and the majority of the Rockingham party, Pitt rightly saw that his hour had come. Fox resigned rather than serve with Shelburne. Pitt accepted Shelburne and made Shelburne's political existence possible a little longer. With the aid of Pitt, Shelburne could hold on and let Fox go. Without Pitt, Fox would have triumphed over Shelburne. From this moment began the antagonism between Fox and Pitt, which was to last for the remainder of their 2 brief lives. At the age of 23, Pitt found himself Chancellor of the Exchequer and one of the most conspicuous men in the kingdom. Fox, who was 10 years older, was defeated by the youth whose rivalry had been predicted to Fox when the youth was yet a child. Pitt's triumph lasted less than a year. Fox, conscious of his own great purposes and eager to return to office for their better advancement, was prepared to pay a gambler's price for power. To overthrow Shelburne, and with Shelburne Pitt, he needed a pretext and an ally. The pretext was easy to find. He had but to maintain that the terms of the peace with America were not the best that the country had a right to expect. The ally was easy to find and disastrous to accept. Nothing in the whole of Fox's history is more regrettable than his unnatural alliance with Lord North. Ever since the hour when Fox had found his true self and had passed from the ranks of the obedient servants of the King into the ranks of those who devoted themselves to the principles of liberty, there had been nothing and there could have been nothing in common between Fox and North. Everything that Fox held most dear was detestable to North, as North's political doctrines were now detestable to Fox. The political enmity of the 2 men had been bitter in the extreme, and Fox had assailed North with a violence which might well seem to have made any form of political reconciliation impossible. Yet North was now the man with whom Fox was content to throw in his lot in order to obtain the overthrow of Shelburne and of Pitt, and Fox was not alone among great Whigs in this extraordinary transaction. He carried Burke with him in this unholy alliance between all that was worst and all that was best in English political life. The 2 men whose genius and whose eloquence had been the most potent factors in the fall of North a year before were now the means of bringing the discredited and defeated statesman back into the exercise of a power which, as none knew better than they, he had so shamefully misused. Fox and North between them swept Shelburne out of the field. Fox and North between them were able to force a coalition ministry upon a reluctant and indignant king. The followers of Fox and the followers of North in combination formed so numerous and so solid a party that they were able to treat the sovereign with a lack of ceremony to which he was little used. Fox had gone out of office rather than admit that the right to nominate the first minister rested with the King instead of with the Cabinet. Now that he had returned to office, he showed his determination to act up to his principles by not permitting the king to nominate a single minister. The king's contempt for North since the failure to coerce America, the king's dislike of Fox since Fox became an advanced politician, were deepened now into uncompromising and unscrupulous enmity by the cavalier conduct of the coalition. The king, with his doggedness of purpose and his readiness to use any weapons against those whom he chose to regard as his enemies, was a serious danger even to a coalition that seemed so formidable as the coalition between Fox and North. Fox may very well have thought that his unjustifiable league with North would at least have the result of giving him sufficient time and sufficient influence to carry into effect some of those schemes for the good of the country which he had most nearly at heart. The statesman who makes some unhappy surrender of principle, some ignoble concession to opportunity, in order to obtain power, makes his unworthy bargain from a conviction that his hold of office is essential to the welfare of the state, and that a little evil is excusable for a great good. The sophistry that deceives the politician does not deceive the public. Fox gravely injured his position with the people who loved him by stooping to the pact with North, and he did not reap that reward of success in his own high-minded and high-hearted purposes which could alone have excused his conduct. The great coalition which was to stand so strong and to work such wonders was destined to vanish like a breath after accomplishing nothing, and to condemn Fox with all his hopes and dreams to a career of almost unbroken opposition for the rest of his life. If anything in Fox's checkered career could be more tragic than the degradation of his union with the politician whom he declared to be void of every principle of honor and honesty, it was the abiding consequences of the retribution that followed it. Fox had fought hard and with success to live down the follies of his youth. He had to fight harder and with far less success to live down what the world persisted in regarding as the infamy of his association with North. It is difficult to realize the arguments which persuaded Fox, which persuaded Burke, to join their forces with the fallen minister whom their own mouths, but a little while before, had in no measured terms declared to be guilty of the basest conduct and deserving of the severest punishment. All that we know of Fox, all that we know of Burke, and it is possible to know them almost as well as if they were the figures of contemporary history, would seem to deny the possibility of their condescending to any act of conscious baseness. Stained and sullied as the youth of Fox had been with some of the most flagrant vices of a flagrantly vicious society, his record as gambler, as spendthrift, and as libertine seems relatively clean in comparison with this strange act of public treason to the chosen beliefs of his manhood, of public apostasy from those high and generous principles by whose strenuous advocacy he had redeemed his wasted youth. Fiery as Burke's temper had often proved itself to be, fantastic and grotesque as his obstinacy had often showed itself in clinging defiantly to some crotchet or whimsy that seemed to the spectator unworthy the adhesion of his great intellect, his most eccentric action, his most erratic impulse, appeared sweetly reasonable and serenely lucid when contrasted with the conduct which allowed him to guide and to be guided by Fox in a course that proved as foolish as it looked disgraceful, to lead or to follow Fox into packing cards with their arch enemy of the American War. On the face of it, there is nothing that seems not merely to justify but even to palliate the conduct of Fox and Burke. Ugly as the deed seemed to the men of their day, to the men who believed in them, trusted them, loved them, it seemed no less ugly to those who at the distance of a century revere their memories and cherish their teachings. One thing may be, must be assumed by those before whom the lives of Fox and Burke lie bare, that men so animated by high principles, so illuminated by high ideals, cannot deliberately, of set purpose, have sinned against the light. They must have felt, and strongly felt, their justification for entering on a course which was destined to prove so disastrous. Their justification probably was the conviction, nursed if not expressed, that to statesmen whose hands are so full of blessings, to statesmen whose hearts are so big with splendid enterprises, a trivial show of concession, a little paltering with the punctilio of honor, a little eating of brave words, and a little swallowing of principle, was a small price to pay, and a price well worth paying for the immeasurable good that England was to gather from their supremacy. Whatever may have been the motives which induced Fox and Burke to ally themselves with a discredited and defeated politician like Lord North, the results of that alliance were as unsatisfactory to the high contracting parties as the most rigid believer in poetic justice could desire. The coalition ministry was unlucky enough in its enterprise to satisfy George himself, who had talked of going back to Hanover rather than accept its services, and had only been dissuaded from self-exile by the sardonic reminder of Lord Thurlow that it might be easier for the King to go to Hanover than to return again to England. Burke inaugurated his new career at the Pay Office by an unhappy act of patronage. He insisted upon restoring to their offices two clerks named Powell and Bembridge, who had been removed and arraigned for malversation, and he insisted upon defending his indefensible action in the House of Commons with a fury that was as diverting to his opponents as it was distracting to his colleagues. Fox, who had earned so large a share of public admiration for his advocacy of what now would be called liberal opinions, was naturally held responsible by the public for the successful opposition of the coalition ministry to Pitt's plan of parliamentary reform. Pitt's proposal was not very magnificent. He asked the House to declare that measures were highly necessary to be taken for the future prevention of bribery and expense at elections. He urged that for the future, when the majority of voters for any borough should be convicted of gross and notorious corruption before a select committee of the House appointed to try the merits of any election, such borough should be disfranchised, and the minority of voters not so convicted should be entitled to vote for the county in which such borough should be situated. He suggested that an addition of knights of the shire and of the representatives of the metropolis should be made to the state of the representation. He left the number to the discussion and consideration of the House, but for his own part he stated that he should propose an addition of 100 representatives. Pitt's scheme was scarcely a splendid measure of reform, but at least it was a measure of reform, and it met with small mercy at the hands of the coalition, being defeated by a majority of 293 to 149. This was not an auspicious beginning for the new Ministry, and it was scarcely surprising that many of Fox's adherents in the country should resent his employment of the swollen forces that were practically, if not technically, under his command, to compass the defeat of a bill which, however inadequate, did at least endeavor to bring about a much-needed improvement. The great adventure of the coalition Ministry, the deed by which it hoped to justify its existence, and by which, indeed, it has earned its only honorable title to remembrance, was the bill which is known to the world as Fox's India Bill. If the extending influence of England in India was a source of pride to the English people, it was also a source of grave responsibility. The conditions under which the influence was exercised, the weaknesses and inadequacies of the system by which the East India Company exercised its semi-regal authority, were becoming more apparent with every succeeding year to the small but steadily increasing number of persons who took a serious and intelligent interest in Indian affairs. A series of events to be referred to later had served to force into a special prominence the difficulties and the dangers of the existing state of affairs, and to fasten the attention of thinkers upon the evils that had resulted and the evils that must yet result from its continuance. To mitigate those evils in the present and to minimize them in the future, Fox, inspired and aided by Burke's splendid knowledge of Indian affairs, worked out a measure which was confidently expected to substitute order for disorder and reason for unreason. In the November of 1783, Pitt addressed a challenge to the Ministry, calling upon them to bring forward some measure securing and improving the advantages to be derived from England's eastern possessions, some measure not of temporary palliation and timorous expedients, but vigorous and effectual, suited to the magnitude, the importance, and the alarming exigencies of the case. Fox answered this challenge by asking leave to bring in a bill for vesting the affairs of the East India Company in the hands of certain commissioners for the benefit of the proprietors and the public. At the same time, Fox asked leave to bring in another bill for the better government of the territorial possessions and dependencies in India. These two bills, supplementing each other, formed, in the opinion of those who framed and who advocated them, a simple, efficient, and responsible plan for the better administration of England's Indian dependencies. However tentative and incomplete they may now appear as a means of dealing with a problem of such vast importance and such far-reaching consequences, they certainly were measures the adoption of which must have proved a gain to the country governing and to the country governed. The measures which it is probable were originally planned out by Burke, but to which it is certain that Fox devoted all the strength of his intellect and all the enthusiasm of his nature, were of a daring and comprehensive character. The first proposed to make a clean sweep of the existing state of things in India by the appointment of a board composed of 7 commissioners to whom absolute authority over the East India Company's property and over the appointment or removal of holders of offices in India was to be entrusted for a term of 4 years. This term of 4 years was not to be affected by any changes of administration that might occur in England during the time. The commerce of the company was to be managed by a council of directors who were themselves entirely under the control of the 7 commissioners. The commissioners and the directors were required to lay their accounts before the proprietors every 6 months, and before both Houses at the beginning of every session. The commissioners were, in the first instance, to be appointed by Parliament, that is to say, by the Ministry headed by Fox and North. At the end of the 4 years they were to be appointed by the Crown. The Court of Proprietors was to fill up the vacancies in the Council of Directors. The second and less important measure dealt with the powers of the Governor General and Council and the conduct to be observed toward the princes and natives of India. The first measure was the measure of paramount importance, the measure from which Fox and his friends hoped so much, the measure which aroused in a very peculiar degree the anger of the King and the King's followers. They saw in a moment the enormous influence that the passing of the measure would place in the hands of Fox. The names of the commissioners were left blank in the bill, but when their names came to be filled up in committee they were all filled with the names of followers of Fox. It was argued that were the bill to become law, a set of persons extremely obnoxious to the King would have in their hands for a solid term of years the entire administration of India and the control of an amount of patronage estimated at not less than 300,000 a year. This would enable them to oppose to the royal prerogative of patronage an influence of like nature that brought with it scarcely less than royal power. It is scarcely surprising that Pitt should have employed all his eloquence and all his energy against what he described as the boldest and most unconstitutional measure ever attempted, transferring at one stroke, in spite of all charters and compacts, the immense patronage and influence of the East to Charles Fox in or out of office. If Pitt was the most conspicuous opponent of the India Bills, only less conspicuous was a man who, though much Pitt's senior, was still young, and who had already made himself prominent in the House of Commons, not merely as a politician of general ability, but as one who took a special interest in the affairs of India. Henry Dundas had been a characteristic ornament of the Scottish bar, at once a skilful lawyer and an attractive man of the world, when 8 years before the existence of the Coalition Ministry he had come to St. Stephen's as Lord Advocate. An ambition to shine as a statesman and an extraordinary power of application had equipped him with the varied information that enabled him to assert himself as an authority in many departments of national business. He had early recognized the importance of India as a field for the powers of a rising politician, and he had devoted to India and to Indian affairs that tireless assiduity which permitted him at once to appear a convivial spirit with the temperament and leisure of a man of pleasure, and a master of profound and intricate subjects, the secret of which was only known to those who were acquainted with his habit of early rising and his indefatigable capacity for work in the time that he allotted to work. When the public attention was directed to India toward the close of the American War, and when a very general sense of indignation was aroused by the mismanagement that lessened and that threatened to destroy British influence in the East, Dundas came forward with the confident air of one who was intimately acquainted with the complicated problem and who believed himself perfectly competent to set all difficulties right. He was the chairman of the Select Committee of the House of Commons, appointed to inquire into the causes of the war in the Carnatic, and he impressed himself upon the House as an authority upon India of no mean order, both in the report from that committee and in a bill which he himself introduced for the purpose of dealing with the Indian question. He did not succeed in carrying his measure, but he took care that his knowledge of his subject increased in proportion to its growing importance in the public view, and his ready eloquence and specious show of information made him a very valuable ally for Pitt and a fairly formidable opponent to Fox in the heady debates over the measures to which the political honor of the dishonorable coalition was pledged. The India Bill had a more serious enemy than Dundas, a more serious enemy than Pitt, so far as the immediate effect of enmity upon public opinion is to be estimated. There was an attorney in London named James Sayer, whose private means enabled him to neglect his profession and devote himself to the production of political caricatures and squibs. Sayer was one of the many who believed in the rising star of Pitt, and he proved his belief by the publication of a caricature which Fox himself is said to have admitted gave the India Bill its severest blow in public estimation. This caricature was called Carlo Khan's Triumphal Entry into Leadenhall Street. It represented Fox in the grotesque attire of a theatrical Oriental potentate, and with a smile of conquest upon his black-haired face, perched upon an elephant with the staring countenance of Lord North, that was led by Burke, whose spectacled acridity was swollen with the blowing of a trumpet from which depended a map of India. The caricature was ingenious, timely, and extraordinarily efficacious in harming the measure and its champions. It had an enormous sale. It was imitated and pirated far and wide. It carried to all parts of the kingdom the conviction that Fox was aiming at nothing less than a dictatorship of India, and it intensified the general animosity toward the measures and the men of the Coalition Ministry more effectively than any amount of speeches in Westminster could have done. But it had no more power to weaken the solid majority of the Ministry in the House of Commons than the hurried erudition of Dundas, or than what Walpole called the Bristol stone of Pitt's eloquence, as contrasted with the diamond reason of Fox's solid sense. Neither political caricature nor popular disapproval, neither the indignation of the King nor the opulence of the fearful and furious East India Company could prevent Fox from carrying his measure in the House of Commons by means of the sheer force of numbers that he had obtained by his unhallowed compact with North. End of Section 21. Section 22 of A History of the Four Georges and of William IV in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 57. Fox and Pitt, Part 2. But the power of the new ministry was vulnerable in another place, where the most unconstitutional weapons were employed against it. The King was eager to avenge the affront that had, as he conceived, been put upon him by the compulsion that had forced him to accept ministers so little to his taste. He was prepared to stick at little in order to retaliate upon his enemies, as he always conceived those men to be who ventured to cross his purposes. Nothing could be done effectively to change the political composition of the Lower House. Something could be essayed with the reasonable hope of modifying the composition of the Upper House. Lord Temple, a second-rate statesman whose position gave him almost first-rate importance, was the instrument by which the King was able to bring very effective pressure upon the peers. George wrote a letter to Lord Temple in which he declared that he should deem those who should vote for Fox's measure as not only not his friends, but his enemies, and he added that if Lord Temple would put this in stronger words, he had full authority to do so. With this amazing document in his possession, Lord Temple went from one noble lord to another, pointing out the unwisdom of each in pursuing a course which would constitute him an avowed enemy of the King, and insisting upon the advantages that must follow from the taking of the very broad hint of the royal pleasure thus conveyed. Temple's arguments, backed by and founded upon the King's letter, had the most satisfactory result from the King's point of view. Peer after peer fell away from the doomed ministry. Peer after peer hastened to prove himself one of the elect, to assert himself as a King's friend by recording his vote against the obnoxious measure. The course of action inspired by the King and acted upon by Lord Temple was flagrantly unconstitutional, even in an age which permitted to the sovereign so much liberty of personal intervention in affairs. It was, however, attended with complete success. The India Bills were rejected in the House of Lords by a majority of 19, and this defeat, which would not have been regarded in more recent times as fatal to a ministry, however fatal for the time being to the measure thus condemned, was instantly used by the King as a pretext for ridding himself of the advisers whose advice he detested. The King resolved to dismiss the ministers, and to dismiss them with every circumstance of indignity that should render their dismissal the more contemptuous. On the midnight of the day following the final defeat of the measure in the House of Lords, a messenger delivered to the two Secretaries of State, Fox and North, a message from the King stating that it was His Majesty's will and pleasure that they should deliver to him the seals of their respective offices, and that they should send them by the Under Secretaries, Mr. Fraser and Mr. Napier, as a personal interview on the occasion would be disagreeable to the King. The seals were immediately sent to Buckingham House, and were promptly handed over by the King to Lord Temple, who on the following day sent letters of dismissal to the other members of the Cabinet Council. When the House of Commons met under conditions of keen excitement, Fox and North took their seats on the front Opposition bench, with their vast majority behind them, eager to retaliate upon the King, who had defied their voices and insulted their leaders. A young member, Mr. Richard Pepper Arden, rose in his place and moved a new writ for the borough of Appleby in the room of the Right Honourable William Pitt, who had accepted the office of First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer. We are told that this motion was received with loud and general laughter by the Opposition, who regarded Pitt's conduct as a piece of foolhardy presumption. And indeed, at first, Pitt's position seemed difficult in the extreme. It was hard to form a government in the face of a hostile majority in the Commons, and in the Lords Pitt's perplexity was increased by Lord Temple's sudden and sullen resignation of the office to which he had been so newly appointed. Various reasons have been given for Temple's mysterious and petulant behavior. Some have thought that he resigned because he was in favor of an immediate dissolution, while Pitt was opposed to such a step. Others believe that he was eager for some high mark of royal favor, possibly a dukedom, which was refused by the King and not warmly advocated by Pitt. In spite of all obstacles, however, Pitt succeeded in forming a ministry, the best he could manage under the conditions. To Shelburne he offered nothing, and this omission adds a mystery greater than that of Temple's resignation to Pitt's administration. It must have surprised Shelburne, as it surprised every observer then and since. Pitt has been accused of ingratitude to the man who had been his father's friend, and to whom he himself had owed, so short a time before, the leadership of the House of Commons. But Pitt was not ungrateful. He was merely astute. He read Shelburne as perhaps no other of his contemporaries was able to read him, and he gauged him at his true value or want of value. Shelburne's glittering unreality, his showy unreliability, were to have no place in Pitt's scheme of things. Abandoned by Temple, abandoning Shelburne, Pitt went his own way, doing the best he could in the face of tremendous odds, and doing it very well. One of his first acts of office was to bring in an India Bill of his own, which was decisively defeated in the Commons. For some months Pitt fought his hard and thankless fight as a minister with a minority behind him. At last, in the end of March, he saw his opportunity for a dissolution and resolved to take it. A singular episode threatened to delay his purpose. The Great Seal of England was stolen from the house of the Lord Chancellor in Great Ormond Street and was never recovered. It may have been purloined by some political partisan who believed, as James II believed, that by making away with the Great Seal he could effectively embarrass his opponents. But this curious manoeuvre, as Pitt himself called it, was nullified by the promptitude with which another Great Seal was made. The result of the dissolution was as gratifying to Pitt as it was disastrous to Fox. More than 160 of Fox's friends lost their seats and earned instead the sobriquet of Fox's martyrs, and Fox himself had very great difficulty in getting elected for the new Parliament. So ended the unfortunate episode of the Coalition Ministry. Much as Fox had suffered from the sins of youth, he was destined to suffer even more from this error of his manhood. For the rest of his life, save for a few months toward its close, he was destined to remain out of office, conscious of the great deeds he would have done, and denied the power to do them, while his antagonist Pitt lived through long years of office, long years that were as eventful as any years and more eventful than most years in the history of the country. Fox had run up a great debt for a little power. He had paltered with his honor, with his principles, with his public utterances. He had staked more than he had a right to stake on success, and he had lost, utterly and hopelessly. If every error in life has to be paid for sooner or later, the price due from Fox for his apostasy was very promptly demanded and very heavy. It is to be regretted that Pitt began his long period of authority by an attempt as stubborn as it was ungenerous to keep his great rival out of public life. The election for Fox's constituency of Westminster was one of the fiercest conflicts in English history, Every effort was made to drive Fox out, every effort to put him in. Beautiful women, whom Pitt described as women of the people, in parody of the name they gave to Fox of the man of the people, bribed voters with kisses, while the friends of Pitt rallied every man they could muster to the polling booths. Fox was returned, but the unconstitutional conduct of the High Bailiff in granting the request of the defeated candidate, Sir Cecil Ray, for a scrutiny, and in refusing to make a return till the scrutiny was effected, might have deprived Westminster for a season of any Parliamentary representation, and would have kept Fox out of Parliament altogether if he had not been returned for the Kirkwall through the friendship of Sir Thomas Dundas. Pitt unfortunately backed up the action of the High Bailiff with a vehemence of zeal that suggested rancor, and that failed of its purpose. Fox was in the Commons to defend himself and his cause, and he did defend himself with an eloquence that even he never surpassed, and that gave its additional glory to its ultimate success. However the generosity or the taste of Pitt's conduct toward Fox in this instance might be questioned, there could be no question as to the rare ability he soon made proof of as a statesman and as a financier. During his few and troubled months of office before the dissolution, he had introduced an India Bill to take the place of that of Fox, which the King and the Lords had shattered. This bill had been defeated by a majority of 8. He now introduced what was practically the same measure, and carried it triumphantly by a majority of more than 200. It established the Board of Control, and that double system of government which existed with some modifications until the Act of 1858, following upon the Indian Mutiny, effected a radical revolution in the administration of India. The enemies of Pitt's measure declared that its abuse of patronage was as flagrant as and more enduring than that proposed by Fox, and for a long time public discontent expressed itself loudly against the extreme favor that was shown to Scotchmen in the filling up of appointments. The financial affairs of the country called for a bold hand, and found it. Lord North had muddled the finances of England almost as completely and almost as hopelessly as contemporary French financiers were muddling the finances of France. Pitt faced something that was not altogether unlike financial chaos, with a courage which was well and with a genius which was better. The picturesque institution of smuggling, capitalized by wealth and rank in London, and profitably employing some 40,000 adventurous spirits, withered before the spell of Pitt's dexterous manipulations. A window tax compensated for a lightened tea duty that made smuggling merely a ridiculous waste of time, and its most sinister effect may still be noticed here and there in England in the hideous imitations of windows painted on to the walls of houses to support a grotesque idea of harmony without incurring the expense of an actual aperture for light and air. Pitt raised the loans necessary to meet the yawning deficit and to minimize the floating debt, and he astonished his world by introducing the amazing elements of absolute honesty and admirable publicity into the transaction. The principle of patronage that had made previous loans a scandalous source of corruption was gallantly thrown overboard, and the new minister announced to the general amazement that the new loans would be contracted for with those who offered the lowest terms in public competition. A glittering variety of new taxes, handled with the dexterity of a conjurer, and extracting sources of revenue from sources untaxed and very justifiably taxable, rounded off a series of financial proposals that inaugurated brilliantly his administration and that had their abiding effect upon the welfare of the country. The crown of his financial fame was his plan for the redemption of the national debt, introduced in 1786. His plan was based on the comparatively familiar idea of a sinking fund. Up to the time of Pitt's proposal, however, such sinking fund as might exist in a time of peace was always liable to be taken over and made use of by the Government in a time of war. Pitt's plan was to form a sinking fund which should be made inalienable by an Act of Parliament until the Act creating it should be repealed by another Act of Parliament. For this purpose Pitt created a Board of Commissioners consisting of the Speaker, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Master of the Rolls, the Accountant General, and the Governor and Deputy Governor of the Bank of England. To this independent and distinguished body of men the sum of £1,000,000 sterling was to be handed over annually for the gradual redemption of the existing debt by the purchase of stock. The story of Pitt's early administration was not all a record of success. For the last time, and unsuccessfully, he attempted to bring about a parliamentary reform. For the first time, and no less unsuccessfully, he attempted to bring about that better understanding between England and Ireland which it was his merit always to desire and his misfortune never to accomplish. In spite of his genius, his eloquence, and his popularity, his position in the House of Commons was in a sense precarious. It was not merely that he had the bad luck to be opposed by such a galaxy of ability as has perhaps never before or since dazzled from the benches of opposition the eyes of any minister of Pitt's intellectual power. To be fought against relentlessly, tirelessly by a Sheridan, a Burke, and a Fox would have been bad enough for a statesman at the head of a large and reliable majority and enjoying the uncheckered confidence of his sovereign. But Pitt did not enjoy the uncheckered confidence of the King, and Pitt's majority was not reliable. Lord Rosebery quotes an analysis of the House of Commons dated May 1, 1788, recently discovered among the papers of one of Pitt's private secretaries, which serves to show how uncertain Pitt's position was and how fluctuating the elements upon which he had to depend for his political existence. In this document the party of the Crown, an ominous term, is set down as consisting of 185 members, including all those who would probably support His Majesty's government under any minister not peculiarly unpopular. No less than 108 members are set down as independent or unconnected. The party ascribed to Fox musters 138, while that of Pitt is only estimated at 52, with the minimizing comment that of this party, were there a new Parliament and Mr. P no longer to continue minister, not above 20 would be returned. In the face of difficulties like this, Pitt stood practically all alone. His was no ministry of all the talents. The ranks of the ministry did not represent, even in a lesser degree, the rich variety of ability that made the opposition so formidable. If the King was at best but a lukewarm supporter of his splendid minister, the heir to the throne was the minister's very warm and persistent enemy. When Pitt came to power, the Prince of Wales was and had been for some time a conspicuous figure in society, a fitful element in political life, and a subject of considerable scandal to the public mind. George the Third was not the kind of man to be happy with or to bring happiness to his children. Possessed of many of those virtues which are supposed to make for domestic peace, he nevertheless failed signally to attach to himself the affection of his children. One and all, they left him as soon as they could, came back to him as seldom as they could. The King's idea of firmness was always a more or less aggravated form of tyranny, and he reaped in loneliness the harvest of his early harshness. Between his eldest son and himself there soon arose and long continued that feud between the reigning sovereign and his heir which seemed traditional in the House of Hanover. George Augustus Frederick, Prince of Wales, has many claims to be regarded as perhaps the worst and is certainly the most worthless prince of his house. Something was to be excused in the son of such a father. Some wild oats were surely to be sown in the soil of a childhood so dully and so sourly cultivated. But no severity of early surroundings will explain or palliate the unlovely mixture of folly and of falseness, of debauchery, vulgarity, profligacy, and baseness, which were the most conspicuous characteristics of the prince's nature. The malignant enemy of his unhappy father, the treacherous lover, the perjured friend, a heartless fop, a soulless sot, the most ungentlemanly first gentleman of Europe, his memory baffles the efforts of the sycophant and paralyzes the anger of the satirist. Genius has wasted itself again and again in an attempt fittingly to describe him. To Byron he became the fourth of the fools and oppressors called George. Moore immortalized his nothingness as a sick epicure's dream, incoherent and gross. Leigh Hunt went to prison for calling him a fat Adonis of 50. Landor, in an epigram on himself and his royal namesakes, as bitter as 4 biting lines could be, could find nothing more bitter than to record his descent from earth and thankfulness to heaven that with him the Georges had come to an end. Thackeray abandoned in despair the task of doing justice to his existence. I own I once used to think it would be good sport to pursue him, fasten on him, and pull him down, but now I am ashamed to mount and lay good dogs on, to summon a full field, and then to hunt the poor game. When Pitt became Prime Minister, the Prince of Wales was in opposition because he was opposed to his father. He imagined himself to be the friend of Fox, of Sheridan, of Burke, because Fox and Sheridan and Burke were unpopular with the King. His career had been one of debt and of drunkenness, of mean amours and degrading pleasures. When the son of Chatham passed from his studious youth to the control of the destinies of England, Pitt was called upon and refused to consent to a parliamentary appeal to the King for the payment of the Prince's debts. Pitt could feel no courtier's sympathy for the unnatural son, for the faithless Florizel of foolish Perdita Robinson, for the perjured husband of Mrs. Fitzherbert. There can be no doubt that in December of 1785 the Prince of Wales went through a ceremony of marriage, which could not, under the conditions, constitute a legal marriage, with Mrs. Fitzherbert, a beautiful young woman of little more than 29 years of age, who had twice been widowed and was a member of the Roman Catholic faith. The town soon rang with gossip, and what was gossip in the drawing rooms threatened to become a matter for delicate investigation in the House of Commons. The denial given by Fox in Parliament on the authority of the Prince of Wales practically ended any attempt at public inquiry, and almost broke the heart of Mrs. Fitzherbert. To her the Prince, of course, promptly disavowed Fox, with whom she immediately broke off all friendship. Fox himself, indignant at the Prince's falsehood and at the base use which had been made of his voice, shunned the Prince's society for a long time, which might very well have been longer. The scandal slowly ebbed. A compromise was arrived at between the King and his son. The King made an appeal to Parliament, and a sum of money was voted to deal with the Prince's debts in consideration of his promises of reform in the future. The Prince of Wales did not forget Pitt's attitude toward him, and the time soon arrived in which the minister came near to feeling the force of the Prince's anger. The health of the King was suddenly and seriously affected. Soon after his reign began he had been affected by a temporary loss of reason. The same misfortune now fell upon him in the autumn of 1788. It became necessary to make arrangements for the appointment of a regent, and the necessity was the cause of a fierce parliamentary controversy. Fox rashly insisted that the Prince of Wales had as much right to assume the reins of government as he would have had in the case of the death of the monarch. Pitt maintained the more constitutional opinion that it was the privilege of Parliament to appoint a regent and to decide what powers should be entrusted to him. However little the knowledge may have influenced his action, Pitt knew very well that with the appointment of the Prince of Wales as regent his own hold of power would for a time come to an end. The whole question, however, was suddenly set on one side by the unexpected recovery of the king. The king's restoration to reason was well for the minister and undoubtedly well for the kingdom. If Burke and Sheridan and Fox were avowedly the prince's friends in Parliament, his most intimate friends, those who would be likely to prove influential in his mimic court, were men of a very different kind. These were such men as George Hanger, the half-mad soldier, the paragon of debauchery, as the caricaturist labelled the prince's confidential friend, who, having been almost everything from captain of Hessians to coal merchant, and from recruiter for the East India Company to inmate of a debtor's prison, ended his long and unlovely career by declining to assume the title of Lord Coleraine, to which he became entitled in 1814, 10 years before his death. These were such men as Charles Morris, the amiable Anacreon of Carlton House, who made better punch and rhymed better ballads than his fellows of that convivial age, and who had the grace to expiate the ignoble noonday of his existence by an honorable evening. These were such men as the queer gang of blackguards, ruffians, and rowdies who haunted Brighthelmstone, the bad and brutal Richard Barry, the Hellgate Lord Barrymore, the jockey of Norfolk with his hair grown grey in iniquities, Sir John Lade, whose wife had been the mistress of a highwayman, and the worst and basest spirit of the gang, the Duke of Queensberry. Such were the men whom the prince delighted to make his companions. Such were the men who, if the king's madness had persisted, would have hailed with satisfaction the overthrow of Mr. Pitt. It were needless to dwell further for the present upon the adventures of the Prince of Wales, his amours, his debts, his friendships, his fantastic pavilion at Brighton, or his unhappy marriage in April 1795 to his cousin, the Princess Caroline Amelia Elizabeth of Brunswick. 20 years were to pass away before the recurrence of the king's malady was to give his eldest son the show of power, and in those 20 years the two political rivals, one of whom was the greatest of his allies and the other the greatest of his adversaries, had passed away. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 58 Warren Hastings, Part 1. In the days when Clive was first winning his way to fame in India, there was another young Englishman serving John Company whose ability attracted the notice and gained the esteem of the conqueror of Dupleix. It is one of the privileges of genius to discern the genius of others. But even Clive, when he noted a young volunteer at Falta who seemed destined for better things than the handling of a musket, cannot have dreamed that he was giving an opportunity to a man whose name was to take as high a rank in the history of India as his own, whose deeds were to be no less fiercely battled over, whose part in the creation of a great Indian empire was to be as illustrious. All that India had been to Clive, a refuge, a battleground, a theatre of great deeds, and unfortunately also of great offences, the cause of almost unbearable triumph and almost intolerable humiliation, all that in as great a degree India was to be to Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings was born in December of 1732 in Churchill, Oxfordshire, near Daylesford in Worcester. His family had been a good as it was an old family, but it had come down in the world. It had grown poorer and poorer as the generations rolled on, and that manor of Daylesford, which had been in the family in the days of the second Henry, had passed in the days of Sheriff Muir into the hands of a Gloucester merchant. When Warren Hastings was born, The fortunes of the house had come to a very low ebb indeed. Pynaston Hastings, Warren Hastings' father, was perhaps as imbecile a man as ever yet was the means of bringing an illustrious son into the world. He seems to have been weak, foolish, shiftless, as worthless as a man well could be who was not actually a criminal. He had married very young, before he was 16. His wife had died shortly after giving birth to Warren Hastings. Pynaston married again, entered the Church when he was old enough to take holy orders, and drifted away into the West Indies, into outer darkness and oblivion, leaving children entirely dependent upon the charity of relatives. That charity did not fail, though at first it could be but meagerly extended. Warren Hastings' grandfather was desperately poor. All he could do for his deserted grandchild was to place him at the charity school of the village. There, habited almost like a beggar, taught as a beggar, the companion of clowns and playfellow of rustics, the future peer of kings and ruler of Rajas, the coming proconsul who was yet to make the state of England as imperial as the state of Rome, received his earliest lessons in the facts of life and dreamed his earliest dreams. His were strange dreams. In sleep, says a Persian poet with whom young Hastings was afterwards doubtless acquainted, the beggar and the king are equal. If Warren Hastings slept as a beggar, he certainly dreamed as a king. We know on his own statement that when he was but a child of 7 he cherished that wild ambition which was to lead him through so many glories and so many crimes. We are familiar with the picture of the boy leaning over the stream on that summer day and looking at the old dwelling of his race, and swearing to himself his oath of Hannibal that some day he would, if the stars were propitious, win back his inheritance. Somewhere about a year after this oath of Hannibal, the fortunes of the lad took a turn for the better. An uncle, Howard Hastings, who had a place in the customs, was willing to give a helping hand to the son of his graceless brother. He brought Warren Hastings to London. In London, Warren Hastings was first sent to school at Newington, where his mind was better nourished than his body. In later life he used to declare that his meagre proportions and stunted form were due to the hard living of his Newington days. But the Newington days came to an end. When he was some 12 years of age, his uncle sent him to Westminster School, where his name is still inscribed in letters of gold, and where his memory adds its lustre to the historic associations of a place that is richly blessed with historic associations. Warren Hastings distinguished himself in the great school of Westminster, as he had already distinguished himself in the little village school of Daylesford. With his oath of Hannibal burning in his mind, he seems to have determined to seek success in all that he attempted, and to gain it by his indomitable energy and will. If he was brilliant as a schoolboy, he was not therefore backward in those other arts which schoolboys prize beyond scholarship. He was as famous on the river for his swimming and his boating as he was famous in the classroom for his application and his ability. His masters predicted for him a brilliant university career, and it is possible that Hastings may have seen Daylesford Manor awaiting him at the end of such a career and have welcomed the prospect. But the life of Warren Hastings was not fated to pass in the cloistered greenness of a university or in the still air of delightful studies. Howard Hastings died and left his nephew to the care of a connection, a Mr. Chiswick, who happened to be a member of the East India Company. Perhaps Mr. Chiswick resented the obligation thus laid upon him. Perhaps, as a member of the East India Company, he honestly believed that to enter its service was the proudest privilege that a young man could enjoy. Whatever were his reasons, he resolutely refused to sanction his charge's career at the university, insisted upon his being placed for a season at a commercial school to learn arithmetic and bookkeeping, and then shipped him off out of hand to Bengal as an addition to the ranks of the Calcutta clerks. Thus it came to pass that Warren Hastings, like Clive, was sent to India by persons in England who were anxious to get rid of a troublesome charge. There were a good many persons in the years to come who were very ready to curse the obstinacy of the elder Clive and the asperity of Mr. Chiswick for sending two such terrible adventurers forth to the great battlefield of India. the history of our Indian Empire would certainly have been a very different story if only Mr. Clive had been more attached to his ne'er-do-well son, and if only Mr. Chiswick had been better affected towards his industrious charge. In the January of 1750 Warren Hastings said farewell to his dreams of a scholar's garland in England and sailed for India. In the October of the same year he landed in Bengal and altered the history of the world. Gentlemen adventurers who went out to India in the last century in the service of John Company seldom knew much, or indeed cared much, about the condition of the country which they were invading. They dreamed mostly of large fortunes, fortunes to be swiftly made and then brought home and expended splendidly, to the amazement of less fortunate stay-at-homes. For the past history of India they did not care a penny piece. What to them were the mythical deeds of Rama and of Krishna? What to them the marches of Semiramis and Sesostris, or the conquests of Alexander, or the fate and fortunes of the ancient kingdoms of the Deccan and Hindustan? They cared nothing for the spread of Mohammedan influence and authority, the glories of the Mogul Empire, the fate of Tamerlane, the fame of Aurungzebe. For them the history of India began with the merchant adventurers of 1659 and the East India Company of 1600, with the grant of Bombay to England as part of the dower which the Princess of Portugal brought to Charles II. Nor were they moved by imperial ambitions. It did not enter into their heads to conceive or to desire the addition of a vast Indian empire to the appanages of the English crown. They cared little for the conflicting creeds of India, for Brahmanism and Buddhism and Jainism and Hinduism and the sects of Islam. They knew little of the differing tongues talked over that vast continent, more than 500 in number, from the Hindi of 100 million men to the most restricted dialects of the mountains of Assam and Nepal. India for them meant the little space of earth where the English had a trading interest, and the regions of the shadowy potentates beyond, from whom in some way or other money might be got. When Warren Hastings landed in India, the relations of England and of Englishmen to India were just upon the turn. The star of Clive's fortunes was mounting toward its zenith. The fiery planet of Dupleix had begun to fail and pale and fade. The policy which Dupleix had adopted, that policy of intrigue with the native princes of India, the English East India Company had been forced in self-defense and very reluctantly to adopt. Having adopted it, the men of the English East India Company proved themselves to be better players at the game than Dupleix. Warren Hastings, driving his pen at a desk in Calcutta, or looking after silk spinning in the factory of Kazim Bazar near Murshidabad on the Ganges, was able to watch almost from its beginnings the great political drama in which he was destined in his time to play so great a part, and which was to end in giving England a great Asiatic empire. When Suraj ud Dowlah declared war against the English, his first move was to fall upon the Kazim Bazar settlement. Warren Hastings and the other English residents were made prisoners and sent to Murshidabad, where, through the intervention of the Dutch Company, they were humanely treated. Then came the madman's march on Calcutta, the horror of the Black Hole, and the flight of the governor and the Company's servants to the little fort at Falta in the Hooghly below Calcutta. Communications were entered upon between Governor Drake in Falta Island and Hastings at Murshidabad, with a view to coming to terms with Suraj ud Dowlah. Warren Hastings was already, however, developing that genius for Oriental diplomacy which afterwards so characterized his career. He was made aware of the treason that was hatching against Suraj ud Dowlah in his own court and among his own friends, and he was quite ready to play his part and find his account in that treason. Treason is a risky game for a political prisoner at a court like that of Suraj ud Dowlah. Warren Hastings was quick-witted enough to see that the sooner he got away from that court the better for himself. He succeeded accordingly in making his escape and joining the fugitives at Falta. Here two things of moment happened to him. He met the woman who was to be his first wife, and he met the great man who was to give him his first chance for fame. Among the refugees from Calcutta was the widow of a Captain Campbell. Warren Hastings fell in love with her, and afterwards, in an hour of greatest security, he married her. He seems to have been very fond of her, and to have been very happy with her, but she died very soon after the marriage, and the two children she bore him both died young. So that episode came to an end. The more momentous meeting was with Clive. When the Madras expedition appeared in the Hooghly, Warren Hastings volunteered to serve in the ranks, shouldered his gun, and took his part in the fighting round Calcutta. But Clive's keen eyes discerned stuff for better things than the sieging of Indian forts in the young volunteer. When Suraj ud Dowlah's defeat ended in Suraj ud Dowlah's death, and the traitorous Mir Jaffier sat on the throne in his stead, Warren Hastings was sent to the court of the new prince at Murshidabad, originally as second to the company's representative, Mr. Scratton, and afterwards as sole representative. At Murshidabad, Warren Hastings had every opportunity to justify Clive's acumen in singling him out for distinction. The post he held was one of exceptional difficulty and delicacy. Mir Jaffier was not altogether an agreeable person to get on with. The English in India were taking their first lessons in Oriental intrigue. They were learning that if it was not particularly difficult to upset one tyrant and place another on his throne, it was not always easy to keep that other on the throne, or at all safe to rely upon his loyalty to the men who had brought about his exaltation. Mir Jaffier was surrounded by enemies. His court, like every other Oriental court, was honeycombed with intrigues against him. His English patrons, or rather his English masters, proved to have an itching palm. They were always wanting money, and Mir Jaffier had not always got enough money in his treasury to content their desires. So he began to intrigue against the English with the Dutch, and the English found him out and promptly knocked him off his throne and set up a new puppet in his stead. By this time Clive had returned to England, and the direction of the destinies of the East India Company was in the hands of the governor, Mr. Vansittart, a well-meaning man whose views were not the views of Clive. Clive objected very much to the course which the East India Company was pursuing. He wrote a letter to the London Board, rebuking in no measured language the defects and evils of the Indian administration. Once again Clive was the cause of Warren Hastings' advancement. The London Board ordered the instant dismissal of all the officials who had signed Clive's letter, and Warren Hastings was appointed to fill one of the vacant places. The 5 years that elapsed between the departure of Clive for England in 1760 and his return to India in 1765 are not years that reflect much credit upon the East India Company's administration. They had suddenly found themselves lifted from a condition of dependency and at one moment of despair to a position of unhoped-for authority and influence. New to such power, dazzled by such influence, they abused the one and they misused the other. But the part that Warren Hastings played during this unfortunate 5 years reflects only credit upon himself. The vices of the East India Company were not his vices. He was no party to their abuse of their power or their misuse of their influence. When he was advanced from the Patna Agency, his place was taken by a Mr. Ellis, who seems to have been exceptionally and peculiarly unfitted for the delicate duties of his post. He appears to have carried on all his negotiations and communications with the Nawab Mir Qasim with a high-handed arrogance and an absence of tact which were in their way astonishing. Relations between the Nawab and Mr. Ellis as the company's representative became so strained that in 1762 Warren Hastings was again sent to Patna to investigate the whole trouble. Clive's judgment was already justified. Warren Hastings' ability had already found much of the recognition it deserved. His 12 years of Indian life had changed him from the adventurous, inexperienced lad into the ripe and skilful statesman upon whom his masters were confident that they could rely in such a moment of emergency as had now come. It would have been better for the company if they had taken the advice that Warren Hastings gave in the report on the quarrel between the Nawab on the one side and Mr. Ellis on the other. He was a servant of John Company, but he was too good a servant not to see the faults of his masters and the follies to which those faults were leading. The company had blundered very badly before the coming of Clive, had blundered through false security, through negligence, through pusillanimity, through greed. After the victories of Clive had placed the board in Leadenhall Street and its representatives in India on a very different footing, the company blundered through rapacity, through selfishness, through the arrogance born of an unforeseen success. All manner of oppressions and injustices were committed under the powerful protection of the English name. Hastings declared that the only way of ending the difficulty was to come to some definite settlement with the Nawab as to his authority on the one hand and the company's privileges on the other. Together with Mr. Vansittart, the governor, Hastings visited the Nawab, and a plan of conciliation was made by which the rights of the Nawab and the rights of the company were duly apportioned and declared. But the headstrong council of the company refused the propositions of Warren Hastings and Vansittart, and refused to make any concessions to the Nawab. The irritated Nawab retaliated by abolishing all internal duties upon trade, by which act he deprived the English of the unjust advantages for which they had contended. It was now a question which should attack the other first, and Mr. Ellis, hearing a rumor of intended hostilities on the part of Mir Kasim, attacked the Nawab, drove him out of his dominions, and set up Mir Jaffier again for a time. Hastings protested against these acts and declared that he would have resigned, but that he was unwilling to leave the company while engaged in a harassing war. But his position was uncomfortable. His counsels and those of Mr. Vansittart were unheeded. English aggression continued. Mr. Vansittart left for England in 1764, and in the December of that year Hastings followed him, glad to leave a scene of so much disorder, a disorder that was to increase alarmingly until, in the September of 1765, Clive reappeared in India and set things straight again. Of no period of Warren Hastings' life is less known than of the 4 years which he spent in his native land from 1765 to 1769. He did not return to England like the traditional nabob, with pockets overflowing with rupees. He had not employed his time and his energies, as so many other servants of John Company had done, solely to the furthering of his own fortunes and the filling of his own pockets. If he had sailed for India 14 years earlier as a penniless lad, he returned to England comparatively a poor man. He had tried his hand at the commerce like everyone else in India, but commerce was not much in his line. He had the capacities of a statesman, he had the tastes of a man of letters, but he did not in any great degree possess the qualities to go to make a successful merchant. It is even said that he had to borrow the money to pay his passage home, and it seems certain that when he was home the generous way in which he endeavored to assist his relations sorely taxed his meagre means. Hastings seems to have sought for distinction in the career of a man of letters and not to have found it. The ability which he displayed in administration and the writing of state papers and political correspondence vanished whenever he attempted to produce work that made a more ambitious claim to be considered literature. The clearness of statement, the width of view, the logical form, the firm grasp and profound knowledge which were characteristic of the evidence he gave before the House of Commons Committee in 1766 gave place to a thin and niggling pedantry of style when he turned his pen to the essays and the verses of a man of letters. Yet there were some topics on which he was eminently qualified to write, and by which, under happier conditions, he might have earned distinction. While he was in India, he had not allowed his active mind to be entirely occupied with the duties of his official career. That love of literature, that marvellous capacity for acquiring knowledge which had characterized him in his Westminster school days, remained with him at the desk of the East India Company and in the courts of Indian princes. He gave great attention to the languages and the literatures of the East. Most of those English who served their term in India contented themselves, when they troubled themselves at all about the matter, with learning as much of the native vernaculars with which they were brought into contact as was necessary for the carrying on of a conversation and the giving of an order. With such a measure of knowledge Warren Hastings was not content. He studied Persian, the courtly language of India, closely. He read much in its enchanting literature. When he came back to England in 1765, he was possessed of a knowledge of the most beautiful of the Eastern languages, as rare as it was useless then for an English man of letters to possess. Almost a century later, the great American transcendentalist Emerson prophesied a rise of Orientalism in England, and he lived to see his words come true. But in the days when Warren Hastings was striving to make his way in London as an author, the influence of the East upon literature, upon scholarship, upon thought, was scarcely perceptible. People read indeed the Arabian Nights in Monsieur Galland's delightful version, read the Persian tales of Petit de la Croix, read all the translations of the many sham Oriental tales which the popularity of Galland and Petit de la Croix had called for in Paris, and which the Parisian writers were ready to supply. But serious Oriental scholarship can hardly be said to have existed in England. Sir William Jones was the only Englishman of distinction who was earnestly devoted to Eastern studies, but his Persian grammar, which was in some degree the foundation stone of Persian scholarship in England, had not yet appeared, and Sir William Jones was still writing to Ravishki those delightful letters in which he raves about the poetry of the Arabs and the Persians. Thus the scholarship of Warren Hastings placed him in an exceedingly small minority among Englishmen of letters. Hastings was not the man to be alarmed or discouraged by finding himself in a minority. He was as impassioned an admirer of Persian poetry as Sir William Jones. He considered that the Persian language should be included in the studies of all well-educated men. He dreamed of animating the waning fires of Oriental learning at Oxford. He had a vision in his mind of a new scholarship to be called into being by the generosity of the East India Company. He thought of Englishmen becoming as familiar with the deeds of Rustum as with the wrath of Achilles, as intimate with ghazals of Hafiz as with the odes of Horace. He seems to have visited Dr. Johnson in the hope of securing him as an ally in his scheme. The scheme came to nothing, but the learning, the literary taste, and scholarly ambition of Hastings made a strong impression upon Johnson, who entertained a stately regard for the young man from India. It soon became plain to Warren Hastings that he was not going to make much of a livelihood, either by Persian poetry or by the calling of a man of letters. His thoughts had turned back to India within a year of his return to England, and he had applied for employment to the Company, but for some reason his request was not granted. In 1768, however, the Court of Directors appointed him to a seat in the Council at Madras, and early in the following year, 1769, he sailed again for India on his most momentous voyage. Not only was that ship, the Duke of Grafton, bearing him to a career of the greatest glory and the greatest obloquy, not only was it carrying him to a grandeur and a fall almost unparalleled in the history of men who were not monarchs. On board the Duke of Grafton, Warren Hastings was to meet with one of the most serious influences in his life. We have already seen how Hastings had married, had been a father, and how wife and children had passed out of his life and left him alone. Hastings was a man of strong emotions. Now he met a woman who awoke all the strongest emotions of his nature and won his devotion for the rest of his life. The Baroness von Imhoff was a young, beautiful, attractive woman married to a knavish adventurer. It is certain that she and Hastings felt a warm attachment for each other. It seems certain that Imhoff connived at, or at least winked at, the attachment. It may be that the understanding between Hastings and Imhoff was in this sense honorable, that the Baron was willing to free his wife from an unhappy union, that she might form a happy union. It may be that Hastings' passion was indeed, in Macaulay's fine phrase, patient of delay. The simple facts that call for no controversy are that Hastings met the Baroness von Imhoff in 1769 that 8 years later, in 1777, Imhoff, with the aid of Hastings' money, obtained his divorce in the Franconian courts, and that the woman who had been his wife became the wife of Hastings. She made him a devoted wife. He made her a devoted husband. Hastings was never a profligate. In an age that was not remarkable for morality, his life was apparently moral even to austerity. His relationships with the Imhoffs constituted the only charge of immorality that has been brought against him, and the charge, at least, is not of the gravest kind. If Anglo-Indian society was at first inclined to be uncharitable, if the great ladies of its little world held aloof in the beginning from the Baroness von Imhoff, her marriage with Hastings seems to have restored her to general favor and esteem. Warren Hastings found plenty of work cut out for him on his return to India. He had his own ideas, and strong ideas, about the necessity for reforms. He was much opposed to the policy of sending out as secretaries to the local governments men who were without local experience, and therefore less likely to take a warm interest in the company's welfare, while such appointments were in themselves unjust to the claims of the company's own servants. He vehemently urged the necessity for making the rewards of the service more adequate to the duties of the service, and he announced himself as determined to do all he could for the improvement of the company's finances, so far as it can be effected without encroaching upon their future income. If Hastings could scheme out needed reforms on his way out, he found on his arrival that the need for reform was little short of appalling. The position which Hastings held was a curious one. He was president of the council, it is true, but president of a council of which every member had an equal vote, and many of the members of which had personal reasons for wishing to oppose the reforms that Hastings was coming out to accomplish. A disorganized government had to be reorganized, an exhausted exchequer to be refilled, a heartbreaking debt to be reduced, and all this had to be done under conditions that well might have shaken a less dauntless spirit than that of Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings was never for one moment shaken. In a very short space of time he had greatly bettered the administrative system, had fostered the trade of the country by the adoption of a uniform and low customs duty, and had greatly furthered the establishment of civilized rule in the province conquered by Clive. He accomplished this in the face of difficulties and all dissensions in his council, against subtle native intrigues, against opposition open and covert of the most persistent kind. Every creature who throve out of the disorganization of India naturally worked in the daylight or in the dark against Hastings' effort at organization. In 1771, when he was made governor of Bengal, he had attempted much and succeeded in much. He fought hard with the secret terror of dacoity. Having given Bengal a judicial system, he proceeded to increase its usefulness by drawing up a code of Mohammedan and Hindu law. For the former, he used the digest made by command of Aurungzebe. For the second, he employed 10 learned pundits, the result of whose labor was afterwards translated into English by Halhed, who had been the friend of Sheridan and his rival for the hand of Miss Linley. The work which Warren Hastings accomplished in India must be called gigantic. He created organization out of chaos. He marched straight forward upon the course which Clive had already marked out as the path of the East India Company's glory. The East India Company was not very eager to advance along that path. Hastings spurred its sluggish spirit, and though he was not able to do all his daring nature dreamed of, he left behind him a long record of great achievements: the annexation of Benares, the practical subjection of Oudh, the extension of British dominion, the triumphs of British arm, must be remembered to the credit of Warren Hastings when his career as a great English adventurer is being summed up. That British Empire in India, for which Clive unconsciously labored, owes its existence today in no small degree to the genius, to the patience, and to the untiring energy of Warren Hastings. End of Section 23. Section 24 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 58, Warren Hastings, Part 2. The two heaviest charges leveled against Warren Hastings are in connection with the Rohilla War and with the trial of Nand Kumar, now better known as Nand Kumar. The genius of Burke and the genius of Macaulay have served not merely to intensify the feeling against Hastings, but in some degree to form the judgments and bias the opinions of later writers. But it is only due to the memory of a great man to remember that both in the case of the Rohilla War and in the case of Nand Kumar there were two sides to the question, and the Hastings side has not always been investigated with the care it deserves. The adversary who denounced him in the House of Commons and impeached him in Westminster Hall, the adversary who assailed him with a splendid prose, were alike inspired by a longing for justice and a hatred of oppression. But it should be possible now, when more than a century has passed since the indictment of the one, and well nigh half a century since the indictment of the other, to remember that if Hastings cannot be exculpated, there is at least a measure of excuse to be offered for his action. There is much to be said from a certain point of view in defense of Warren Hastings' action with regard to the Rohilla War. The Rohilla chiefs were no doubt a danger to the Nawab of Oudh, whom Hastings regarded as a useful ally of the Company. By the conquest of Rohilkhand, Hastings hoped to obtain for that ally a compact state shut in effectually from foreign invasion by the Ganges all the way from the frontiers of Bahar to the mountains of Tibet, while at the same time this useful ally would remain equally accessible to the British forces either for hostilities or protection. Put in this way, the case seemed no doubt plausible enough to Hastings and to all who thought with Hastings that Indian chiefs and princes were but pieces on a board, to be pushed this way or that way, advanced or removed altogether at the pleasure and for the advantage of the English resident and ruler. But what actually happened was that Hastings, in defiance of the whole principle of the Company's administration in India, interfered in the contests of native races and lent the force of English arms to aid a despot in the extirpation of his enemies. It is not to the point to urge that the Rohillas were not undeserving of their fate. Even if the Rohillas were little other than robber chiefs, even if their existence constituted a weak point in the lines of defense against the ever-terrible Mahrattas, all this did not, in the eyes of Burke and of those who thought with Burke, justify Hastings in lending English arms for their extermination and receiving Indian money for the loan. They saw an act of hideous injustice and corruption where Hastings saw merely a piece of ingenious state policy. He gave the troops, he got the money. The Rohillas were destroyed as an independent power, and the Company was richer than it had been before the transaction by some £400,000. The story of Nand Kumar comes into the history as the result of an organic change in the composition and administration of the East India Company. North's Regulating Act of 1773 made many changes in the administration of English India. The changes that most directly concerned Hastings converted the Governor of Bengal into a Governor-General and reduced his council to 4 members. The governments of Madras and Bombay were placed under the joint control of the Governor-General and Council. Hastings was appointed, naturally enough, to be the new Governor-General. His 4 councillors were Richard Barwell, General Clavering, Colonel Monson, and Philip Francis. Barwell was the only one who was a member of Hastings' old council. The others were in England. They had been chosen expressly to guide Indian policy in accordance with the rules of the home government. Clavering and Monson had already earned some distinction of soldierly kind. Francis was by far the ablest of the 3. the author of the Letters of Junius, was much of a scholar and something of a statesman, but he was a man of a fierce and unbending temper, prompt to quarrel, hotly arrogant in argument, unrelenting in his hatred of those who crossed his purposes. These were not the kind of men with whom Hastings was likely to get on, and from the moment of their landing in India, where they complained that they were not received with sufficient ceremony, they and Hastings were furiously hostile. The meetings of the Governor-General and his council became so many pitched battles, in which Hastings, aided only by Barwell, fought with tenacity and patience against men whose determination appeared to be in every possible instance to undo what he had done and to oppose what he proposed to do. They treated him as if he were little better than a clerk in the Company's service. They acted as if their one purpose was to drive him out of public life. As soon as it was plain that the new men of the new council were hostile to Hastings, Hastings' enemies were eager enough to come forward and help in the work. One of Hastings' oldest and bitterest enemies was the Brahmin Nand Kumar. Nand Kumar had always been hostile to Hastings. Now, when Hastings was in danger, was threatened with defeat and with disgrace, Nand Kumar came forward with a whole string of accusations against him, accusations to which Francis, Clavering, and Monson listened eagerly. Nand Kumar accused Hastings of many acts of shameless bribery, declared that he himself had bribed him in large sums, and produced a letter from a native princess in which she avowed that she had bribed Hastings in large sums. The three councillors appeared to have accepted every word uttered by Nand Kumar as gospel truth. Hastings, on his side, refused to be arraigned at his own council board by a man whom he alleged to be of notoriously infamous character, though he and Barwell were perfectly willing that the whole matter should be referred to the Supreme Court. At last Hastings withdrew from the council, followed by Barwell. The others immediately voted Clavering into the chair, summoned Nand Kumar before them, listened to all that he had to say, and on that evidence, in the absence of the accused man, the self-constituted tribunal found Hastings guilty of taking bribes from the princess and ordered him to repay the sum of £35,000 to the public treasury. For the moment it seemed as if Francis and his party had carried the day. Hastings had his back to the wall. He seemed to be well-nigh friendless. The triumvirate declared that there was no form of peculation from which Hastings had thought it reasonable to abstain, and they formally charged him with having acquired by peculation a fortune of no less than 40 lakhs of rupees in 2 years and a half. Suddenly, when the position of Hastings appeared to be at its worst, it changed. Nand Kumar and 2 Englishmen named Folk, who had been very zealous against Hastings, were charged before the Supreme Court with conspiracy in having compelled a native revenue farmer to bear false witness against Hastings. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was Elijah Impey, Hastings' old and attached friend, a circumstance of which much has been made. While Nand Kumar was bound over for trial on the charge of conspiracy, another and more serious charge was brought against him by a native attorney who accused him of forging and publishing a bond. On this charge Nand Kumar was arrested, and after a lengthy hearing of the case committed to the common jail. There is nothing very surprising in this charge of forgery. Forgery was not a very serious crime in the eyes of such men as either Nand Kumar or his accuser. It was made plain that whether he had forged the bond or no, he had forged the letter from the princess upon which the charge against Hastings was based, for the princess herself declared it to be a forgery. It had aroused some suspicion even before the disclaimer, on account of the signature, which did not resemble her signature in undoubted and authentic communications. On the question of the forged bond, Nand Kumar was duly and apparently fairly tried. It was not very much of a charge. The business was very old. The native attorney had been seeking for some time to bring Nand Kumar to trial, and had only substituted a criminal for a civil suit when the establishment of the Supreme Court enabled him to do so. Nand Kumar's trial ended in conviction, and conviction for forgery brought with it by the English law sentence of death. Whatever may be thought of the crime and of forgery in England, it certainly was not looked upon in India by Indians as a criminal offence of the kind that called for the severest penalty of the law. But Nand Kumar had been tried by English law. His judges, in order to show their fidelity not merely to the spirit but to all the forms of English law, had worn their heavy wigs all through the torrid heat of those Calcutta June days. By the English law he was convicted and sentenced to death. The triumvirate made little or no attempt to save the man on whose word they had relied. On August 5, 1775, Nand Kumar was hanged on the Maidan outside Calcutta. He met his death with the composed courage of a man who looked upon himself as a martyr. Whatever his offences may have been, he had done nothing which in his own eyes or in the eyes of his fellow countrymen called for the pitiless punishment which fell upon him. Of course, the important question is how far, if at all, Hastings was concerned in the death of Nand Kumar. That is just the question which it is impossible to answer definitely. The certain facts are that Nand Kumar was Hastings' enemy, that Impey was Hastings' friend, that at a moment of grave crisis in Hastings' life, when Nand Kumar was the most eminent witness against his name and fame, that witness was arraigned on a charge that was very old, that had been suddenly converted from a civil to a criminal charge, that he was tried, found guilty, and executed. On the basis of that bare narrative of facts, it would seem that if Hastings had nothing to do with the matter, he might almost as well have had, as far as the judgment of posterity went. The thing was too apt, the conditions too peculiar, not to leave their stigma upon the memory of the man who gained most by them. At the same time, it must be remembered that however black the arguments against Hastings may seem, there is no positive proof that he was directly implicated in what his enemies called the judicial murder of Nand Kumar. It must be remembered that the writer who has gone most deeply into the whole ugly story, Sir James Stephen, in his careful Story of Nand Kumar, has, after long and exhaustive analysis of every particular of the case, recorded his judgment in favor of Impey and of Hastings. Sir James Stephen's judgment is not final indeed, but it must have weight with anyone who attempts impartially to appreciate two public men who have been accused for more than a century of a terrible crime. Sir James Stephen believes that Nand Kumar's trial was perfectly fair, and that Hastings had no share whatever in the prosecution, and that there was no collusion of any kind between Hastings and Impey with regard to the trial, the verdict, or the execution. Every one must form as best he may his own judgment upon the matter and the men, but Sir James Stephen's opinion is one that must be taken into account in any attempt to decide. The death of Nand Kumar did not end the struggle between Hastings and his three antagonists. While they made no further attempt of a like kind, the fate of Nand Kumar, said Francis, would prevent any further native information against the Governor-General. They still resolutely strove by all possible means to cross and check him. It is not necessary to follow in all their mean and wearisome details the particulars of that prolonged conflict. The odds were against Hastings until the death of Monson, when by means of his own casting vote and the adhesion of Barwell, Hastings found himself the master of the majority at the council table. But the persistence of the attacks had the result at home, where an ill-advised offer of resignation made by Hastings was seized upon by the directors of the company. The resignation was accepted. Weller was appointed Governor-General in his stead, and pending his arrival in India the post was to be filled by Clavering. This was a severe blow for Hastings. At first he thought of yielding to it, in which case his career in India would have been closed. But Clavering's indecent eagerness to seize upon the Governor Generalship before it was fairly vacant forced Hastings to defiance. He refused to surrender his office to Clavering. Clavering called upon the army to support him. Hastings called upon the army to stand fast by him. The army followed Hastings, and the support of the men of the sword was followed by the support of the men of the robe. The judges of the Supreme Court backed Hastings and censured Clavering, and a little later Clavering's death left Hastings for the time supreme in the Council chamber. His supremacy was contested after the arrival of Wheler, who immediately sided with Francis against Hastings, but the supremacy was not overthrown. Hastings was in the majority. He would not allow the alliance of Francis and Wheler to impede him in his purposes, and he stuck to his post as Governor General. The East India Company made no effort to enforce his resignation. The Court of Directors resented his conduct and found fault with him persistently, but they could not overlook his influence with the Court of Proprietors, and the condition of affairs in India was too grave to make the dismissal of Hastings wise or politic. The Government bore Hastings little love, and the King in particular was much incensed at his refusal to resign, and was all for his recall and the recall of Barwell, who had abetted, and the judges who had supported him. But the struggle with the American colonies absorbed the attention of the Administration too closely to allow them to interfere so markedly in the affairs of India at a moment when interference might perhaps have a result not unlike the Civil War. English opposition was not the only difficulty that Warren Hastings had to contend with. Like the monarch in the Arabian tale, who discerns armies marching against his capital from every point of the compass, Hastings found enemies rising up against him in all directions. A league of three native powers menaced the safety of the British possessions. The Mahratta states combined with the Nizam of the Deccan. Both again combined with a new power whose rise had been as rapid as it was alarming, the Mohammedan power of Haidar in Mysore. When Warren Hastings arrived in India the second time, Haidar was in his 67th year. He was born in 1702 as the son of a Mogul officer in the Punjab. At his death, Haidar held a rank somewhat similar to that of a captain in the service of the Emperor of Delhi. Haidar deemed, and rightly deemed, that there was little or no opportunity for his ambition in that service, and his eyes, seeking for a better chief, found the man in Nunjaraj, the nominal vizier and real ruler of the Rajah of Mysore. In 1750 Haidar persuaded the troops under his command to leave their Mogul prince and take service with the sovereign of Mysore. Under that sovereignty he rose rapidly to distinction. Though he was little better than a robber chieftain, the ablest and most daring robber of a horde of robbers, his power grew so rapidly that in time he was able to supplant Nunjaraj and in the end to usurp the sovereignty of Mysore in 1761. Haidar had his bitter grudge against the English. In 1771 he had been badly beaten by the Mahrattas and had appealed to the English to help him, as they had undertaken by treaty to do. But the help was refused to the defeated prince, and the defeated prince swore an oath of vengeance against the English, and when the time seemed ripe he did his best to keep his oath. When, in 1779, France declared war against England, Haidar declared in favor of the French. He gave his sword to the service of the Grand Confederacy in 1778 and prepared to march upon Madras. The President and the Council were taken unawares. It was not until Haidar had marched with fire and sword into the Carnatic, and that the smoke of the villages he destroyed in his progress could be seen from Madras, that they learned that Haidar was in earnest, and not merely making a menace in the hope of frightening the English into an advantageous treaty. Hastings himself seems to have been convinced that Haidar did not mean to attack the Company, but when the Mysore prince's purpose was plain, every effort was made to stay his onset. Lord Macartney, although not one of the Company's servants, was made governor of Madras. Haidar was compelled for the time to abandon his attempt upon the Carnatic. In 1783 his hatred of the English was ended by his sudden death, but he bequeathed it as a rich legacy to his son Tippu, a man as daring and as ambitious as his sire. Hastings won away by concessions the Marathas and the Nizam from the cause of Tippu, but Tippu had his French allies, and Tippu and his French allies carried on a campaign successful enough to force the English practically to appeal for a peace which Tippu accorded in a treaty flattering at once to his pride and to his ambition. It was a somewhat dearly bought peace for the English, for Tippu, regarding the advances of the English as a proof of their weakness, made demands far more arrogant than his successes justified, and those demands were agreed to by the English envoys. The treaty with Tippu had to be made on a basis of mutual restitution of conquests, so that England was left at the end of the struggle against Mysore with a great loss both of men and money, and no advantages, territorial or strategical, to set against the loss. Even the peace upon these terms obtained did not prove a lasting peace. Tippu was not unnaturally tempted by the concessions of the English into further displays of arrogance, which in time inevitably resulted in another war. But by the time that war broke out, Warren Hastings had returned to England and had no further personal concern with the affairs of British India. In the meantime, Hastings' feud with his antagonists on the Council Board continued. A kind of reconciliation, a kind of agreement with Francis, enabled Hastings to allow Barwell to return to England and still to leave the Governor-General in authority at the Board. But Hastings found that reconciliation or agreement with Francis was practically impossible. Rightly or wrongly, Francis renewed his old policy of attacking every proposal and interfering with every project that Hastings entertained. At last the long quarrel came to a violent head. Hastings replied to one of Francis's minutes in some severe words, in which he declared himself unable to rely upon Francis's word, as he had found Francis to be a man devoid of truth and honor. Such a charge, made in those days, was generally to be met with in only one way. In that way Francis met it. Francis challenged Hastings to a duel. Hastings accepted the challenge. The antagonists met, exchanged shots, and Francis fell, severely wounded, before the pistol of Hastings. Hastings sent friendly messages to Francis and offered to visit him, but Francis rejected his overtures absolutely, and on his return to health renewed his attacks upon Hastings until the close of the year, when he sailed for England to carry on more successfully his plans against his enemy. Well as the Supreme Court had served Hastings in the case of Nuncomar and in the quarrel with Clavering, the time came when Hastings found himself placed in a position of temporary hostility to that court and to his old friend Impey. The bad machinery of the Act of 1773 left room for almost every possibility of friction between the Supreme Court on the one hand and the Council on the other. Instead of framing, as it should have framed, its measure so as to allow the two powers to work harmoniously together, each in its own sphere, for the welfare of British India, the friction grew more intense as time went on. Sometimes one party to the quarrel was in the right, sometimes the other. Whichever was the case, the spectacle of the quarrel was in itself sufficiently humiliating and sufficiently dangerous. Hastings devised a scheme for the better regulation of the powers and privileges of the two conflicting bodies, but his scheme was put on one side by the British Government, and the Court and the Council remained as irreconcilable as before. At last it reached such a pitch that the Court issued a summons against the Government. The Government ignored the summons. Things stood at a deadlock. The personal relationships of Hastings and Impey were strained almost to severance. In this crisis Hastings thought of and carried out a compromise. He offered to Impey the presidency of the Company's chief civil court. Impey accepted the offer, and though he has been severely censured for what has been called the taking of a bribe, the compromise proved to be the best way out of the difficulty that had arisen. Impey, who has been happily called the first of Indian codifiers, showed himself to be an excellent head for the provincial courts that were thus put under his control. The provincial courts had been hitherto more of a curse than a blessing. Under Impey's guidance they were brought into harmony with the Supreme Court. Impey was not long suffered to remain in his new office. 2 years after his acceptance of the post, he was removed from it by order of the Court of Directors, but the work he had done in that short time was good work and left abiding traces. Hastings' plan had borne fruit in Impey's code, and afterwards in the passing of an Act of Parliament clearly defining the jurisdiction and the powers of the Supreme Court. One of the latest acts of Warren Hastings' administration was also one of the acts which most provoked the indignation and the resentment of those who in England were watching with hostile eyes the progress of his career. Chait Singh, the Rajah of Benares, held authority at first under the ruler of Oude and afterwards under the government of the East India Company, to whom the sovereign of Oude had transferred it. The Rajah of Benares paid a certain tribute to the Company. The heavy necessities of the war compelled Hastings to call upon the Rajah for a larger sum. The step was not unusual. In time of war, a vassal of the Company might very well expect to be called upon for an increased levy, but the Rajah of Benares was very unwilling to give this proof of his devotion to the Company. He demurred, temporized, promised aid of men-at-arms, which was never rendered. Hastings seems to have been convinced, first of all, that the Rajah was possessed of enormous wealth and could well afford to pay heavily for the privilege of being ruled over by the Company, and in the second place that it was necessary for the power and influence of the Company to force the almost mutinous Rajah to his knees. He made a final demand for no less than 50 lakhs, or £500,000, and set off himself for Benares to compel the Rajah to obey. Hastings never wanted courage, but his Benares expedition was certainly the most daring deed of his whole life. He entered the sacred city of Benares, attended by an escort of a mere handful of men, and in Benares, in the midst of a hostile population and practically in the power of the Rajah, he acted as if he were the absolute master of prince, people, and city. He insisted upon his full demands being complied with, and as the Rajah's reply appeared to be unsatisfactory, he immediately ordered his assistant, Mr. Markham, to place the Rajah under arrest. The audacity of the step was so great as to suggest either that Hastings was acting with the recklessness of despair, or had formed no thought as to the not merely possible but probable result of his action. The Rajah accepted the confinement to his palace with a dignified protest. 2 companies of sepoys were placed to guard him. These sepoys had no ammunition. They were surrounded by swarms of the Rajah's soldiery, raging at the insult offered to their lord. The Rajah's men fell upon the sepoys and cut them and their English officers to pieces. The Rajah lowered himself to the river by a rope of turbans, crossed the Ganges, and shut himself up in his stronghold of Ramnagar. Hastings' life was in imminent peril. Had he remained where he was, he and his 30 Englishmen and his 20 sepoys would have been massacred. He fled in the darkness of the night to the fortress of Chunar, about 30 miles from Benares, where there was a small garrison of the Company's troops. However rash Hastings might have been in provoking the conflict with the Rajah, once it was provoked, he carried himself with admirable courage and coolness. Shut up with a small force in a region blazing with armed rebellion, menaced by an army of 40,000 men, he acted with as much composure and ability as if he were the unquestionable master of the situation. He declined all offers of assistance from the Vizier of Oude, rejected all Chait Singh's overtures for peace, and issued his orders to the forces that were gradually rallying around him with rare tact and judgment. In a very short time the whole aspect of affairs changed. the company's forces under Major Popham defeated the Rajah's troops, captured fort after fort, drove the Rajah to take refuge in Bundelkund, and brought the city and district of Benares under British rule again. Hastings immediately declared that the fugitive Rajah's estates were forfeited, and he bestowed them upon the Rajah's nephew upon tributary terms which bound him faster to the company and exacted double the revenue formerly payable into the company's exchequer. But the money which Hastings so urgently needed, the money for which he had struck his bold stroke at Benares, was still lacking. All the booty gained in the reduction of Benares had been divided among the victors. None of it had found its way into the company's coffers. The Vizier of Oude was deeply in the company's debt, but the Vizier of Oude was in desperately straitened circumstances and could not pay his debt. Knowing Hastings' need, the Vizier proposed to him certain plans he had formed for raising money by seizing upon the estates of the two Begums, his mother, the widow of the late Nawab, and his grandmother, the late Nawab's mother. The Vizier may have had just claims enough upon the Begums, but it was peculiarly rash and unjustifiable of Hastings to make himself a party to the Vizier's interests. Hastings, unhappily for himself, lent the Vizier the aid of the company's troops. The Begums, who were quite prepared to resist their feeble-spirited relation, did not go so far as to oppose the company in arms. Their palace was occupied, their treasure seized, their servants imprisoned, and they themselves suffered discomforts and slights of a kind which constituted very real indignities and insults in the eyes of Mohammedan women. This was practically the last, as it was the most foolish act of Hastings' rule. It had the misfortune for him of stirring the indignant soul of Burke. End of section 24. Section 25 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Hartly McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 59. The Great Impeachment, Part 1. Burke's spacious mind was informed by a passion for justice. He was not cast in the mold of men who make concessions to their virtues or compacts with their virtues. He could not for a moment admit that the aggrandizement of the empire should be gained by a single act of injustice, and in his eyes Warren Hastings' career was stained by a long succession of acts of injustice. He certainly would not do evil that good might come of it. If the Rohilla War was a crime, if the execution of Nand Kumar was an infamy, if the deposition of Chait Singh and the plundering of the Begums were crimes, then no possible advantage that these crimes might cause to the temporal greatness of the State could weigh for one moment in the balance with Burke. In the high court of Burke's mind, Warren Hastings was a doomed, a degraded man, even though it could have been proved, or indeed it would have been hard to prove, that any ill deeds which Warren Hastings had done were essential to the maintenance of English rule and English glory in India. But if England's gain and England's glory in India depended upon such deeds, he, for his part, would have refused the gain and shuddered at the glory. If Burke's all-conquering passion was a passion for justice, perhaps his keenest political taste was for India and the affairs of India. At a time when our Indian Empire was merely in its dawn, at a time when the affairs of India were looked upon by the nation at large as the commercial matters of a company, Burke allowed all the resources of his great mind to be employed in the study of India. He knew India, he who had never sailed its seas or touched its shores, as probably no other Englishman of his time knew India, not even those whose lives had been for the most part passed in the country. In this comprehensive knowledge Burke was able to impart again with a readiness that was never unreliable, with a copiousness that was never redundant. He gave a fascination to the figures of Indian finance. He made the facts of contemporary Indian history live with all the charm of the most famous events of Greco-Roman history. India in his hands became what it rightly is, but what few had thought it till then, one of the most fascinating of human studies. Indian affairs on his lips allied all the allurement of a romance with all the statistical accuracy of a parliamentary report. Such a genius for the presentation of facts, inspired by such a passion for justice, has enriched English literature with some of its noblest and most truthful pages. The pith of all Burke's India policy, the truth upon which all his splendid sermons of Indian administration were preached, is to be found in one single sentence on the Nabob of Arcot's debts. In that single speech the whole of Burke's theory of government is summed up with the directness of an epigram and the authority of a law. Fraud, injustice, oppression, peculation engendered in India are crimes of the same blood, family, and caste with those that are born and bred in England. Outside the noble simplicity of that ethical doctrine, Burke could not and would not budge. That sentence represents the whole difference between him and the man whom he afterwards accused, between him and the men of whom that man came to be the representative. Burke's morality was direct, uncompromising, unalterable by climatic conditions or by the supple moralities of other races. The morality of Warren Hastings and of those who thought with and acted for Warren Hastings was the morality of Clive beforehand, was the morality that had been professed and practiced time and again since the days of Clive and Hastings by the inheritors of their policy in India. The ingenious theory was set up that in dealing with Oriental races it was essential for the Englishman to employ Oriental means of carrying his point. If an Oriental would lie and cheat and forge, and if needs were, murder, why then the Englishman dealing with him must lie and cheat and forge and murder too, in order to gain the day. Things that he would not dare to do, things that, to do him justice, he would not dream of doing in England, were not merely permissible, but justifiable, not merely justifiable, but essential in his intercourse with Asiatic princes and peoples, with dexterous Mohammedan and dexterous Hindu. The policy was inevitably new in Burke's time. It has been upheld again and again since Burke's time. The theory which allowed Clive to forge and Warren Hastings to plunder was the same principle which led English soldiers 3 generations later to make Brahmins wipe up blood before being killed, which prompted them to blow their prisoners from the cannon's mouth in the hope that their victims should believe that their souls as well as their bodies were about to perish, which instigated gallant men to suggest in all seriousness the advisability of flaying alive their captured mutineers. The influence of the East is not always a wholesome influence upon the wanderer from the West. It is displayed at its worst when it leads great men, as Clive and Hastings undoubtedly were great men, into the perpetration of evil actions and the justification of them on the principle that in dealing with an Oriental the Englishman's morality undergoes a change and becomes for the time and the hour an Oriental morality. Against such an adversary Hastings, ignorant of the conditions of English political life, could bring forward no better champion than Major Scott. Hastings opposed to the greatest orator and most widely informed man of his age, a man of meagre parts, who only succeeded in wearying profoundly the House of Commons and every other audience to which he appealed. Such a proconsul as Warren Hastings, standing his trial upon such momentous charges, needed all the ability, all the art that an advocate can possess to be employed in his behalf. Had Hastings been so lucky as to find a defender endowed not indeed with the genius or the knowledge of Burke, for there was no such man to be found, but with something of the genius, something of the knowledge of Burke, his case might have appeared very different then and in the eyes of posterity. If Scott could have pleaded for Hastings eloquently, brilliantly, with something of the rich coloring, something of the fervid enthusiasm that was characteristic of the utterances of his great antagonist, he might have done much to stem, if not to turn, the stream of public thought. But Warren Hastings was not graced so far. His sins had indeed found him out when he was cursed with such an enemy and cursed with such a friend. It is clear that Hastings himself, on his return, had little idea of the serious danger with which he was menaced. He seems to have become convinced that his services to the State must inevitably outweigh any accidents or errors in the execution of those services. He honestly believed himself to have been a valuable and estimable servant of his country and his crown. We may very well take his repeated declarations of his own integrity and uprightness, not indeed as proof of his possession of these qualities, but as proof of his profound belief that he did possess them. When he landed in England he appears to have expected only honors, only acclamation, admiration, and applause. He returned to accept a triumph. He did not dream that he should have to face a trial. The long years in India had served to confuse his perception of the conduct of affairs at home. He did not in the least appreciate the men with whom he had to deal. If he gauged pretty closely the malignity of Francis, he may have fancied that the malignity was not very likely to prove dangerous. But he wholly misunderstood the character of the other foes, as important as Francis was unimportant, who were ranged against him. He made the extraordinary mistake of despising Burke. Hastings had certain anxieties on his return to England. His first was caused by his disappointment at not finding his wife in London to greet him on his arrival, a disappointment that was consoled 2 days later when, as he was journeying post haste to the country to join her, he met her on Maidenhead Bridge, driving in to join him. His second was the pleasurable anxiety of negotiating for the purchase of Daylesford, the realization of his youthful dream. He was made a little anxious, too, later on, by the delay in the awarding him of those honors which he so confidently expected. But he does not seem to have been disturbed in any appreciable degree by the formidable preparations which were being made against him by Burke and Fox and the followers of Burke and Fox. It is just possible that those preparations might have come to little or nothing but for the folly of Major Scott. Major Scott was mad enough to try and force the hand of the enemies of Hastings by calling upon Burke and Fox to fix a day for the charges that they were understood to be prepared to bring against him. Fox immediately rose to assure Major Scott that the matter was not forgotten. Burke, with grave composure, added that a general did not take choice of time and place of battle from his adversaries. It has been suggested that but for Major Scott's ill-advised zeal the attack might never have come to a head. But the conclusion is one which it would be rash to draw. Burke was not the man to forego his long-cherished hope of bringing a criminal to justice. If he had been inclined to forego it, he was not the kind of man to be goaded into unwilling resumption of his purpose by the taunts of Major Scott. It may surely be assumed that the impeachment of Warren Hastings would have been made even if Major Scott had been as wise and discreet as he proved himself to be unwise and indiscreet. Even when the attack was formally begun, Hastings failed to grasp its gravity or guess the best mode of meeting it. He insisted upon being heard at the bar of the House in his own defence. A man of rare oratorical ability, gifted with special skill in the selection of his material and the adjustment of his arguments, might have done himself a good turn by such a decision. But Hastings was not so endowed, and he would have done far better in following the example of Clive and of Rumbold. He committed the one fault which the House of Commons never forgives. He wearied it. Such dramatic effect as he might have got out of his position as a proconsul arraigned before a Senate, he spoiled by the length and tedium of his harangue. He took 2 days to read a long and wordy defence, 2 days which he considered all too short, in which the House of Commons found all too long. It yawned while Hastings prosed. Accustomed to an average of eloquence of which the art has long been lost, it found Hastings' paper insufferably wearisome. Although he was the target for the eloquence of Burke, of Fox, and of Sheridan, still Hastings' hopes were high, and they mounted higher when the Rohilla war charge was rejected by a large majority. But they were only raised so high to be dashed to earth again in the most unexpected manner. The friends of Hastings were convinced that he would have the unfailing support of Pitt in his defence. He was now to learn that he was mistaken. Hastings had one very zealous champion in the House of Commons. This was a young member, Sir James Bland Burgess. He rose not merely with the approval of Pitt, but actually at Pitt's instigation to defend Warren Hastings on the question of the treatment of the Rajah of Benares. It is scarcely surprising that the House did not pay him any great attention. Having just come under the spell of the enchanter, it would hardly have listened with attention to an old and well-known member, and Bland Burgess was a young and unknown man. He could not command a hearing, so whispering to Pitt that he would leave the remainder of the defence to him, he sat down, and the debate on Pitt's suggestion was adjourned. On the following day the young defender came to the House, hot to hear Pitt deliver to an attentive Senate that defence which he had striven unsuccessfully to make. He has recorded the astonishment, indignation, and despair when Pitt rose to make his declaration concerning the charge against Hastings. The minister in whom Hastings trusted to find an ally offered some cold condemnation of the intemperance of the attack, proffered some lukewarm praise of Hastings, and then announced that he would agree to the motion. To most of Pitt's supporters Pitt's action came as an unpleasant surprise, but to Bland Burgess, from his previous conversation with the minister, it seemed like an act of treason. There was little for Bland Burgess to do, but it is to his credit that he did that little. It required no small courage for a follower and a friend of Pitt to defy his authority in the House. Yet that is practically what Bland Burgess did. Raging with indignation at what he conceived to be the tergiversation of his leader and the treachery to his hero, Bland Burgess once again forced himself upon the attention of the House. The leaders on both sides being agreed, it was expected that the matter would be settled out of hand, and the Speaker had actually put the question and declared it carried when Bland Burgess leaped to his feet and challenged a division. He acted with the courage of his despair, but, as he says, few unpremeditated enterprises ever succeeded better than this one. The question, indeed, was carried by a great majority, but those who were against it were almost entirely of those who till then had implicitly voted with the minister. This was not only mortifying to Mr. Pitt, but highly encouraging to Mr. Hastings and his steadfast friends. Bland Burgess did not escape an early intimation of the disapproval of his chief. When the House broke up, Pitt said to him with an austere look, "So, sir, you have thought proper to divide the House. I hope you are satisfied." Bland Burgess answered that he was perfectly satisfied. "Then you seem satisfied very easily," the minister retorted. To which Bland Burgess replied, "Not exactly so, sir. I am satisfied with nothing that has passed this evening except the discovery I have made that there are still honest men present. On that," Bland Burgess continues with a stern look and a stately air, "he left me." Bland Burgess won a reward for his courage which outweighed the disapproval of Pitt. When he had thus volunteered on behalf of Warren Hastings, he was so entirely a stranger to him that he did not even know him by sight. Naturally enough, however, the arraigned man was desirous to become acquainted with the stranger who had stood by him when his own friends had abandoned him. He lost no time, therefore, in calling upon Bland Burgess to thank him for the part he had played. Bland Burgess says that the conversation was deeply interesting, but that he only made a note of one passage in which he explained that, independently of his own conviction that the cause of Warren Hastings was just and honorable, he had been moved to take part in his defence by by the positive instructions of his father, who had died about 2 years previously. Bland Burges's father, attributing the preservation of England's power in India to Hastings, had enjoined his son, if ever an attack was made upon Hastings, to abstract himself from all personal and party considerations and to support him liberally and manfully. Whatever we may think of the conduct of Warren Hastings, it is a pleasure to find that those who thought him to be in the right stood up for their belief as honorably and as gallantly as Bland Burges. It is not surprising that Warren Hastings was moved to tears. That day's interview was the beginning of a friendship that endured unbroken until the death of Warren Hastings. The reason which Pitt gave for his action on the Benares vote was simple enough. He said that although the actions of Hastings toward the Rajah was in itself justifiable, yet that the manner of the action was not justifiable. Chait Singh deserved to be fined, but not to be fined in an exorbitant and tyrannical manner. The explanation might very well be considered sufficient. A high-minded minister might feel bound to condemn the conduct of an official whom he admired if that conduct had pushed a legal right to an illegal length. But Pitt's decision came with such a shock to the friends and even to the enemies of Hastings that public rumor immediately set to work to find some other less simple and less honest reason for Pitt's action. One rumor ascribed it to an interview with Dundas, in which Dundas had succeeded, after hours of argument, in inducing Pitt to throw Warren Hastings over. Another suggested that Pitt was spurred by anger at a declaration of Thurlow's that he and the King, between them, would make Hastings a peer, whether the minister would or no. A third suggested that Pitt was jealous of the royal favor of Mr. and Mrs. Hastings, while a fourth asserted that Pitt deliberately sacrificed Hastings in order to afford the opposition other quarry than himself. But there is no need to seek for any other motive than the motive which Pitt alleged. It was quite sufficient to compel an honorable man to give the vote that Pitt gave. Blow after blow fell upon Hastings. The terrible attacks of Burke were for a time eclipsed by the dazzling brilliancy of Sheridan's attack upon him in the famous Begum speech. Those who heard that speech speak of it with reverence and with passion as one of the masterpieces of the world. In the form in which it is preserved, or rather in which it has failed to be preserved for us, it is hard, if not impossible, to find merit calling for the rapture which it aroused in the minds of men familiar with magnificent oratory and perfectly competent to judge. That it did arouse rapture is beyond doubt, and for the moment it was even more effective in injuring Hastings than the more profound but less flaming utterances of Burke. The testimony of Fox, the testimony of Byron alike, are offered in its unqualified praise. End of section 25. Section 26 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 59. The Great Impeachment, Part 2. It was decided by the House of Commons, with the consent of Pitt, that Hastings should be impeached. One indignity Pitt spared him, one danger Pitt saved him from. Burke was, somewhat incomprehensibly, anxious that the name of Francis should be placed upon that committee of impeachment to which Burke had already been nominated as the first member by Pitt. But here Pitt was resolute. Francis was flagrantly hostile to Hastings, hostile with a personal as well as a public hatred, and Pitt could not tolerate the notion that he should find a place upon the committee of impeachment. Burke protested, and the very protest was characteristic of Burke's high-mindedness. But to Burke the whole business was a purely public business, in no sense connected with any private feelings, and it seemed to him as if the exclusion of any one of those who had been conspicuous in the arraignment of Hastings from a responsible place on the committee of impeachment on the ground of personal feeling was to cast something like a slur upon the purity of motive of the men engaged in the attack. But Pitt was in the right, and the name of Francis was, by a large majority, not suffered to appear upon the committee. In May of 1787 Burke formally impeached Warren Hastings at the bar of the House of Lords. Hastings was immediately taken into custody by the sergeant at arms and was held to bail of £20,000, with two sureties for £10,000 each. The delay which was to be characteristic of the whole proceedings was evident from the first. Though Hastings was taken into custody in May of 1787, it was not until February 13th of the following year, 1788, that the impeached man was brought to his trial in Westminster Hall. Before the trial began, popular feeling was roused against Hastings more keenly by the action of the court than by the action of Burke and of his colleagues. The court was inclined to be even more than friendly to Hastings and to his wife, and both Hastings and his wife, who were not in touch with English public opinion, took the unwise course of making the very most of the royal favor and of displaying themselves as much as possible in the royal sunlight. The London public, always jealous of any court favoritism, resented the patronage of Hastings, and while it was in this temper an event took place which served to heighten its resentment. The Nizam of Deccan had sent a very magnificent diamond to the King as a present, and being ignorant of what was going on in England, he chose Hastings naturally enough as the medium through which to convey his diamond to the King. Hastings, with the want of judgment which characterized him at this time, accepted a duty which, delicate at any time, became under the conditions positively dangerous. He was present at the levee by which the diamond was presented to the King. Immediately rumor seized upon the incident and distorted it. It was confidently asserted that Hastings was bribing the sovereign with vast presents of precious stones to use his influence on his behalf. The solitary diamond became in the popular eye more numerous than the stones that Sinbad came upon in the Enchanted Valley. The print shops teemed with caricatures, all giving some highly colored exaggeration to the prevailing impression. Every possible pictorial device which could suggest to the passer-by that Hastings was buying the protection of the King by fabulous gifts of diamonds was made public. In one, Hastings was shown flinging quantities of precious stones into the open mouth of the King. In another, he was presented as having bought the King bodily, crown and sceptre and all, with his precious stones, and as carrying him in a wheelbarrow. So high did popular feeling run that the great diamond became the hero of discussion in the House of Commons, when Major Scott was obliged to make a statement in his chief's behalf, giving an accurate account of what had really occurred. The trial of Warren Hastings is one of the most remarkable examples of contrasts in human affairs that is to be found in the whole course of our history. It began under conditions of what may fairly be called national interest. It came to an end amid the apathy and indifference of the public. When it began, the great hall of Westminster was scarcely large enough to contain all those who longed to be present at the trial of the great proconsul. All the wealth, the rank, the genius, the wit, the beauty of England seemed to be gathered together in the building, which is said to be the oldest inhabited building in the world. When it ended, and long before it had ended, the attendance had dwindled down to a mere handful of spectators, some 2 or 3 score of persons whose patience, whose interest, or whose curiosity had survived the indifference with which the rest of the world had come to regard the whole business. The spirit of genius and the spirit of dullness met in close encounter in that memorable arena, and it must be admitted that the spirit of dullness did on the whole prevail. There seemed a time when it was likely that the trial might go on forever. Men and women who came to the first hearing, eager on the one side or on the other, impassioned for Hastings or enthusiastic for Burke, died and were buried, and new men and women occupied themselves with other things, and still the trial dragged its slow length along. It may be unhesitatingly admitted that during the long course of the trial Warren Hastings bore himself with courage and with dignity. He was firmly convinced that he was a much injured man, and if the justice of a man's cause were to be decided merely upon the demeanor of the defendant, Hastings would have been exonerated. He professed to be horrified, and he no doubt was horrified, by what he called the atrocious calumnies of Mr. Burke and Mr. Fox. He carried himself as if they were indeed atrocious calumnies without any basis whatsoever. His attitude was that of the martyr supported by the serenity of the saint. He had lived so long in the East that he gained not a little of that Eastern fortitude which is the fortitude of fatalism. While the trial was progressing he told a dear friend that he found much consolation in a certain Oriental tale. The story was of an Indian king whose temper never knew a medium, and who in prosperity was hurried into extravagance by his joy, while in adversity grief overwhelmed him with despondency. Having suffered many inconveniences through this weakness, he besought his courtiers to devise a sentence short enough to be engraved upon a ring, which should suggest a remedy for this evil. Many phrases were proposed, none were found acceptable, until his daughter offered him an emerald on which were graven two Arabic words, the literal translation of which is, "This too will pass." The king embraced his daughter and declared that she was wiser than all his wise men. "Now," said Hastings, "when I appear at the bar and hear the violent invectives of my enemies, I arm myself with patience. I reflect upon the mutability of human life, and I say to myself, this too will pass." It did pass, but it took its long time to pass. The trial lasted 7 years. Begun in February of 1788, it ended in the April of 1795. In that long space of time men might well be excused if they had grown weary of it. Had its protracted course been even pursued in colorless, eventless times, it would have been hard to preserve the public interest in the trial so terribly drawn out. But it was one of the curious fortunes of the trial to embrace within its compass some of the most thrilling and momentous years that have been recorded in the history of mankind. In the year after the trial began, the Bastille fell. In the year before the trial closed, the Reign of Terror came to an end with the deaths of Robespierre and Saint-Just. The interval had seen the whole progress of the French Revolution, had applauded the constitutional struggle for liberty, had shuddered at the September massacres, had seen the disciplined armies of the great European powers reel back dismayed before the ragged regiments of the Republic, had seen France answer Europe with the head of a king, with the head of a queen, had observed how the Revolution, like Saturn, devoured its own children, had witnessed with fear as well as with fury the apotheosis of the guillotine. While the events in France were shaking every European state, including England, to its centre, it was hard for the public mind to keep itself fixed with any degree of intentness upon the trial of Warren Hastings. The events of that interval had affected, too, profoundly the chief actor in the trial. Burke entered upon the impeachment of Warren Hastings at the zenith of his great career, at the moment of his greatest glory. The rise and progress of the French Revolution exercised a profound, even a disastrous effect upon him, for once his fine intellect failed to discriminate between the essentials and the non-essentials of a great question, his horror at the atrocities of the Revolution blinded him to all the advantages that the success of the Revolution brought with it. The whole framework of that great event was to him so hideously stained with the blood of the Queen, with the blood of so many innocent persons, that he could see nothing but the blood, and the influence of this is to be noticed in Burke's final speech, with its almost confident expectation that the guillotine would sooner or later be established in England. Burke's frenzy against the French Revolution made it appear to many as if his reasoned and careful indictment of the erring Governor General might, after all, be only mere frenzy too. Such as it was, and under such conditions, the trial did come to an end at last, after such alternations of brilliant speeches and dull speeches as the world had never witnessed before. Sheridan again added to his fame by a speech of which, unhappily, we are able to form no very clear idea. Law defended Hastings in detailing the whole of the history of Hindostan. Hastings again and again appealed piteously and pathetically that the trial might be brought somehow or other to an end. He was growing old. He had been for years a nominal prisoner. He was very anxious that the terrible strain of waiting upon the slow proceedings of the tribunal should be relieved. At last the end came, after weary years of controversy, in which Hastings had been loaded with more contumely and lauded with more extravagance than it were possible to conceive him good enough or bad enough to deserve. Finally, in the April of 1795, Warren Hastings was acquitted by a large majority on every one of the 16 counts against him that were put to the vote. Burke could not conceal his chagrin at this unexpected result. He had expected, he declared afterwards, that the corruption of the age would enable Hastings to escape on some of the counts, but he was not prepared for the total acquittal. It is probable that Hastings himself was not prepared for it, but the relief it afforded him was tempered by the grave financial difficulties into which he found himself plunged. The conduct of that long defence had well nigh exhausted all his available resources. After a vain appeal to Pitt to indemnify him for his legal expenses, an arrangement was come to between the Government and the Company by which Hastings was enabled to live at first in straitened, afterwards in moderate circumstances, for the rest of his life. It can scarcely be questioned but that Burke was in some degree responsible for the result of the trial. His burning sense of injustice, his passionate righteousness, and the perfervid strength of his convictions betrayed him into an intemperance of language that inevitably caused a reaction of sympathy in favor of the man so violently assailed. It is impossible to read without regret the actual ferocity of the epithets that Burke hurled against Warren Hastings. In this he was followed, even exceeded, by Sheridan, but the utterances of Sheridan, while they enraptured their hearers by their brilliancy, did not carry with them the weight that attached to the utterances of Burke. Burke's case was too strong to need an overcharged form of expression. The plain statement of the misdeeds of Warren Hastings was far more telling as an indictment than the abuse with which Burke unhappily was tempted to overload his case. Those who were amazed and sickened with Macaulay to think that in that age any one could be found capable of calling the greatest of living public men that reptile Mr. Burke must reluctantly be compelled to admit that Burke set his enemies a bad example by his own unlicensed use of opprobrium. In justifying, for instance, the application to Warren Hastings of Coke's savage description of Raleigh as a spider of hell, Burke allowed his fierce indignation to get the better of his tongue to the detriment of his own object, the bringing of an offender to justice. Miss Burney, in her memoirs, affords a remarkable instance of the injury which Burke did to his own object by the exuberance of his anger. She tells us how, as she listened to Burke's arraignment of Hastings and went over the catalogue of his offences, she felt her sympathy for Hastings slowly disappear, but that as Burke increased in the fury of his assault and passed from accusation to invective, the convincing effect of his oratory withered, and the effect which he had so carefully created he himself contrived to destroy. In spite of defects which in some degree brought their own punishment with them, Burke's speeches against Warren Hastings must ever remain among the highest examples of human eloquence employed in the service of the right. The gifts of the statesman, the philosopher, the orator, the great man of letters are all allied in those marvelous pages which first taught Englishmen how closely their national honor as well as their national prosperity was involved in the administration of justice in India. If Burke failed to convict Warren Hastings, he succeeded in convicting the system which made such misdemeanors as Warren Hastings possible. We owe to Burke a new India. What had been for the appanage of a corrupt and corrupting company, he practically made forever a part of the glory and the grandeur of the British Empire. Abuse and invective were not confined to Burke, nor to the side which Burke represented. Warren Hastings, or those who acted for Warren Hastings, employed every method in their power to blacken the characters of their opponents and to hold them up to public ridicule and to public detestation. The times were not gentle times for men engaged in political warfare, and the companions of Hastings employed all the arts that the times placed at their disposal. Burke and Sheridan, and those who acted with Burke and Sheridan, were savage enough in the Tribune, but they did not employ the extra-tribunal methods by which their enemy retaliated upon them. Hastings is scarcely to be blamed, considering duly the temper of his age, for doing everything that party warfare permitted against his opponents. He was fighting as for his life. He was fighting for what was far dearer to him than life. For life, indeed, he had ever shown a most soldierly disregard. He was fighting for an honorable name, for the reward of a lifetime devoted to the interests of his country as he understood those interests. He was fighting for fame as against infamy, and he fought hard, and he fought after the fashion of the time in which he lived. The newspaper, the pamphlet, the lampoon, the caricature, the acidulated satire, the envenomed epigram, all were used and used with success against the promoters of the impeachment. The caricatures were not all on one side, but the most numerous and the most effective were in favor of the impeached statesman. If the adversaries of Hastings naturally seized upon the opportunity of a classical effect by presenting Burke and Hastings in the character of Cicero and Verres, the friends of Verres replied by the pencil of Gilray, representing Hastings as the savior of India, defending himself heroically against assassins with the faces of Burke and Fox. As the interest in the trial flagged, the caricatures grew fewer and fewer, to revive a little at the close of the case. The popular view of the trial was then represented fairly enough by a large print called The Last Scene of the Manager's Farce, in which Hastings was represented as rising in glory from the clouds of calumny, while Burke and Fox are represented witnessing with despair the failure of their protracted farce, and the crafty face of Philip Francis peeped from behind a scene where he was supposed to be playing the part of the prompter. No character in the farce, but very useful behind the scenes, a description which sums up smartly enough the part that Philip Francis played in the whole transaction from first to last. The eve of Hastings' life was as peaceful as its noon and day had been stormy. The proconsul became a country squire. The ruler of an empire, the autocrat of kings, soothed his old age very much after the fashion of Diocletian and of Candide in the planting of cabbages. For 23 years he dwelt at Daylesford, happy in his wife, happy in his friends, happy in his health, in his rustic tastes, in his simple pleasures, in his tranquil occupation. He and his wife often visited London, but Hastings seems to have been always happiest in the country, and he gradually declined into extreme old age with all the grace and dignity of a Roman gentleman loved by his friends, dearly loved by those who were young. Once in those long quiet years after the death of Pitt, Hastings, to please his wife, pleaded for public reparation of the wrong which he believed had been done him. Grenville professed every willingness to grant him a peerage, but refused to entertain the idea of inducing the Commons to reverse their former judgment. On those terms Hastings declined the peerage. The nearest approach to anything like public consolation for his sorrows came to him in 1813, when, at the age of 80, he came once more to the bar of the House of Commons, this time to give evidence on the question of renewing the charter of the East India Company. By both Houses, Commons and Lords alike, the old man was greeted with the greatest enthusiasm, saluted with rapturous applause on his arrival, with reverential salutations on his departure. In 1818 the health which he had preserved so well till then broke, and he died after some severe suffering on August 22nd in that year, and was laid in the earth that he always loved so well. One of the latest acts of his life was to appeal to the Court of Directors to make some provision for his wife by extending to her the annuity that had been accorded to him. They gave, says his most devoted biographer, no more heed to his dying entreaties than they would have given to the whine of a self-convicted beggar. Yet surely Hastings had deserved well of the East India Company. His faults had been committed in their service, and had given them, not himself, wealth and power. But England is not always grateful to her servants. It is not wonderful, says Sir Alfred Lyall, that Hastings' application failed entirely, remembering that even Lord Nelson's last testamentary appeal on behalf of a woman, "The only favor I ask of my king and my country at the moment when I am going to fight their battle," had been rejected and utterly disregarded. Mrs. Hastings survived her husband for some years, and was over 90 years of age when she died. End of section 26. Section 27 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 60. The Change of Things. The establishment of the American Republic meant something more for England than the loss of her fairest colonies, and meant much more for Europe than the establishment of a new form of government in the New World. While the United States was acclaiming Washington as their first president, and rejoicing over the excellence of their carefully framed Constitution, the principles which had elected the one and had created the other were working elsewhere to unexpected and mighty issues. French gentlemen of rank and fortune, fired by a philosophical admiration for liberty, had fought and fought well for the American colonists. When the revolt had become a revolution, and the revolution a triumph, the French gentlemen went back to France with their hearts full of love and their lips loud in praise of the young republic and its simple, splendid citizens. The doctrines of liberty and equality, which had been so near to the philosophers and the encyclopedists, were now being practically applied across the Atlantic, and the growth of their success was watched by the eager eyes of the wisest and the unwisest thinkers in France. Within 5 years from the time when the American army was disbanded, French political philosophy found itself making astonishing strides toward the realization of its cherished ideals. It had long felt the need of some change in the system of government that had prevailed in France, but its desires had seemed dim as dreams until the success of a handful of rebellious colonists in a distant country had made the spirit of democracy an immediate force in the life and thought of the world. Undoubtedly, the condition of France was bad. The feudal system, or what was left of the feudal system, worn out, degraded, and corrupt, was rapidly reducing France to financial, physical, and political ruin. It is no part of the business of this history to dwell upon the conditions prevailing in France toward the close of the 18th century, conditions which prevailed in varying degree over the most part of Europe. Great French financiers like Turgot, great French thinkers like Voltaire and Rousseau, and the company of the Encyclopedia had been keenly conscious of the corroding evils in the whole system of French political and social life, and had labored directly and indirectly to diminish them. Keen-eyed observers from abroad, men of the world like Chesterfield, philosophers like Arthur Young, had at different epochs observed the symptoms of social disease and prognosticated the nature of its progress. The France of that day has been likened to a pyramid, with the sovereign for its apex, with the nobility, a remnant of antique feudalism, for its next tier, with the wealthy and influential church for the next, and below these the vast unrecognized bulk of the pyramid, the unprivileged masses who were the people of France. In the hands of the few who had the happiness to be born, or who otherwise belonged to the privileged orders, lay all the power, all the authority, which for the most part they misused or abused. It has been said with truth that the man who did not belong to the privileged orders had scarcely any more influence upon the laws which bound him and which ground him than if he lived in Mars or Saturn instead of in Picardy or Franche Comté. Such a system of government, which could only have been found tolerable if it had been swayed by a brotherhood of saints and sages, was, as a matter of fact, worked in the worst manner possible and for the worst purposes. The conditions under which the vast mass of the French people lived, struggled, suffered, and died were so cruel that it is hard indeed to believe them compatible with the high degree of civilization which in other respects France had reached. A merciless and most comprehensive process of taxation squeezed life and hope out of the French nation for the benefit of a nobility whose corruption was only rivalled by its worthlessness, and an ecclesiasticism which had forgotten the Sermon on the Mount and the way to Calvary. But if the condition of France was bad, it contained the germs of improvement. A greater freedom of thought, a greater freedom of speech were beginning, very gradually, to assert themselves and to make their influence felt. Philosophical speculation on sorrow and suffering turned the minds of men to thoughts of how that sorrow might be staunched and that suffering abated. The slowly rising tide of thought was blown into an angry sea by a wind from the west, and in a little while a scarcely suspected storm became a hurricane that swept into a common ruin everything that opposed its fury. England had long been looked up to by French reformers as the pattern for the changes they desired to see brought about in their own country. The moderation and equality of its laws as compared with those of France, the facilities of utterance afforded to the popular voice, made it seem a veritable utopia to eyes dimmed by the mist of French feudality. But now another and a greater England had arisen in the New World. Across the Atlantic, the descendants of the men who had overthrown a dynasty and beheaded a king had shaken themselves free from forms of oppression that seemed mild indeed to Frenchmen, and had proclaimed themselves the champions of theories of social liberty and political freedom which had been dreamed of by French philosophers but had never yet been put into practice. Rebellious America had fired the enthusiasm of gallant French adventurers. Successful, independent America animated the hopes and spurred the imaginations of those whose eyes turned in longing admiration from the seasoned constitution of monarchical England to the as yet green constitution of republican America. Those Englishmen whose tastes and sympathies induced them to keep in touch with political opinion in France and to watch with interest the spread of ideas which they themselves held dear, noted with approval many remarkable signs of activity across the Channel. While the strain upon the false financial system of France had become so great that the attempt to stop the hole in the money chest broke the spirit of finance minister after finance minister. A feeling in favor of some change in the system that made such catastrophes possible seemed to be on the increase in educated and even in aristocratic circles. Many Englishmen of that day knew France, or at least Paris, fairly well. If Pitt had paid the French capital but a single visit, Fox was intimately acquainted with it, and Walpole was almost as familiar with a superficial Paris as he was with a superficial London. Dr. Johnson, not very long before the time of which we write, had visited Paris with his friends the Thrales, and had made the acquaintance of a brewer named Santerre. Arthur Young travelled in France as he travelled in England and in Ireland. On the other hand, Frenchmen who were soon to be conspicuous advocates of change were not unknown on the English side of the Channel. Mirabeau was known in London, not too favourably, and the cousin of the French king, the Duc de Chartres, afterwards Duke of Orleans, had moved in London society and was to move there again. So an educated Englishman heard that Lafayette had demanded the revival of the States General, unused and almost forgotten these 2 centuries. They knew that the friend of Washington was not likely to ask for impossibilities. When the Duke of Orleans set himself openly in opposition to the king, his cousin, they recognized a significance in the act. And when Mirabeau asserted himself as the champion of a growing agitation in favor of an oppressed and unrepresented people, they remembered the big, vehement man who had passed so much of his life in prisons and had played the spy upon the Prussian court. Gradually prepared for some change in the administrative system of France, they were not prepared for the rapid succession of changes that followed upon the formal convocation of the States General in the spring of 1789. The States General was the nearest approach to a representative parliamentary system that was known to France. But the States General had not been summoned to aid the deliberations of a French monarch in the course of many reigns. France had lived under what was practically a despotism, untempered by an expression of organized public opinion, for several generations. It was so long since the States General had been convoked that the very forms and ceremonies incidental to or essential to its convocation had passed out of living memory and had to be painfully ascertained by much groping after authority and precedent. In the end, however, authority and precedent were ascertained, and the States General, composed of representatives of the 3 estates of the realm, the Church, the nobility, and the people, met with much ceremony at Versailles. They were called together for the ostensible purpose of dealing with the financial difficulties that threatened to make the country bankrupt. But it was soon clear that they, or at least the majority of their members, intended to accomplish much more than that. The news that travelled slowly in those days from the capital of France to the capital of England grew to be interesting and important, with an interest and an importance that were not to cease in steady activity for more than a quarter of a century. Event followed event with startling rapidity. The members of the Third Estate severed themselves from the Church and the nobility, met in the tennis court in Versailles, and declared themselves a national assembly. The people of Paris, profoundly agitated and fearing that the king intended to suppress the insurgent National Assembly by force, broke into riots, which culminated in an attack upon the famous and detested prison in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the Bastille. The Bastille had not for many years been a serious instrument of oppression, but its record was an evil record, and it represented in the eyes of the people of Paris all that was most detested and most detestable in the old order. The Bastille was captured, its few prisoners were borne in triumph through the streets, while its commander, de Launay, was decapitated and his head carried on the point of a pike. If the King of France had been a different man from Louis XVI, he might have faced the rising storm with some hope of success. But he could do nothing, would do nothing. His advisers, his intimates, his kinsmen, his captains, despairing at his vacillation and fearing that they would be abandoned to the fury of insurgent Paris, fled for their lives from a country that seemed to them as if possessed by a devil. The country was possessed by the spirit of revolution. After ages of injustice, a chance had come for the oppressed, and the oppressed had seized their chance and misused it, as the long oppressed always misuse sudden power. Rebellious Paris marched upon Versailles, camped outside the king's palace, broke in the night time into the king's palace, slaying and seeking to slay. The royal family was rescued, if rescue it can be called, by the interposition of Lafayette. They were carried in triumph to Paris. Still nominally sovereign, they were practically prisoners in their palace of the Tuileries. Europe looked on in astonishment at the unexpected outbreak. In England, at first, the leaders of liberal opinion applauded what they believed to be the dawn of a new and glorious era of political freedom. Fox hailed in rapture of exultation the fall of the Bastille. The Duke of Dorset, the English ambassador to France, saluted the accomplishment of the greatest revolution recorded by history. Eager young men, nameless then but yet to be famous, apostrophized the dawn of liberty. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven, Wordsworth wrote with a wistful regret 15 years after the Bastille had fallen, recalling with a kind of tragic irony the emotions of that hour and contrasting them with his thoughts on the events that followed through half a generation. All over England strenuous politicians, catching the contagion of excitement from excited France, formulated their sympathy with the Revolution in ardent, eloquent addresses, formed themselves into clubs to propagate the principles that were making France free and illustrious, and sent delegates speeding across the Channel to convey to a confident constitution-making National Assembly the assurance that the best hearts and the wisest brains in England pulsed and moved in unison with their desires. Such assurances were inaccurate and misleading. There was one man in England, the goodness of whose heart, the wisdom of whose brain could scarcely be questioned, whose censure in England, and not in England alone, was more serious than the applause of a whole theatre of others. At a moment when all who represented liberal thought in politics, all who some 10 years earlier had sympathized with the American colonists, were showing a like sympathy for the insurgent people of France, Edmund Burke made himself conspicuous for the vehemence and the vigor of his opposition to a movement which commanded the admiration of his most intimate friends and closest political allies. While the Revolution was still almost in its infancy, while Sheridan and Fox vied with each other in the warmth of their applause, Burke set himself to preach a crusade against the Revolution with all the unrestrained ardor of his uncompromising nature. No words of Fox or of Sheridan, no resolution of clubs, no delegated enthusiasm had anything like the same effect in aiding that Burke's famous pamphlet had in injuring the French Revolution, in the eyes not merely of the mass of the English people, but in the eyes of a very great number of people in the countries of Europe, people whose business it was to be king, to use the famous phrase of a then reigning prince, readily welcomed Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution, which was soon disseminated all over the Continent in a French translation. Naturally enough, it appealed to the Emperor of Germany, to the Empress Catherine of Russia, to the French princes sheltering in Coblentz and boasting of the revenge they would take on the Revolution when the king should enjoy his own again. Naturally enough, it appealed to George III as a book which every gentleman ought to read. Kings and princes everywhere, who felt that at any moment their own thrones might begin to rock unsteadily beneath them, inevitably applauded the unexpected assistance of the greatest orator and thinker of his age. Such applause alone would not have made Burke's pamphlet the formidable weapon that it proved to be in the hands of reaction, or have brought about the grave results that may be directly attributed to Burke's pen. The words of Burke created, the breath of Burke fanned, a public opinion in England and abroad that was in direct antagonism to everything that was meant by those who formed and who guided or were driven by the Revolution. It would be hard to find a parallel in history for the influence thus exerted by a single man against so great a force. All the conservatism of Burke's nature, the conservatism that led him to regard the British parliamentary system of his day as well nigh ideally perfect, and that prompted him to resist so steadily and so successfully Pitt's proposals of parliamentary reform, concentrated itself against what he believed to be the spirit of anarchy newly arisen in France. The Revolution was but a year old, and was as yet unstained by the worst excesses of the Terror, when Burke launched his bolt, shouted his battle cry, and animated Europe to arms. It must be admitted that many of the evils which Burke prophesied in his review of the nascent Revolution were the stigmas of its prime. From the premises he beheld he drew clear and definite conclusions, which were only too unhappily verified as the tide of revolution flowed. But it must also be remembered that Burke was himself in no small measure the cause of the realization of his own dark and tragic prognostications. Burke's arguments, Burke's eloquence, Burke's splendid ability were among the most potent factors in animating the hopes of the refugee princes, of inspiriting their allies, and of forming that ill-advised and disastrous coalition of the powers against France, which Danton answered with the head of a king. It was the genius of Burke that stemmed the sympathy between England and a nation struggling to be free. It was the genius of Burke that fostered the spirit of animosity to France, which began with the march upon Paris, and which ended after the disastrous defeats of the invaders, the deaths of the King and Queen, and all the agonies of the Terror, in creating for England, in common with Europe at large, the most formidable enemy that she had ever known. In spite of Burke and Burke's melancholy vaticinations, the course of the Revolution in France seemed at first to most liberal-minded Englishmen to move along reasonable lines, and to confine itself within the bounds of moderation. The excesses and outrages that followed immediately upon the first upheaval, the murders of Foulon and Berthier in Paris, the peasant war upon the castles, were regarded as the unavoidable, deplorable ebullitions of a long dormant force, which, under the guidance of capable and honorable men, would be directed henceforward solely to the establishment of a stable and popular system of government. The men who were, or who seemed to be, at the head of affairs in France had names that for the most part commended themselves to such Englishmen as had anything more than a superficial knowledge of the country. The fame of Lafayette, the hero of the American War, seemed to answer for the conduct of the army. In Bailly, the astronomer, whom unhappy chance had made mayor of Paris, constitutionalism recognized a man after its own heart. The majority of the members of the National Assembly seemed to be gloriously occupied in evolving out of the chaos of the old order a new and entirely admirable framework of laws, modelled boldly after the English pattern. Most English observers thought, in opposition to Burke, what the majority of the members of the National Assembly themselves thought, that the Revolution was an accomplished fact, a concluded page of history, brought about not indeed bloodlessly, but still on the whole with comparatively slight shedding of blood, considering the difficulty and the greatness of the accomplished thing. The practical imprisonment of the King and Queen within the walls of Paris, within the walls of the Tuileries, seemed no great hardship in the eyes of the Englishmen who sympathized with the aims of those of the French revolutionaries with whom they were acquainted. The French king himself seemed to be reconciled to his lot, to have joined himself frankly and freely enough to the party of progress within his dominions, and to be as loyally eager to accept the new constitution which the National Assembly was busy framing as the most ardent patriot among its members. Even the flight of the royal family, the attempted flight that began with such laborious pomp at Paris to end in such pitiful disaster at Varennes, the flight that condemned the King and Queen to a restraint far more rigorous than before, did not greatly disturb British equanimity. To the mind of Burke, however, his prophecies were already justifying themselves. He could see nothing in the Revolution but its errors, and he hailed the coalition of Europe against France as a league of light against the powers of darkness. He broke away furiously from his friends and allies of so many great political battles. He could not understand, he could not bear to realize that men who had struggled with him to champion the rights of the American colonists and to punish the offences of Warren Hastings should now be either avowed sympathizers with or indifferent spectators of the events that were passing in France. He had loved Charles Fox greatly ever since Fox had shaken off the traditions of Toryism and become the most conspicuous champion of liberal ideas in England. But he could not and would not forgive him for his attitude toward the French Revolution and the French revolutionists. Burke saw nothing but evil in, thought nothing but evil could come of what was happening in France, and he feared disasters for his own country if it became impregnated with the poison of the revolutionary doctrine. That Fox should in any way advocate that doctrine made him in Burke's eyes an enemy of England, and not merely of England, but of the whole human race. There was no middle way with Burke. Those who were not with him were against him, not merely as a politician, but as a man. To the day of his death in 1797 he hated the Revolution and denied his friendship to those who expressed anything less than execration for its principles and its makers. Although it is always easy to exaggerate the influence that any single spirit may have upon a movement embracing many nationalities and many different orders of mind, it would be difficult to overestimate the effect of Burke's words and Burke's actions in animating the coalition of monarchical Europe against insurgent France, and upon a responsibility for the intervention of other states in the affairs of France depends also a proportionate degree of responsibility for the results of that intervention. Burke was to see all the horrors he had so eloquently anticipated realized as the direct consequence of the invasion of France by the Allied armies. The French people, in the very hour in which they believed their cherished revolution to be an accomplished fact, saw it menaced by the formidable league which proposed to bring the King's brothers back in triumph from Coblentz, and which threatened, in the extraordinary language to which Brunswick put his name, to blot Paris from the map of Europe if any injury were done to the King, who had already formally accepted the Constitution that the Revolution had created. Paris went mad with fear and rage. The September massacres, the attacks upon the Tuileries, the proclaimed republicanism of the Convention, the rise of the men of the Mountain, Marat, Danton, and Robespierre, the execution first of the King and then of the Queen, the dominion of the guillotine, and the reign of terror were the direct results of a coalition whose only excuse would have been its complete success. The coalition proved to be an absolute failure. To the cry that the country was in danger, ragged legions of desperate men rushed to the frontiers, and to the astonishment of the world proved more than a match for the armies that were sent against them. Pitt was not himself eager to see England dragged into the European quarrel with France, but it was not easy for a minister who loved popularity and who very sincerely believed his presence at the head of affairs to be essential to the welfare of the state to avoid being involved in the controversy. The result of the unsuccessful coalition had been to increase the crimes that marked the course of the French Revolution, and seemingly to justify the fierce indignation of Burke. The country that had been profoundly impressed by Burke's eloquence was profoundly shocked by the horrors that lost nothing of their magnitude in the reports that crossed the Channel. The country was flooded with fugitives from France, emigrants who presented in themselves moving pictures of the sufferings of those who were opposed to the Revolution, and who were not slow to express their sense of the ruin that had fallen upon their country. King George's native shrewdness and native narrowness of mind had made him from the first an active opponent of the Revolution. He declared that if a stop were not put to French principles, there would not be a king left in Europe in a few years. To him, whose business above all things it had been to be king, the prospect was unlovely and alarming. The fear that he felt for his office was shared in varying degree by all those who felt that they would have much to lose if the example set by France came to be followed in England. The Church and the aristocracy, with all wealthy and vested interests, were naturally ranked to resist by all means the spread of the new doctrines. There were a few noblemen who, like Lord Stanhope and Lord Lauderdale, professed themselves to be champions of the French Revolution. There were some statesmen among the opposition who were either sympathizers with the Revolution or asserters of the doctrine that it was no part of England's duty to interfere with the way in which another nation chose to govern itself. But the strength of public opinion was against these as it was against the minister who was as eager as any Englishman living to remain on good terms with France. Pitt from the first had looked with a favorable eye upon the changes that were taking place across the Channel. To maintain a friendship with France was a radical part of his policy. Friendship with France was essential in his mind in order to combat the aggrandizement of Russia and Prussia, and friendship with France seemed more possible under an enlightened constitution than under a despotic king. While Burke, who could only make the House of Commons smile and sneer by the denunciations of Jacobin intrigues and by his display of Jacobin daggers, was playing on the heartstrings of England and reviving all the old hostility to France, Pitt pursued, as long as he was allowed to pursue it, a policy of absolute neutrality. But he was not long allowed to pursue that policy, although he reaped some reward for it in a proof that the French government appreciated his intentions and shared his desire for friendship. An English settlement at Nootka Sound in Vancouver Island had been interfered with by Spain. England was ready to assert her rights in arms. Spain appealed to France for her aid by the terms of the Family Compact. The French king and the French ministers were willing enough to engage in a war with England in the hope of diverting the course and weakening the power of the Revolution. But the National Assembly, after a long and angry struggle, took away from the king the old right to declare war, save with the consent of the National Assembly, which consent the National Assembly in that particular crisis was decided not to give. Pitt was delighted at this proof of the friendly spirit of the French people and the advantage of his principle of neutrality, but he was not able to act upon that principle. The forces brought against him were too many and too potent for him to resist. From the king on the throne to the mob in the streets, who sacked the houses of citizens known to be in sympathy with the Revolution, the English people as a whole were against him. The people who sympathized with the Revolution, who made speeches for it in Westminster and formed constitutional clubs, which framed addresses of friendship to France, were but a handful in the House of Commons, were but a handful in the whole country. Their existence dazzled and deluded the French revolutionists into the belief that the heart of England was with them at a time when every feeling of self-interest and of sentiment in England was against them. Pitt clung desperately to peace. He thought what the opposition thought then and for long years later, that it was wisest to leave France to settle her internal affairs and her form of government in her own way. When England no longer had an ambassador at the French capital, Pitt adhered doggedly, tenaciously to a peace policy, persisted in preserving the neutrality of Holland, was ready, were it only possible, only permitted to him, to recognize the new republic. But even if the execution of Louis XVI had not aroused irresistible indignation in England, the action of the new republic made the prolongation of peace an impossibility. When, in the winter of 1792, the Convention made the famous offer of its aid in arms to all peoples eager to be free, it must have been plain to Pitt that with France in that temper and England tempest-tossed between hatred of the Revolution and fear lest its theories were being insidiously fostered in her own confines, the preservation of peace was a dream. The dream was finally dissipated when France made ready to attack Holland, and, rejecting all possible negotiations, declared war in the early days of 1793. At first the war went ill with France, and if the German powers had cooperated earnestly and honestly with England, it is at least within the limits of possibility that Paris might have been occupied and the Revolution for the time retarded. France seemed to be encircled by foes. Her enemies abroad were aided by civil war at home. La Vendée was in royalist revolt. Marseille and Lyons rose against the tyranny of Paris. Toulon, turning against the Republic, welcomed an English fleet. For a moment the arms of England and the arms of the Allies seemed to have triumphed. But the passionate determination of the French popular leaders and the mass of the French people to save the Revolution seemed to inspire them with a heroism that grew in proportion to the threatened danger. Her armies were swollen with enthusiastic recruits. Her internal revolts were coped with and crushed with savage severity. Loyal La Vendée was beaten. The rebellious towns of Lyons and Marseille almost ceased to exist under the merciless repression of their conquerors. Many of the allied armies were defeated, while those of the two German powers, for their own selfish ends, played the game of revolutionary France by abstaining from any serious effort to advance into the country. Germany and Austria were confident that they could, whenever they pleased, crush revolutionary France, and they preferred to postpone this process in order to occupy themselves in a new partition of Poland, which they could scarcely have carried out if the French monarchy had been restored. If there was nothing to justify the conduct of the two German powers, there was much to warrant their confidence in their own strength when they judged that the time had come for them to exert it. They counted upon the known when they measured their forces with those of revolutionary France. They could not count upon the unknown quantity, which was to disturb all their calculations. The unknown quantity asserted itself just at the moment when France, in spite of some successes, seemed to be deeply wounded by the loss of Toulon. With the great port of Toulon in their hands, the adversaries of France might well believe that a serious blow had been struck at her strength, and that the spirit which so long had defied them might yet be broken. But the success which had seemed to menace France so gravely proved to be but the point of departure for a new era of French glory. The occupation of Toulon is forever memorable because it gave an opportunity to a young lieutenant of artillery in the French service, quite obscure in that service and wholly unknown outside of it. The quick intelligence of this young soldier perceived that the seizure of a certain promontory left unguarded by the invaders would place Toulon and those who held it at the mercy of the French cannon. The suggestion was acted upon, was entirely successful. The English admiral was obliged to retire with all his fleet, and Toulon was once again a French citadel garrisoned by French soldiers. But the importance of the event for France and the world lay not in the capture but in the captor. Though Barras, confident in his dominion over the Directory, might sneer at the young adventurer from Corsica and minimize his share in a success that had suddenly made him conspicuous, the name of Bonaparte then for the first time took its place in the history of Europe. The youth whose military genius had enabled him to see and to seize upon the fatal weakness in a well-defended city was destined to prove the greatest soldier France had ever known, the greatest as well as the most implacable enemy England had ever to reckon with, and one of the greatest conquerors that ever followed the star of conquest across the war-convulsed earth. This is the story of England, not the story of France, and Napoleon was at his best and worst rather an influence upon than an integral part of English history. It must be enough to say here that he is assumed to have been born in Ajaccio in Corsica in 1769, that when he was 10 years old he tried to become French rather than Italian, a feat which he never successfully accomplished, by entering the military school of Brienne, that he served Louis XVI with indifference and the Revolution with ambition that was often baffled, and that he struck the first of his many strokes at England when he won Toulon for France. End of section 27. Section 28 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 61, 98, Part 1. England was not concerned merely with the successes of France upon the continent, with the French power of resisting invasion and preserving its capital and its constitution. The time was at hand when England was to take the French Republic into consideration as a more active enemy whose enmity might take effect and be a very serious menace at her own doors. The breath of the French Revolution was to Great Britain like that of a sudden storm which sweeps round some stately mansion and finds out all its weak places and shatters some of its outlying buildings, although it cannot unroof its firmest towers or disturb its foundations. The weakest spot in Great Britain, and indeed we might almost say in the whole British Empire, was the kingdom of Ireland. Ireland had for long been in a state of what might almost be called chronic rebellion against the rule of England. England's enemies had always been regarded as Ireland's friends by the Irishmen who claimed especially to represent the national aspirations of their country. This is a fact which cannot be made too clear to the minds of Englishmen even at the present day, for the simple reason that no one who is capable of forming a rational idea on the subject can doubt that where a government is persistently hated, that government must have done much to deserve the hate. It is not necessary here to undertake a survey of the many grievances of which Ireland complained under the rule of Great Britain. One grievance which was especially felt during the reign of George III came from the persistent refusal of the Hanoverian sovereign to listen to any proposals for the relief of the Roman Catholics from the civil and religious disabilities under which they suffered. The Catholics constituted 5/6 of the whole population of Ireland, and up to the time of the War of Independence in America, no Catholic in Great Britain or Ireland could sit in Parliament or vote for the election of a member of Parliament, or act as a barrister or solicitor, or sit on a bench of magistrates, or on a grand jury, or hold land, or obtain legal security for a loan. No doubt the state of the penal laws as they then existed was mitigated when compared with that which had prevailed but a short time before, when an ordinary Catholic had any right to do more than live in Ireland, and a Catholic priest had not even a legal right to live there. But up to the time when the growing principles of liberty manifested themselves in the overthrow of the feudal system in France, the Catholics in Great Britain and Ireland were practically excluded from any approach to civil or religious liberty. Ireland had a parliament, but it was a parliament of Protestants, elected by Protestants, and it was in fact a mere department of the king's administration. The American War of Independence suddenly awakened wild hopes in the breasts of all oppressed nationalities, and the Irish Catholic population was among the first to be quickened by the new life and the new hope. The national idea was not, however, at first for a separation from England. Ireland was then, for the most part, under the leadership of Henry Grattan, a patriot statesman and orator, an orator whom Charles James Fox described as the Irish Demosthenes, and whom Byron glorified as with all that Demosthenes wanted, endued, and his rival and victor in all he possessed. Grattan's purpose was not separation from England or the setting up of an independent republic. In Ireland enjoying religious equality for all denominations, and possessing a parliament thoroughly independent of that sitting at Westminster, would have satisfied all his patriotic ambition. In fact, what Grattan would have desired for Ireland is exactly such a system as is now possessed by one of the provinces of Canada or Australia. When the alliance between France and independent America began to threaten Great Britain, and the English government practically acknowledged its inability to provide for the defence of Ireland, Henry Grattan, with other Irish patriots of equal sincerity, and some of them of even higher social rank, started the Irish volunteer movement to be a bulwark of the country in case of foreign invasion. When the Irish patriots found themselves at the head of an army of disciplined volunteers, they naturally claimed that the country which was able to defend herself should be allowed also an independent Parliament with which to make her domestic laws. They obtained their end, at least for the moment, and at least to all outward appearance, and Grattan was enabled to declare that for the first time he addressed a free Parliament in Ireland, and to invoke the spirit of Swift to rejoice over the event. Catholic emancipation, however, had not yet been secured, although Grattan and those who worked with him did their best to carry it through the Parliament in Dublin. The obstinacy of King George still prevailed against every effort made by the more enlightened of his ministers. Pitt was in his brain and heart a friend of Catholic emancipation, but he had at last given way to the King's angry and bitter protests and complaints, and had made up his mind never again to trouble his sovereign with futile recommendations. It so happened that a new viceroy sent over to Ireland in 1794, Earl Fitzwilliam, became impressed with a sense of the justice of the claims of Catholic emancipation, and therefore gave spontaneous and honorable encouragement to the hopes of the Irish leaders. The result was that after 3 months' tenure of office he was suddenly recalled, and the expectations of the Irish leaders and the Irish people were cruelly disappointed. From that moment it must have been clear to any keen observer in Ireland that the influence of Grattan and his friends could no longer control the action of the Irish nationalists in general, and that the policy of Grattan would no longer satisfy the popular demands of Ireland. Short as had been the Irish Independent Parliament's term of existence, it had been long enough to satisfy most Irishmen that the control of the King's accepted advisers was almost as absolute in Dublin as in Westminster. To the younger and more ardent spirits among the Irish nationalists, the setting up of a nominally independent Irish Parliament had always seemed but a poor achievement when compared with the change which their national ambition longed for, and which the conditions of the hour to all appearance conspired to render attainable. These young men were now filled with all the passion of the French Revolution. They had always longed for the creation of an independent Ireland. They insisted that Grattan's promise had already proved a failure, and in France, the enemy of England, they found their new hopes for the emancipation of Ireland. There were among the Irish rebels, as they were soon to declare themselves, many men of great abilities and of the purest patriotic purpose. Among the very foremost of these were Theobald Wolfe Tone and Lord Edward Fitzgerald. Both these men, like all the other leaders of the movement that followed, were Protestants, as Grattan was. Wolfe Tone was a young man of great capacity and promise, who began his public career as secretary to an association formed for the purpose of effecting the relief of the Roman Catholics from the civil and religious disabilities which oppressed them. This society, after a while, was named the Association of United Irishmen. The United Irishmen were at that time only united for the purpose of obtaining Catholic emancipation. The association, as we shall soon see, when it failed of its first object, became united for other and sterner purposes. Wolfe Tone was a young man of a brilliant, Byronic sort of nature. There was much in his character and temperament which often recalls to the mind of the reader the generous impulse, the chivalric ardor, and the impetuous eccentricity of Byron. Tone, as a youth, was a careless student, or indeed, to put it more distinctly, he only studied the subjects he cared about, and was in the habit of neglecting his collegiate tasks until the hour arrived when it became absolutely necessary that he should master them enough, at least, to pass muster for each emergency. He was a keen and close student of any subject which had genuine interest for him, but such subjects were seldom those which had anything to do with his academical career. He studied law, after a fashion, in one of the London Inns of Court, and he was called to the bar in due course, but he had no inclination whatever for the business of an advocate, and his mind was soon driven away from the pursuit of a legal career. He had a taste for literature and a longing for travel and military adventure in especial, and for a time he lived a pleasant, free and easy Bohemian sort of life, if we may use the term Bohemian in describing days that existed long before Henri Murger had given the word its modern application. One of the many odd original ideas which floated like bubbles across Wolfe Tone's fancy was a scheme for founding a sort of military colony in some island in the South Seas to act as a check upon the designs and enterprises of Spain against the British Empire. Tone took his idea so seriously that he wrote to William Pitt, the Prime Minister, describing and explaining his project and asking for government help in order to make it a reality. As will be easily understood, Pitt took no notice of the proposal, having probably a good many more suggestions made to him every day as to the best defences of England than he could possibly consider in a week. It is somewhat curious, however, to find that Wolfe Tone should at one period of his life have formed the idea of helping England to defend herself against her enemies. Some historians have gone so far as to opine that if Pitt could have seen his way to take Tone's proposition seriously and to patronize the young man, the world might never have heard of the insurrection of '98. But no one who gives any fair consideration to the whole career and character of Tone can have any doubt that Tone's passionate patriotism would have made him the champion of his own country, no matter what prospects the patronage of an English minister might have offered to his ambition. At the time when Tone was scheming out his project for the island in the South Seas, the leaders in the national movement in Ireland still believed that the just claims of their people were destined to receive satisfaction from the wisdom and justice of the English sovereign. When it became apparent that Catholic emancipation was not to be obtained through George III and through Pitt, then Wolfe Tone made up his mind that there was no hope for Ireland but in absolute independence, and that that independence was only to be won by the help of Napoleon Bonaparte and of France. In the meantime, Tone had taken a step which brilliant, gifted, generous, and impecunious young men usually take at the opening of their career. He had made a sudden marriage. Matilda Witherington was only 16 when Tone persuaded her to accept him as her husband and to share his perilous career. Romance itself hardly contains any story of a marriage more imprudent and yet more richly rewarded by love. Tone adored his young wife, and she adored him. Love came in at their door, and though poverty entered there too, love never flew out at the window. The whole story of Wolfe Tone's public career may be read in the letters which, during their various periods of long separation, no difficulties and no dangers ever prevented him from writing to his wife. When he made up his mind to consecrate himself to the national cause of Ireland, and if necessary to die for it, he set forth his purpose to his wife, and she never tried to dissuade him from it. It is told of her that at one critical period of his fortunes she concealed from him the fact that she expected to become a mother, lest the knowledge might chill his patriotic enthusiasm or make him unhappy in his enterprise. Tone went out to America and got into council with the representative of the French Republic there. Then he returned to Europe, and he entered into communication with Carnot and with Napoleon Bonaparte. To these and to others he imparted his plans for a naval and military expedition from France to approach the coast of Ireland, to land troops there, and to make the beginning of a great Irish rebellion which must distract the attention and exhaust the resources of England and place her at the feet of all conquering France. Tone felt certain that if an adequate number of French troops were landed on the western or southern shore of Ireland, the whole mass of the population there would rally to the side of the invaders, and England would have to let Ireland go or waste herself in a hopeless struggle. Tone insisted in all his arguments and expositions that Ireland must be free and independent, and that no idea of conquering and annexing her must enter into the minds of the French statesmen and soldiers. Napoleon and Carnot approved of Tone's schemes as a whole, but Tone could not help seeing that Napoleon cared nothing whatever about the independence or prosperity of Ireland, and only took up with the whole scheme as a convenient project for the embarrassment and distraction of England. Tone received a commission in the army of the French Republic, and became the soul and inspiration of the policy which, at fitful moments when his mind was not otherwise employed, Napoleon was inclined to carry out on the Irish shores. Lord Edward Fitzgerald was a son of the great ducal house of Leinster. He was born in the same year as Wolfe Tone. He was to die in the same year. It was his evil fortune to have to fight for the cause of King George against the uprising of the patriotic colonists of North America. He afterwards became filled with the ideas of the French Revolution, and got into trouble more than once by expressing his sentiments too freely, while yet he wore the uniform of the British Army. In Paris he became acquainted with Thomas Paine, and was greatly taken with the theories and charmed with the ways of the revolutionary thinker. And in the company of Paine and congenial associates he took part in Republican celebrations which became talked of in England, and led to his dismissal from the army. Lord Edward Fitzgerald had a strong love of adventure and exploration, and had contrived to combine with his military career in the New World a number of episodes, almost any one of which might have supplied the materials for a romance. He was a man of a thoroughly lovable nature, gallant, high-spirited, generous. Like Wolfe Tone, he had made a romantic marriage. His wife was the famous Pamela, the beautiful girl who was ward to Madame de Genlis, and commonly believed to be the daughter of the Duke of Orleans, Philip Égalité. Louis Philippe, afterwards King of France, was one of the witnesses at the marriage ceremony. Lord Edward was perfectly happy with his young and beautiful wife until the political events came on which gave the sudden and tragic turn to his life. He was a member of the Irish Parliament for many years, and had on several occasions supported the policy which was advocated by Grattan. He too, however, soon made up his mind, as Wolfe Tone had done, that there was nothing to be expected from the sovereign and his ministers, and he became an active member of the Society of United Irishmen when that association ceased to be a constitutional body and set its heart on armed rebellion. Lord Edward went over to France and worked hard there for the purpose of obtaining armed assistance for the Irish cause, but he returned to Ireland to work up the rebellious movement there, while Tone remained in France to influence as well as he could the policy of Napoleon and Carnot. Among the other distinguished Irishmen who worked at home or in France, sometimes at home and sometimes in France, to promote the rebellion were Arthur O'Connor and Thomas Addis Emmet. Arthur O'Connor came of a great Irish family. Thomas Addis Emmet, after the failure of the rebellious movement, escaped to the United States and made a great position for himself as an advocate in New York. A younger brother of Thomas Emmet also took part in the organization of '98, but the fate of Robert Emmet will have a place to itself in this chapter of our history. One fact has to be mentioned, and must be kept constantly in mind when we are studying the grim story of '98. Every step taken by the rebel leaders was almost instantly made known to the English government. The spy, the hired informer, was then, as he has always been, in the very thick of the Irish national movement. Some of the informers in '98 were of a different class from that of the ordinary police spy, and it has been made quite certain by subsequent discoveries that Wolfe Tone and Fitzgerald, Arthur O'Connor, and the Emmets were in the closest friendly association with men whom they believed to be as genuine Irish patriots as themselves, but who were all the time in the pay of Pitt, and were keeping him well informed of every plan and project and movement of their leaders. As political morals were then, and are perhaps even now, it would be absurd to find fault with Pitt because he made use of the services of spies and informers to get at plans of a number of men who proposed to invite a foreign enemy of England to invade the Irish shores, and were doing all they could to secure by armed rebellion the independence of Ireland. The wonder that will now occur to every reasonable mind is that the Irish leaders should have failed to guess that whatever money would do would be done by the English government, as it would have been done by any other government under similar conditions, to get at a knowledge of their designs and to counteract them. At all events, it is quite certain that while Tone and Fitzgerald and their comrades were playing their gallant, desperate game, the British ministry was quietly looking over their shoulders and studying their cards. Napoleon Bonaparte, meanwhile, seems to have been but half-hearted about the scheme for the invasion of Ireland. He had many other schemes in his mind, some of which probably appeared more easy of accomplishment, and at all events promised a more immediate result than the proposed flank attack on the power of England. It is certain that Wolfe Tone had long intervals of depression and despondency, against which it needed all the buoyancy of his temperament to sustain him. At last a naval expedition was resolved on and dispatched. In the late December of 1796, a small French fleet with about 14,000 troops on board, under the command of General Hoche, made for the southwestern shores of Ireland. Tone was on board one of the war vessels in his capacity as a French officer serving under General Hoche. The weather proved utterly unfavorable to the expedition. The war vessels were constantly parting company. The admiral's vessel, together with several others, was lost to sight on the very first night, and the heart of Tone grew sick as he saw that with every fresh outburst of the tempest the chances even of effecting a landing grew less and less. Most of the vessels entered Bantry Bay and lay helplessly at anchor there, but there was no landing. Tone's despondency and powerless rage as he foresaw the failure of his project might have been still deeper if he could have known how utterly unprepared the authorities of Dublin Castle were for any sort of invasion. Tone had observed already, as the expedition made its way from Brest, that they had not seen a single English vessel of war anywhere on the sea or around the Irish coasts. But he could have had no idea of the manner in which the British government had entrusted the keeping of the island to the protection of the winds and of the fates. A letter written from Dublin by Elizabeth Moira Hastings, widow of the first Earl of Moira, throws a curious light on the state of things which existed among the governing authorities at the time of the invasion, and amazingly illustrates the odd rumors and wild conjectures which were floating about at the time. Writing to a friend in a different part of Ireland on January 19, 1797, Lady Moira says: "Our escape has been miraculous. The French fleet left Brest, mistook the Jerseys for Mizenhead, and therefore did not make their entrance into Bantry Bay till the 24th, on which very day the storm arose and prevented the greater part of their fleet getting into the bay, driving the greatest part of them out to sea. You will observe that it was on the 19th Lord Malmesbury had orders to quit Paris. He undoubtedly had purchased intelligence at a high price, being duped in that inquiry by the manoeuvres of the Directory, and gave false information to England. Had the French landed on the 18th or 19th, which they might have done, had they not mistaken the Jerseys, we should have had the French now governing in this metropolis. All agree that there never was an expedition so completely planned, and in some points so curiously furnished. The most beautiful ladies of easy virtue from Paris were collected and made a part of the freight. Hoche's mistress accompanied him, and his carriage was on board La Ville d'Orient, taken by the Druid. The hussars taken on board that vessel were those who guarded the scaffold at the execution of the unfortunate Louis. They are clothed in scarlet jackets trimmed with gold and fur, and wear each the butcher's steel on which they whet their knives to whet their swords with. It is reported that Hoche and Riley, one of the admirals, are gone off to America with £700,000 in specie that was on board their vessel to pay the troops. Others think the vessel has sunk, for neither of these personages or the frigate La Fraternité, which they were on board, has been seen since they quitted Brest by any of the French vessels. What a fortunate person Mr. Pitt is, and what a benefit is good luck to its possessor! The troops are all marching back to their old quarters. Cork and its environs indignant at government for leaving them again to the entire care of Providence. It is a general belief among all parties that the French will revisit Ireland, and in no distant period, probably the next dark nights. If the storms now prevented them, they have learned how possible the attempt is, and how can such a coast be guarded. There has been much show of spirit and loyalty, and yet I thank God they did not land." The words of Wolfe Tone, taken from his journal, may be accepted as the epitaph of the first French expedition. "It was hard," says Tone, "after having forced my way thus far, to be obliged to turn back, but it is my fate, and I must submit. Well, England has not had such an escape since the Spanish Armada, and that expedition, like ours, was defeated by the weather. The elements fight against us, and courage is of no avail." The French did return, as Lady Moira had predicted. They returned more than once, but there was a long interval between the first and the second visitation, and there were negotiations between the French and the Dutch Republic, the Batavian Republic as it was called, which had been forming an alliance with France. Neither the French Republic nor the Batavian felt any particular interest in the Irish movement, or cared very much whether Ireland obtained her national independence or had to live without it. France, of course, was willing to make use of Ireland as a vantage ground from which to harass Great Britain, and the Batavian Republic, which had for some time been lapsing out of European notice, was eager to distinguish herself and to play a conspicuous political part once again. The idea at first was that Holland should furnish the naval expedition and France contribute the troops, 5,000 Frenchmen under the command of General Hoche, who were to land in Ireland and form the centre and rallying point for the United Irishmen. The Batavian Republic, however, did not seem anxious to give all the military glory of the affair to France, and some excuses were made on the ground that the discipline of the Dutch navy was somewhat too severe for the soldiers of France to put up with. General Hoche seems to have acted with great disinterestedness and moderation under trying conditions. He saw that the Dutch were anxious to make a name for themselves once more, and he feared that if he were to press for the embarkation of the French soldiers it might lead to the abandonment of the whole expedition. Longing as he was for the chance to distinguish himself in any attack upon England, he controlled his eagerness and consented that the Dutch should have the undertaking all to themselves. Poor Wolfe Tone had to wait and look on all this time, eating his own heart, according to the Homeric phrase. He has left us in his journal a description of his feelings as he saw the days go by without any movement being made to harass the English enemy, and of his own emotions when what might have seemed the heaven-sent chance of the mutiny at the Nore broke out in the English fleet, and no advantage could be taken of it to forward the chances of the expedition from the Texel. For now again the skies and the winds had come to the defence of England, and the Dutch fleet was kept to its anchorage in its own waters. Various plans of warfare were schemed out by the Batavian Republic, with the hope of putting the English naval authorities on a wrong scent, but all these schemes were suddenly defeated by the orders given to the Dutch admiral to put to sea at once. He did put to sea, and was encountered by Admiral Duncan, and the result was the great victory of Camperdown, won by the English over the Dutch after splendid fighting on both sides. Admiral Duncan thereby became Lord Camperdown, and the Batavian Republic dropped all ideas of a naval expedition against England. Meanwhile the gallant General Hoche had died, and Wolfe Tone lost a true friend, with whom from the beginning of their acquaintance he had been in thorough sympathy. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 61, 98, Part 2. All this time the condition of things in Ireland was becoming desperate. After the appearance of the fleet in Bantry Bay and the hopes which it created on the one side and the alarms on the other, the ruling powers of Dublin Castle, and indeed at Westminster, had no other idea but that of crushing out the rebellious spirit of the Irish people by coercion acts and by military law. The national sentiment of Ireland counted for nothing with them. It may be safely laid down as an axiom in political history that the men who are not able to take account of the force of what they would call a mere national sentiment in public affairs are not and never can be fit to carry on the great work of government. Ireland was overrun by military regiments sent over from England and Scotland, which had no sympathy whatever with the Irish people, and regarded them simply as revolted slaves to be scourged back into submission or shot down if they persevered in refusing to submit. Other forces representing law and order were found in the yeomanry, who were chiefly Orangemen and officered by Orangemen, and who regarded the Catholic peasantry as their born enemies. A state of tumult raged through the greater part of the unhappy island, and there cannot be the slightest doubt that the floggings, hangings, and shootings inflicted by the militia and by the yeomen were in many cases done not so much in punishment as in anticipation of rebellious movements on the part of the Catholics. In the meantime preparations were unquestionably going on in many Irish counties, more especially in Ulster, for an outbreak of rebellion. The organization of United Irishmen were adding to its numbers of sworn-in members every day, and the making of pikes was a busy manufacture all over many of the counties. Grattan and some of his friends made many efforts in the Irish House of Commons to induce the Government to devise some means for the pacification of Ireland other than coercion acts, the scourge, the bullet, and the gallows. Finding their efforts wholly in vain, Grattan, Arthur O'Connor, Lord Edward Fitzgerald and his brother, and many other men of high character and position withdrew from the Dublin Parliament altogether, and left to the Government the whole responsibility for the results of its policy. It is always to be regretted that a man like Grattan should ever recede from his position as a constitutional patriot in the Assembly where alone his counsels can have any practical weight. But of Lord Edward Fitzgerald and Arthur O'Connor the same is not to be said, for these men and many of their friends had made up their minds that the time had come when only in armed rebellion there remained any hope for Ireland. In the English Parliament some efforts were made by Charles James Fox and by Whitbread to obtain an inquiry into the real cause of the troubles in Ireland, but the attempts were ineffectual, and the authorities at Dublin Castle were allowed to carry out their own peculiar policy without control or check of any kind. Once again the fates were suddenly unpropitious to the Irish national movement. The force which was intended for Ireland was suddenly ordered to form a part of the expedition which Bonaparte was leading against Egypt. Thereupon the chiefs of the United Irishmen began to see that there was no more hope to be founded on any help to come from France, and it was decided that Ireland should enter into open armed rebellion under the command of Lord Edward Fitzgerald. It was confidently believed that all but a small number of the Irish counties would rise to arms at once under such leadership, and the Irish leaders little knew how completely the Government was supplied with the knowledge of all the Irish national plans and movements. Indeed, there seems only too much reason to believe that the policy of Pitt had long been to force the Irish into premature rebellion by the persistent application of the system of coercion represented by what were called free quarters, in other words, the billeting of soldiers indiscriminately among the houses of the peasantry, thereby leaving the wives and daughters of Irish Catholics at the mercy of a hostile soldiery, by the burning of houses, the shooting down of almost defenceless crowds, and the flogging and hanging of men and women. Certain it is that many of the British officers high in command protested loudly against such a policy, and that some of them positively refused to carry it out, and preferred to incur any rebuke rather than be the instruments of such indiscriminate oppression. Pitt and the authorities at Dublin Castle probably reasoned with themselves that since the rebellion was certain to come, it was better to press it on prematurely so that it might be easily crushed, rather than leave it to take its own time and put its plans into execution when they should have arrived at a formidable maturity. The rebellion broke out in the early part of 1798. It had some brilliant temporary successes in Wexford County and in other counties. In one part of Wexford the movement was literally forced upon the people by the outrageous conduct of the militia and the yeomanry. One of the local Irish priests, Father John Murphy, had used all his efforts up to the last in the cause of order, and had been most energetic in persuading the people to give up their pikes and other weapons to the local authorities. After the people had surrendered their arms, the scourging, shooting, and hanging went on just the same as before, and Father John Murphy and numbers of his parishioners were forced to take refuge in the woods. Then for the first time Father Murphy became a rebel. More than that, he became all at once an insurgent general. He put himself at the head of the despairing peasantry, and he suddenly developed a decided talent for the work of an insurgent chief. His people were armed for the most part only with pitchforks and with spades. Their pikes had nearly all been surrendered. Only some few of the farming classes had guns, and there was, of course, no sort of heavy artillery. Father Murphy showed his people how to barricade with carts the road through which a body of cavalry were expected to pass, and at the right moment, just when the cavalry found themselves unexpectedly obstructed, the insurgents suddenly attacked them with pitchforks and spades, won a complete victory, and utterly routed their opponents. By this success the rebels became possessed of a considerable number of carbines, and were put in heart for further enterprises. Father John Murphy won several other victories, and for the hour was master of a large part of Wexford. One of those who took service under him was a young man, Miles Byrne, scarcely 18 years of age, who afterwards rose to high distinction in the French army under Napoleon, and maintained his position and repute under the Restoration, and might have been seen up to the year 1863, a white-headed, white-bearded veteran, sunning himself in the gardens of the Tuileries. Father Murphy, however, was not able long to hold out. The want of weapons, the want of money, and of all other resources, and no doubt the want of military experience, put him and his men at a hopeless disadvantage, and he was defeated in the end and was executed in the early summer of 1798. While the rebellion lasted, there were no doubt many excesses on both sides. The rebels sometimes could not be prevented by their leaders from fearful retaliations on those at whose hands they had seen their kindred suffer. The gallant Miles Byrne himself has told us in his memoirs how in certain instances he found it impossible to check the rage of his followers until their fury had found some satisfaction in what they believed to be the wild justice of revenge. No one, however, who has studied the history of the times, even as it is told by loyalist narrators, will feel surprised that the policy which had forced on the outbreak of the rebellion should have driven the rebels into retaliation on the few occasions when they had the upper hand and found their enemies at their mercy. It has never been denied that the excesses committed by the rebels were but the spasmodic outbreaks of the passion of retaliation, and that the Irish leaders everywhere did all they could to keep their followers within the bounds of legitimate warfare. It is not necessary to follow out in detail the story of the rebellion. With no material help from abroad, there could have been but one end to it, and the end soon came. A peasantry armed with pikes could hardly hold their own for very long, even against the militia imported from Great Britain, the Orange yeomanry, and the Hessian troops hired from Germany, to say nothing of the regular English soldiers who were armed and trained to war. Even the militiamen and the yeomanry had better weapons than the pikemen, who followed their Irish leaders to the death. Before the rebellion was wholly crushed, Lord Edward Fitzgerald was dead. The plans arranged by the leaders of the movement had appointed a certain day for the rising to begin. The outbreak in Wexford was entirely unpremeditated and merely forced on by events, and, as might have been expected, the plans were betrayed to the authorities of Dublin Castle. Some of the leaders were instantly arrested, and Lord Edward had to fly and conceal himself. His hiding place was soon discovered, and he was arrested in Thomas Street, Dublin, on May 19, 1798. Lord Edward at first refused to surrender and fought desperately for his life. He wounded some of his assailants and received himself a bullet in his body. He was then carried to prison, where he died 16 days after. Fitly might the stranger lingering here, as Byron says of another hero, pray for that gallant spirit's bright repose. Even George III himself might have felt some regret for the state of laws which had turned Edward Fitzgerald into an enemy. Suddenly another attempt to help Ireland and harass England was made from the French side of the English Channel. Bonaparte was away on his Egyptian expedition, and the Directory in his absence did not wish to forego all idea of sending a force to Ireland, but were evidently not very strong on the subject, and did not seem quite to know how to set about such a business. For a while they kept 2 or 3 small bodies of troops ready at certain ports within easy reach of the English shores, and a number of vessels at each port waiting for sudden orders. General Humbert, an adventurous soldier of fortune who had courage enough but not much wisdom, grew impatient at the long delay of the Directory, and thought he could not do better to force the hand of the Directory than to start an expedition himself. Accordingly, he took command of a force of about 1,000 men in number, which had been placed at his disposal for an undefined date, and with 3 or 4 ships to convey his men, he made for the Irish shores. He landed at Killala Bay in the province of Connaught, and he made his way inland as far as the county of Longford. The Irish peasantry rallied around him in considerable numbers, and were received by him as part of the army and invested with the French uniform. He began his march with a sudden and complete victory over a body of English troops considerably outnumbering his own force, but whom he managed cleverly to surprise, and among whom a regular panic seems to have set in. Humbert's scheme was, however, hopeless. The part of the country through which he was marching was thinly populated, and large bodies of English troops under experienced commanders were approaching him from all sides. By the time he had reached the county of Longford, he found himself faced, or indeed all but surrounded, by the royal troops under the command of Lord Cornwallis. There was nothing for Humbert but to surrender, and he and his French followers were treated as prisoners of war after a final and brilliant fight, and sent back to France. The Irish insurgents who had fought under his leadership dispersed and fled after the surrender, well knowing that they would not be included in its terms, and treated as prisoners of war, and they were pursued by the royal troops, and most of them were killed. Matthew Tone, a brother of Wolfe Tone, was one of those who had fought under Humbert. He was made prisoner, taken to Dublin, and executed there within a few days. Thus ended the second expedition from France for the relief of Ireland. Wolfe Tone, meanwhile, was waiting in France, hoping against hope. He had as yet known nothing of the fortunes and failure of Humbert's expedition. Some extracts from a letter written to his wife about this time have a melancholy interest. Touching money matters, I have not yet received a sou, and last night I was obliged to give my last 5 guineas to my countrymen here. I can shift better than you can. I hope to receive a month's pay to-day, but it will not be possible to remit you any part of it. You must therefore carry on the war as best you can for 3 or 4 months, and before that is out we will see further. I am mortified at not being able to send you a remittance, but you know it is not my fault. We embark about 3,000 men with 13 pieces of artillery, and I judge about 20,000 stand of arms. We are enough, I trust, to do the business if we arrive safe. With regard to myself, I have had every reason to be satisfied. I stand well with the general and my comrades. I am in excellent health and spirits. I have great confidence in the success of our enterprise, and come what may, at least I will do what is right. The time is so short that I must finish this. I will, if possible, write to you again, but if we should unexpectedly sail, my next will be, I hope, from Ireland. The embarking to which Tone referred was that of an expedition which the Directory had at last resolved to dispatch from Brest for the Irish shore. By a somewhat touching coincidence, Tone found himself on board a war vessel called the Hoche, which was under the command of the admiral of the little fleet. This expedition consisted of one sail of the line and 8 frigates, with 3,000 French soldiers. It sailed on September 30th, 1798. But the destinies were against it, as they had been against its predecessors, and contrary winds compelled the admiral to make a wide sweep out of what would otherwise have been its natural course. It was not until October 10th that the little fleet, then reduced to 4 vessels, the others had been scattered, reached the shore of Lough Swilly on the northwest coast of Ireland, and it was there encountered by a fleet of 6 English sail of the line and 2 frigates. The admiral of the French fleet saw that there was no chance whatever of his fighting his way through such an opposition, and he made up his mind to offer the best resistance he could for the honor of the French flag. He promptly gave signals for the lighter vessels, which would have been of little practical service in such a struggle, to make the safest retreat they could, and with his own vessel resolved rather perhaps to do and die than to do or die. A boat came from one of the frigates to take his final instructions, and he and all the French officers, naval and military, who were on board the Hoche, strongly urged Wolfe Tone to go to the frigate in the boat and thus save his life. They pointed out to him that if they were captured they must be treated as prisoners of war, but that no mercy would be shown to him, a subject of King George, taken in French uniform. Wolfe Tone peremptorily declined to accept the general's advice. It should never be said of him, he declared, that he saved his life and left Frenchmen to fight and die in the cause of his country. A fierce naval battle took place, and the French admiral fought until he was overpowered and had no course left to him but to surrender. The French officers who had survived the fight were all taken to Letterkenny, Tone among the number. Tone was in French uniform and might have passed unrecognized as a French officer, but that an Ulster magnate, Sir George Hill, who had known him in earlier days, became at once aware of his identity and addressed him by name. Tone calmly and civilly replied to the greeting and courteously asked after the health of the wife of his discoverer. Then all was over so far as Tone was concerned. He was conveyed to Dublin and tried by court-martial as a rebel and a traitor to George III. He defended himself in a speech of remarkable eloquence, that is, if he can be said to have defended himself when his whole speech was a frank avowal of his purpose to fight for the independence of Ireland. He declared that he thoroughly understood the consequences of his failure and was prepared to abide by them. Washington, he said, succeeded, and Kosciuszko failed, and he only insisted that in his case, as in that of Kosciuszko, failure brought with it no dishonor. The one sole appeal which he made was that he might be allowed to die a soldier's death, that he might be shot and not hanged. Tone was found guilty, of course. There was no choice left to the court-martial on that question, and his appeal as to the mode of his death was refused by the Lord Lieutenant. John Philpot Curran, the great advocate, made a motion in the King's Bench to effect that Tone should be removed from the custody of the Provost Marshal and tried before a civil tribunal on the ground that Tone was not in the English army, and that as the civil courts were sitting there was no warrant for the interference of martial law. The Lord Chief Justice, Lord Kilwarden, a man whose public spirit and whose devotion to law and justice would have done honor to any bench, ruled in favor of Curran's appeal and ordered that Tone be removed from the custody of the Provost Marshal. When the Provost Marshal declined to obey the order, the Chief Justice directed that the Provost Marshal be taken into custody and that he, along with Tone, be brought before the court. The decision came too late so far as Tone was concerned. Rather than endure the ignominy of a public execution by the gallows, which he believed to be awaiting him, he had found means to open a vein in his throat. "You see, I am but a poor anatomist," he said with a quiet smile to the surgeon who was brought to his bedside. He lingered in a half-conscious state for a few days and then died. His death was the closing event of the Irish insurrection of 1798. There was, however, a sort of afterbirth of the struggle of '98 in the attempt hazarded by Robert Emmet, to which we have already made anticipatory allusion. Robert Emmet, the brother of Thomas Addis Emmet, was a young Irishman of great abilities and of generous, unselfish, imprudent enthusiasm. He could not bring himself to believe that the hopes of Irish independence were buried even in the graves of Lord Edward Fitzgerald and Wolfe Tone. He had no trust whatever in any assistance to be given from France, but he set himself to organize a movement which should be Irish only, and should find its whole organization and its battlefield on the soil of Ireland. He found numbers of brave and ardent young men to assist him, and he planned out another rising which was to begin with a seizure of Dublin Castle and a holding of the capital as a centre and a citadel of a new movement for Irish independence. Emmet's passion for national independence had been strengthened by the passing of the Act of Union. The Act of Union had long been a project in the mind of Pitt, and indeed it was the opinion of many observers then, and of some historical students from that time to the present, that Pitt had forced on the Irish rebellion in order to give an excuse for the absolute extinction of the Irish Parliament and the centralization of the system of government in the Parliament sitting at Westminster. It is at all events quite certain that Pitt accomplished his scheme for a legislative union between Great Britain and Ireland by a wholesale system of bribery, the bribery taking the form of peerages, of high-salaried appointments, of liberal pensions, and even of sums of ready money. All that was really national in the Irish Parliament fought to the last against Pitt's Act of Union. But the Act was carried, and it came into operation on January 1st, 1801. The Act itself and the methods by which it was passed only gave to Robert Emmet a fresh stimulus to prepare his plans for the independence of Ireland. We need not follow in detail the story of these plans and the attempt to put them into execution. Robert Emmet's projects were no doubt all well known to the authorities of Dublin Castle before any attempt could be made to carry them out. In any case, their chances of success seem to have depended very much upon the simultaneous action of a great number of persons in a great number of different places, and the history of every secret revolutionary movement tells us of the almost insuperable difficulty there is in getting all the actors of such a drama to appear upon the stage at the same moment and at the right moment. Emmet's plan broke down, and it ended not even in a general rising of the nationalists of Dublin, but in a mere street riot, the most sad and shocking event in which was the murder of Lord Chief Justice Lord Kilwarden. While Emmet in another part of the city was vainly striving to retrieve the disorder into which the excesses of some of his followers had broken up the plan of attack, Lord Kilwarden's carriage was stopped by a body of undisciplined and infuriated rioters, and one man thrust a pike into Kilwarden's body. Emmet himself came too late upon the scene to rescue the Chief Justice, and from that moment he gave up all hope of anything like orderly action on the part of the insurgents, and indeed his whole effort was to get his followers to disperse and to stop any rising in the adjacent counties. Kilwarden died soon after he had received his wound, but not before he had uttered the noble injunction that no man should suffer for his death without full and lawful trial. Seldom has even the assassin's hand stricken a worse blow than that which killed Lord Kilwarden. In an age when corrupt judges and partial judges were not uncommon, Kilwarden was upright, honorable, and just. The fiercest nationalist of the day lamented his death. He had again and again stood before the Crown officials and interposed the shield of law between them and the victims whom they strove by any process to bring to death. Emmet made his way into Wicklow with the main purpose of stopping the intended outbreak of insurrection there, as he saw now that no such attempts could, under the conditions, end in anything but useless bloodshed. His friends urged him to make his escape to France, and he might easily have escaped, but that he went back to Dublin with the hope of seeing once again Sarah Curran, the youngest daughter of the great advocate, with whom he was devotedly in love. He was recognized, arrested, and sent to trial before Lord Norbury, a judge who bore a very different sort of reputation from that which honored Lord Kilwarden. Emmet made a brilliant and touching speech, not in defense of himself against the charge of trying to create a rebellion, for he avowed his purpose and gloried it, but in vindication of his cause and in utter denial of the accusation commonly brought against him that he intended to make his country the subject of France. He was found guilty, sentenced to death, and executed on the morning after his trial. Thomas Moore, the Irish poet, who was a college friend of Emmet's, has embalmed his memory in 3 beautiful songs. She is far from the land where her young hero sleeps, she being, of course, Sarah Curran, to whom Emmet addressed his last written words. "Oh, breathe not his name," and "When he who adores thee," an appeal to Ireland to remember him who had at least the pride of thus dying for thee. Washington Irving, the American author, devoted a touching essay called "The Broken Heart" to the story of Robert Emmet and his blighted passion. The lovers of romance may be somewhat disconcerted to hear that Sarah Curran married after her young hero's death, but she remained single many years, and there is no reason to suppose that she ever forgot or disclaimed her affection for Robert Emmet. Wolfe Tone's wife married again some 16 years after the husband of her youth had passed away. Her grave is to be seen in a cemetery close to Washington in the United States, the land in which Wolfe Tone's widow passed all the later years of her life. With the failure and the death of Robert Emmet closed the last rebellious rising in Ireland which belongs to the history of the Georges. Pitt's Act of Union is still in force, but it would be idle to say that it is anything more than in force. The union between England and Scotland, to which Pitt's supporters so often triumphantly appealed, was made under conditions and on terms totally different from those which had to do with the union between England and Ireland. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of the Four Georges and of William the Fourth in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 62, Napoleon Bonaparte. Nothing in the history of the world is quite as wonderful as the history of the first Napoleon. No other man ever rose from so little to so much, ever played a greater part in the eyes of the civilized world, was more monstrous in his triumphs, or more tragic in his fall. Everything connected with his strange career was distorted, exaggerated, seemingly out of all proportion to the familiarities, the conventionalities, and even the possibilities of existence. As the ancient Greeks in their sculpture for the delineation of their gods permitted themselves the use of the heroic size, and made their immortals and their demigods more than common tall and more than common comely, so might the modern historian seem privileged in the use of a superlative style in dealing with a life so phenomenal, so unbounded by the average horizon, so ungoverned by the ordinary laws. And yet no more is needed than the cold statement of the stages in that great story, of the steps which conducted to the summit of the pyramid, only to be descended on the other side. Such a statement is itself the sermon on an earthly glory that was almost unearthly in the vastness of its aims and of its gains, and on a humiliation that restored humanity to reason and reaffirmed the inexorable lesson. As the mere names of battles on the commemorative arch appeal to the memories, the ambitions, and the passions of a military race with a monumental emphasis that is not to be rivaled by the painter or writer, so a few simple words serve to contrast with a simplicity that is in itself a pomp the crowns and the catastrophes of that amazing visitation. Corsica, St. Helena, Brumaire, Moscow, Toulon, Waterloo. The chronicle of the great conqueror is written in little in the names of 2 islands, 2 battles, and 2 towns. To Frenchmen, even to the Frenchmen who are most opposed to him, Napoleon must always be an object for gratitude and for admiration. The most passionate champion of the Bourbon lilies and the doctrine of the divine right of kings cannot refuse to recognize that Napoleon Bonaparte gave to France a greater military glory than she had ever known or ever dreamed of before. The most devout disciple of the principles of '89, the fieriest apostle of the revolution that went down into the dust before the cunning of Barras and the cannon of the Corsican adventurer, is obliged to admit the splendid services that Napoleon Bonaparte rendered to his adopted country. The one antagonist confesses that the Napoleonic eagles flew with the length of flight and the strength of wing of the Roman eagles. The other antagonist sees with approval the Code Napoleon and the Order of the Legion of Honor, the Simplon Road and the Canal of Saint-Quentin, the encouragement given to arts, to letters, and to commerce, the reorganization of finance, and the reconstitution of the army. But to the average Englishman of that time and for long afterwards, Napoleon was first and last and always the implacable enemy of Great Britain. From the day of Toulon to the day of Waterloo, Bonaparte was the big bogey of England, always either fighting against her openly or plotting against her secretly, always guided by one purpose, always haunted by one hope, the conquest of a country that had learned to look upon herself as unconquerable. Pitt, who hated war, was destined to play the uncongenial part of a war minister, with one short interval for the rest of his life, and to devote his genius and his energy to a life and death struggle with the soldier of fortune who was yesterday the hero of Italy, today First Consul, tomorrow to be Emperor of the French. The story of Pitt's life, for the rest of Pitt's life, is the story of a struggle against Napoleon, a struggle maintained under difficulties and disadvantages that might well have broken a strong man's heart, and that seemed to end in disaster when the strong man's heart was broken. It looked for long enough as if nothing could withstand the military genius or sate the ambition of Napoleon. On his sword sat laurel victory, and smooth success was strewn before his feet. He overran Egypt and dreamed of rivaling the eastern conquests of Alexander. The kingdoms of Europe crumpled up before him. On land he seemed to be little less than invincible. England was only safe from him because England held the supremacy of the sea. When the war with France began, England was blessed with an effective navy, and England's fleet was England's fortune in the days when the conqueror of a continent was the nightmare of an island. A monstrous regiment of caricaturists were painting themselves into fame by fantastic and ferocious presentations of the man who was so fiercely hated because he was so greatly dreaded. Some of these caricatures are pitifully ignoble, some in their kind are masterpieces. All are animated by a great fury that is partly the outcome of a great fear. For years that fear was always present. For years it was always well within the bounds of possibility that the fear might be realized in a great national catastrophe. In every coast town of England men volunteered and drilled and manned defences, and scanned with anxious eyes the horizon for the sails that were to fulfil a menace more terrible than the menace of the Armada. England's military fame had dwindled on the battlefields of Europe. England's strength at home was as nothing compared to the strength that France could employ against her if once France could obtain a landing on her shores. Napoleon had declared scornfully that the country with the few millions of men must give way to the country with many millions of men. All that he needed to reduce England, as he had reduced so many other of the kingdoms of the earth, was to place his armed majority where it could act with overwhelming force against an armed minority. Only one thing lay between him and his purpose, but that one thing was the Navy of England. Napoleon knew that if he had but command of the Channel for a very few hours, the landing of which he had dreamed and for which he had schemed so long would be a reality, and a march on London as easy as a march on Vienna. But he never got those few hours' command of the sea. Perhaps no greater monument of human vanity exists than the medal which Napoleon, madly prophesying, caused to be struck in commemoration of the conquest of England. Perhaps no pages of all the pages of history are more splendid than those which record the triumphs and glories of the English fleet in the mortal struggle with France. When the Great War began, it was well for England that her navy was in effective condition. It was perhaps better still that the traditions of her navy were rich with heroic deeds, examples splendid to emulate, hard to surpass, but which, however, the sailors of King George III were destined to surpass. Yet the conditions of life under which the English sailor lived were scarcely of a kind to foster the serene, austere virtues of patriotism and heroism. The English sailor was often snared into the active service of his country, sorely against his will, by means of the odious instrument for recruiting known as the press gang. His existence on board the mighty and beautiful men of war was a life that, at its best, was a life of the severest hardship, and that, at its worst, was hard indeed to endure. He and his fellows were herded together under conditions of indescribable filth, squalor, and discomfort, often foolishly ill-fed, often cruelly ill-treated, often the victims of intolerable tyranny from brutal superiors. It is sometimes little short of marvellous that the sailors on whose faith the safety of England depended should have proved so faithful, so cheerful, so desperately brave. There was indeed a moment when the faith of some of them failed, and when the safety of England was in greater jeopardy than it had been in since the crescent of the Armada was reported off Plymouth or the Dutch ships lay in the Medway. While the war with France was still in its gloomy dawn, the unwisdom of treating British sailors worse than beasts of burden came near to wrecking the kingdom. In 1797 the crews of very many of the King's ships were exasperated by ill treatments and injustices of many kinds, exasperated most of all by the fatal folly of long arrears of pay, a folly which in France but 8 years earlier had been one of the most powerful factors in aiding the spread of the Revolution. There came a point when the sense of injury seemed too hard to bear, and England was startled by the news of a mutiny at Spithead. But the mutiny, if alarming, was kept within moderate bounds and under control by the mutineers. It was temperately met and temperately dealt with by Lord Howe, and it soon came to an end. It was immediately followed by a far more alarming mutiny which broke out among the ships at the Nore. This mutiny, headed by a seaman named Parker, who proved himself a bold and daring spirit, swelled swiftly to serious proportions. Londoners saw the mouth of their river blockaded by the warships of England, saw their capital city fortified against the menaces of the men they relied upon as their saviors. Admiral Duncan, busily engaged in keeping a Dutch fleet cooped up in the river Texel, suddenly beheld almost the whole of his squadron desert him and sail away to join Parker and his fellow mutineers at the Nore. It was one of the gravest crises in English history, one of the greatest perils that England had to face during the whole of the French war. But the danger was weathered, the peril overcome. The government faced the dangers of mutiny as firmly as they had faced the dangers of the war. Whatever the provocation, mutiny at such a moment was a national crime. It flickered out as tamely as it blazed up fiercely. Parker and some of his fellow conspirators were hanged, strong men dying unhappily, and once again England had only her foreign foes to reckon with. Over away by the Texel, stout-hearted Duncan, with only his flagship and 2 frigates to represent the sea power of England, met the difficulty with a shiftiness worthy of Ulysses. Through all his long hours of loneliness he kept on gallantly signalling away to an imaginary fleet, and the Dutchmen in the Texel little dreamed that they were held in check by a deserted admiral upon a desolate sea. When at last they emerged, Duncan's danger was over. His faithless vessels had returned to their faith, and the crushing victory of Camperdown consoled one of the bravest of the brave for an agony unrivalled in the story of the sea. The British admirals are the heroes of the dying 18th century. Admirals all, they said their say, the echoes are rising still, in the words of Henry Newbolt's gallant song. Admirals all, they went their way to the haven under the hill. Dundonald was called, and finally called, the last of the sea kings, but they were all true kinsmen of the Vikings, the admirals, who were famous figures in Dundonald's fiery youth, and famous memories in Dundonald's noble age. And as the admirals were, so were the captains, so were the men. Ferny sticking the surrendered swords in a sheath under his arm, Walton calmly informing his superior that "we have taken or destroyed all the Spanish ships on this coast, number as per margin," are typical figures in a tradition of a courage so superlative that Admiral Sir Robert Calder, who fought very gallantly and took 2 ships, was tried by court-martial and severely reprimanded for not having destroyed the French fleet. The age of George III would be memorable if it were memorable for nothing else, for the deeds and the glories of the great sea fights, and the great sea fighters who saved England from invasion, knocking the tall ships of France to pieces, taking monstrous odds with alacrity, eager to engage in all weathers and under all conditions, cheerfully converting what seemed an impossible task into not merely a feasible but an easy piece of business. There are some sea battles of that time fought out in storm and darkness which read in the tamest statement with the pomp and beauty of the most majestic music. The names of the great admirals must always be dear to English ears, must always sound sweet on English lips. St. Vincent, Collingwood, Howe, Duncan. The noble list proceeds, each name illuminated with its own splendid story of desperate enterprise and deathless honor, till the proudest name of all is reached. The praise itself seems to falter and fall off before the lonely grandeur of Nelson. Never was a little life filled with greater achievements. Never was a little body more compact of the virtues that make great captains and brave men. The life that began in the September of 1758 and that ended in the October of 1805 holds in the compass of its 47 years the epitome of what England meant for Englishmen in the days of its greatest peril and its greatest glory. Magnificent, magniloquent, turbulent, it is starred with glowing phrases as thickly as with glowing deeds. Fear, I never saw fear. What is it? A peerage or Westminster Abbey. The immortal signal, the famous saying of Copenhagen, it is warm work. This day will be the last to many of us, but I would not be elsewhere for thousands. The pathos of the dying lover, let my dear Lady Hamilton have my hair, and the pride of the dying hero, thank God I have done my duty. All these things are the splendid ornaments of a splendid career. They gleam on his story as his stars and orders gleamed upon his breast when the victory renewed her name. With the Battle of Trafalgar and the destruction of the allied French and Spanish fleets, Napoleon's dream of England's conquest came to an end. The result was bought at a great price, the price of Nelson's life. But Nelson had done his work and done it well. He saved his country. He had deserved well of his countrymen. He summed in himself all the qualities that made the English sailor the idol of his people and the terror of his foes. While Nelson still lived and conquered, there came a check to the troubled supremacy of Pitt. In 1801, when the memories of the Battle of the Nile and the defence of Acre were still fresh in men's thoughts, and Napoleon had been for a year First Consul, Pitt, baffled by circumstances, surrendered to mediocrity, and Addington was Prime Minister in his place. For 3 disastrous years Addington was permitted to prove his incompetency, till in 1804 Pitt, as the only possible man, came back to power to face a Napoleon more menacing than ever, a Napoleon now, in that same year, crowned and triumphant as Emperor of the French. England was mistress of the seas, but Napoleon was master of Europe. Pitt's health was fading swiftly. He watched with despair the progress of his enemy. Ulm came, and Austerlitz struck Pitt at the heart. The closing hours of Pitt's career were as troubled and as gloomy as its dawn had been radiant and serene. It may have cost him little to be reconciled with the pompous mediocrity of Addington, and thereby to placate the king. His nature could afford to be magnanimous to the ungrateful incompetency that was able only in betrayal. It need not have given a pang to that proud and lonely spirit to welcome into the Cabinet the Earl of Buckinghamshire, who had wedded the one fair woman whose heart Pitt had won and lost. But the anguish of his soul was wrung into expression by the fall of Dundas. He had loved Dundas, who was now Lord Melville, long and well. Lord Melville's conduct as Treasurer to the Navy provoked from the Opposition a series of condemnatory resolutions. In spite of all that Pitt could do, the resolutions were supported by many of his followers, by many of his friends, by one friend conspicuous among all, by Wilberforce. The division was neck and neck, 216 to 216. The Speaker, white as a sheet, gave the casting vote against Dundas, which stabbed Pitt to the core. Whether it were or no, as Wilberforce maintained, a false principle of honor which led the great minister to support Melville, Pitt felt the blow as he had felt nothing before, and was to feel but one thing again. Pitt pulled his little cocked hat over his forehead to hide his tears. One brutal adversary, Sir Thomas Mostyn, raised the wild yell of triumph that denotes to huntsmen the death of the fox. Another savage, Colonel Wardle, urged his friends to come and see how Billy looked after it. But the young Tory gentlemen rallied around their hero. They made a circle of locked arms, and with looks and words that meant swords they kept the aggressors off. In their midst Pitt moved unconsciously out of the house, a broken-hearted man. The heart of Pitt was allowed to feel one pulse of pride and pleasure before it ceased to beat. Pitt shared in the triumph of Trafalgar. He made his best and noblest appearance in public, made his last most splendid speech. "Europe is not to be saved by any single man," he said to those who saluted him at the Guildhall as the savior of Europe. "England has saved herself by her exertions, and will, I trust, save Europe by her example." A few weeks later, in the December of 1805, Pitt was at Bath when a courier brought him the news of the Battle of Austerlitz. The news practically killed him. He had long been ailing grievously. Sir Walter Farquhar's account of Pitt's health, lately made public by Lord Rosebery, proves that the body which cased that great spirit was indeed a ruined body. Grief and anxiety had stamped lines of care and sorrow upon his face which gave it what Wilberforce afterwards called the Austerlitz look. The phrase is famous and admirable, if not exactly accurate as used by Wilberforce, for Lord Stanhope shows that Wilberforce never saw Pitt after the Battle of Austerlitz was fought. With the Austerlitz look on his face, Pitt travelled to London, to the villa now known as Bowling Green House at Putney. With the Austerlitz look on his face, he surrendered himself to the care of his niece, Lady Hester Stanhope, who afterwards lived eccentric and died lonely in the East, a kind of desert queen. With the Austerlitz look on his face, he bade that niece roll up the map of Europe. It will not be wanted these 10 years. With the Austerlitz look on his face, he died on January 23, 1806. England, that had lost in 3 months Nelson and Pitt, was to lose a third great man in only 8 months more. Pitt's body lay in Westminster. Pitt's ministry was dissipated into air. Pitt's great opponent was called to the office for the last time, and for a very short time. Fox, as we are told by his biographer, Lord Russell, never felt personal enmity to Pitt. He said with generous truth that he never gave a vote with more satisfaction than his vote in support of the motion to pay Pitt's debts and to settle pensions on his nieces. He could not and did not endorse the proposal to confer honor on the memory of Mr. Pitt as an excellent statesman. He was ready to take office in the ministry of all the talents that Lord Grenville gathered together. He became Foreign Secretary and leader of the House of Commons. Fox, in office as out of office, had 3 great questions closely at heart: the treatment of the Catholics, peace with France, and the slave trade. But Fox in office was obliged to face and recognize the difficulties the solution of these questions. He admitted reluctantly the inadvisability of pressing the Catholic claims at a time when such pressure would prove destructive alike to the claims and to the ministry that maintained them. He admitted reluctantly that the prospect of peace with France was very far from hopeful. He still dreamed of a speedy abolition of the slave trade, and to this end he attended Parliament too persistently in defiance of the warnings of his failing health. He was tapped for dropsy. His condition grew worse. In the evening of September 13, 1806, he died. He was the greatest Liberal of his age, the greatest friend of liberty. The Irish poet bade the Irish banshee wail for him on whose burning tongue truth, peace, and freedom hung. Fox was not long dead when the Ministry of All the Talents found itself in direct collision with its royal master. It had ventured to suggest that it should be permitted to Catholics and to dissenters to serve the king and the country in the army and navy. This small concession was too vast for the bigotry of George. He would have none of it, and the obsequious ministry consented to abandon the measure. This was not enough for George. He wanted to extract from the ministry a formal promise in writing that it would never submit to the sovereign any measure that involved or was in any way connected with concessions to the Catholics. The ministry was not obsequious to that ignoble degree. It refused to bind itself by any such degrading pledge, and in consequence it was turned out of office, and the Duke of Portland and Mr. Perceval reigned in its stead. The Ministry of All the Talents had lived neither a long nor a useful life. Spencer Perceval was an able lawyer, a dexterous debater, a skilful parliamentarian. He was privately an excellent man, with an excellence that the irony of Sidney Smith has made immortal. He was not quite the man to sit in the Siege Perilous that had been occupied in turn by Pitt and Fox. He held his office under difficult conditions. In 1810 the king, whose ailing mind was unhinged by the death of his daughter Amelia, lost his reason irreparably. Perceval had to fight the question of the regency with a brilliant opposition and a bitterly hostile Prince of Wales. He succeeded. In the January of 1811 he carried his regency bill on the lines of the measure proposed in 1788. In May of 1811 he was shot dead in the lobby of the House of Commons by a madman named John Bellingham, who had some crazy grievance against the government. The years from the January of 1811 to the January of 1820 are technically the last 9 years of the reign of George III. They are practically the first 9 years of the reign of George IV. The 9 years of the Regency were momentous years in the history of England. The mighty figure of Napoleon, whose shadow, creeping over the map of Europe, had darkened and shortened the life of Pitt, was still an abiding menace in England when the Prince of Wales became regent. But England, that had lost so much in her struggle with the Corsican conqueror, who had now no Nelson to oppose to him on the high seas and no Pitt to oppose to him in the council chamber, found herself armed against his triumphs in the person of a great soldier. In the same year that saw the birth of Napoleon, and on a date as little certain as that of the conqueror of Europe, a child was born to Garret Wellesley, 1st Earl of Mornington, in Dublin. The child was a son, the third that Anne Hill, Lord Dungannon's eldest daughter, had borne to her music-loving husband. The child was christened Arthur. Dates as various as May 1st, May 6th, and April 29th, 1769 are given by different authorities in that very year, and the place of birth is as unsettled as the date, Dangan Castle in Meath and Mornington House, Marion Street, Dublin, being the alternatives offered. Very little is known about the childhood and early youth of Arthur Wellesley. His mother seems to have considered him stupid, and to have disliked him for his stupidity. He went from school to school, first at Chelsea, then at Eton, then at Brussels, without showing any special gifts, except a taste for music, inherited no doubt from the father, whose musical tastes had earned him the affection of George III. an unamiable mother decided that he was food for powder and nothing more, and when he was 16 years old he was sent to the French Academy at Angers, where he was able to learn all the engineering that he wanted, at the very same time that the young Napoleon Bonaparte was being trained for a soldier in the military college at Brienne. Of the little that can be known of the first 17 years of Arthur Wellesley's life, the clearest facts are that his childhood was not happy, that he was believed by many to be a dull and backward boy, and that he himself thought that if circumstances had not made him a soldier, he would probably have become distinguished in public life as a financier. Circumstances made him a soldier. Through the patronage of his eldest brother, who became Earl of Mornington on his father's death in 1781, the young Arthur Wellesley entered the army as an ensign in the 73rd Foot. The same influence that had got him into the army aided him to rise in it. When he was little more than of age he was captain of the 18th Light Dragoons, aide de camp to the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and member of the Irish Parliament for his brother's borough of Trim. In the Irish Parliament he supported Pitt's measure to enfranchise Roman Catholics. It was characteristic of the young man that when once a career had been chosen for him, he devoted himself to it with a cold, persistent zeal that accomplished as much for him as the most passionate enthusiasm would have done for another. He set before himself the principle that, having undertaken a profession, he had better try to understand it, and understand it he did, with a determined thoroughness that was rare indeed, if not unknown, among the young officers of his day. We are told that soon after he got his first commission he had one of the privates of the 73rd weighed, first in his ordinary military clothes and then in heavy marching order, in order to ascertain what was expected of a soldier on service. This kind of thoroughness, at once comprehensive and minute, distinguished the conduct of his whole career. One of the maxims that regulated his life was always to do the day's business in the day. Long years later he and a friend were driving together along a coaching road and amusing themselves by guessing what kind of country lay behind each hill they approached. When the friend commented upon the surprising accuracy of his companion's guesses, the man who had been Arthur Wellesley answered, "Why, all my life I have been trying to guess what lay on the other side of the hill," a stimulating piece of wisdom, to which he himself supplied the no less stimulating comment, "All the business of war, and indeed all the business of life, is to endeavor to find out what you don't know from what you do." The youth who took soldiering in his iron spirit must have been more than a puzzle to many of his contemporaries, whose simple military creed it was that when an officer was not actually fighting he might best employ his time in drinking and gambling. Young Wellesley fell in love with Catherine Pakenham, Lord Longford's daughter, and she with him, but the means of neither permitted marriage then, and they did not marry until long years later. When the war with France was forced upon a reluctant minister, Wellesley went to the Continent under Lord Moira and saw some fighting. But his serious career began when he was sent to India with the 33rd Regiment in 1797. It was in India that the young soldier was to learn those lessons in the art of war which were afterwards to prove so priceless to England, and to gain a fame which might well have seemed great enough to satisfy any ambition less exacting than his. But he had the generous greed of the great soldier, the restless, high-reaching spirit, to which the success of yesterday is as nothing save as an experience that may serve for the success of tomorrow. No better field than India could have been found for a young and ambitious soldier who had devoted himself to his career almost by chance, but who was resolved to approve his choice by giving to the career of arms a zeal, a stubborn pertinacity, a very passion of patience rare indeed at the time, and who was resolved to regard nothing as too great to attempt or too trivial to notice in the execution of his duty. After a career of military honor and experience in India, Arthur Wellesley began his struggle with Napoleon on the battlefields of the Spanish Peninsula, and ended it upon the battlefield of Waterloo. His was the hand that gave the final blow to the failing emperor. the career of so much glory and of so much gloom, of Corsican lieutenantship and empire, of Brumaire and Bourbon restoration, of Egyptian pyramids and Russian snows, of Tilsit and of Elba, and of the 100 Days, ended in the island of St. Helena. There exists among the documents that are preserved from Napoleon's youth a geographical list made out in his own boyish hand of names and places, with explanatory comments. The name of St. Helena is on the list, and the only words written opposite to it are Little Island. The preacher on vanities never had a better text for a sermon. The little island that had then seemed so unimportant became in the end more momentous than the Eastern empire of his dreams. The man who had made and unmade kingdoms, who had flung down the crowns of Europe for soldiers of fortune to scramble for as boys unto a muss, was now the unhonored captive of ungenerous opponents, the unhonored victim of the petty tyrannies of Sir Hudson Lowe. As the most disastrous event of the reign of George III prior to the Regency was a war with America, so the most disastrous event of the Regency was a war with America. Napoleon's fantastic decrees of commercial blockade leveled against England and known as the Continental System had embroiled the young republic and England, and differences inflamed by the unwisdom of Perceval were not to be healed by the belated wisdom of Castlereagh. Two keen causes of quarrel were afforded by England's persistent assertion of the right to stop and search American vessels on the high seas for British subjects, and England's no less persistent refusal to recognize that naturalization as an American citizen in any way affected the allegiance of a British subject to the British crown. Wise statesmanship might have averted war, but wise statesmanship was wanting. The death of Spencer Perceval caused the elevation to the premiership of a man as incapable as his predecessor of dealing skillfully with the American difficulty. Robert Banks Jenkinson, who had been Lord Hawkesbury and who was now Lord Liverpool, was a curiously narrow-minded, hidebound politician who had never recovered from the shock of the French Revolution, and who was chiefly conspicuous for his dogged opposition to every species of reform. He was 5 years old when the fight at Concord began the struggle that ended with American independence, but the great event which overshadowed his childhood had no apparent effect upon his later judgment. This belated survival of the tradition of Hillsborough thought and said that America ought to look to England as the guardian power to which she was indebted not only for her comforts, not only for her rank in the scale of civilization, but for her very existence. Folly such as this could only end in disaster. America, believing herself to be deeply wronged, declared war on Great Britain in the June of 1812. The war lasted more than 2 years with varying fortunes. Once again the scarlet coats of English soldiers were familiar, if detested, objects to many of the men who had made the Republic, and over bloody battlefields fluttered that English flag which most of those who now opposed it had only seen as a trophy of their fathers' victories. Both sides fought under heavy disadvantages. If England was weakened by her struggle with Napoleon, America was hampered by internal dissensions, by a disorganized army, and by a navy so small that it might almost have been regarded as not in existence. Yet it was this very navy which did most for America in the struggle, and dealt England the most staggering blows inflicted upon her supremacy of the sea. The most shameful episode of the whole unhappy campaign was when the English General Ross captured Washington and, in obedience to infamous orders from home, burned the Capitol and other public buildings. No more disgraceful act stains the history of the time. It proved as impossible for England to defend as for America to forget. The war ended at last, after the commerce of both countries had been gravely injured, in a grotesque treaty of peace signed at Ghent, in which the principal cause of the war, the impressment of American sailors by English ships, was not even alluded to. But as the impressment was abandoned by England, the war had not been waged wholly in vain. In the year that followed upon the Battle of Waterloo, Sheridan died. He had outlived by 10 years his great contemporaries Pitt and Fox, by nearly 20 years his greatest contemporary, Burke, and by more than 30 years his great contemporary, Johnson. The pompous funeral that carried his remains to Westminster Abbey was the funeral not merely of a man, but of an age. He was almost the last of the great heroic figures that made the 18th century famous. He had long outlived all the friends, heroes, rivals of his glorious prime. He could talk to the children of the dawning century of Johnson and Goldsmith and Sir Joshua Reynolds, of Burke and Pitt and Fox, of poets and painters, players and politicians, who seemed to his listeners to belong to a departed age of gold. 2 years later, in the November of 1818, England, and indeed the whole civilized world, received a sudden and painful shock by the death, under conditions peculiarly harrowing, of Sir Samuel Romilly, the great lawyer, social reformer, and philanthropist. Romilly had been deeply attached to his wife, and on her death in October of that year it would seem that he must have lost his reason, for in the following month he committed suicide. Romilly was a man of the highest principles and the most austere conscience, and although the loss of his much-beloved wife must have made the world but a mere ruin to him, it is not believed that if his mind had not suddenly given way he would have done himself to death with his own hand. To Napoleon, then fretting in exile in St. Helena, the deed appeared to be one curiously characteristic of the English people. The English character is superior to ours. Conceive Romilly, one of the leaders of a great party, committing suicide at 50 because he had lost his wife. They are in everything more practical than we are. They emigrate, they marry, they kill themselves with less indecision than we display in going to the opera. Napoleon was wrong in his estimate of Romilly's age. Romilly was 61 when he died. He was one of the greatest legal and social reformers of his age. His father was a Huguenot watchmaker who had settled in London, and the young Samuel Romilly had only an imperfect education to begin with. By intense study he became possessed of wide and varied culture. He studied for the bar, became distinguished in chancery practice, made his way in public life, sat in the House of Commons for several years, and finally represented Westminster. During successive visits to France he had made the acquaintance of Diderot and d'Alembert, and become the friend of Mirabeau. He won a noble fame for his persistent endeavors to mitigate the cruelties of the criminal laws, to introduce the principles of a free country into political prosecutions, to abolish the odious spy system, and to put an end to slavery at home and abroad. His name will be remembered forever in the history of political and social reform. The houses of death and of birth were busy for the royal family in the closing scenes of the King's tragedy. There had been very little happiness for George III in his long reign and his longer life. His childhood had been darkened by the shadow of a family feud that seemed traditional in his line. His marriage, indeed fortunate if unromantic, the sequel of more than one unfortunate romance, gave him a companion whose tastes were as simple and whose purposes were as upright as his own. But his private domesticity was not destined to be less troubled than his public fortunes. The grim tradition asserted itself again for him, whose childhood and manhood had been only too devoted to the influence of his mother. Few of his children were a cause of joy to him. Some were a source of very poignant sorrow. He might have known content in a private station under conditions better fitted to strengthen his virtues and to lessen the force of his defects. If Farmer George had really been but Farmer George, his existence might tranquilly have followed the courses of the seasons through a prosperous manhood to a peaceable old age. But the curse of kingship was upon him very heavily, and his later years were very pitiful in their loneliness and their pain. Of the course of events about him, he, in the awful visitation of his infirmities, had long been unconscious. Blind and deaf and mad, he seems to have been haunted by the ghastly fancy that he was already dead. "I must have a suit of black," he is reported to have said, "in memory of George III, for whom I know there is a general mourning." George III was dead in life, and about him those he loved were dying fast. On November 6, 1817, the Princess Charlotte died, the only child of the Prince Regent. She was very popular, was in the direct succession to the throne. She hoped to be queen, and many shared her hope. The prisoner of St. Helena believed that in her lay his best chance of liberation. She married Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg on May 2, 1816, and died after giving birth to a stillborn child in the following year. She was not quite 22 years old. The news of her death greatly affected the old queen, her grandmother. Her health, that had long been weak, grew weaker, and she died on November 17, 1818. She had lived her simple, honest, narrow, upright life for 74 years. On May 24, 1819, a daughter was born to the Duchess of Kent, the wife of Edward, Duke of Kent, the fourth son of George III. On January 23, 1820, the Duke of Kent died. 6 days later, the king ceased to exist. He was in the 82nd year of his age and the 60th year of his reign. The most devoted loyalist could not have wished for the unhappy king another hour of life. Vex not his ghost, oh, let him pass. He hates him that would, upon the rack of this rough world, stretch him out longer. The reign that it ended was certainly the longest and perhaps the most remarkable then known to English history. The king's granddaughter, the Princess Victoria, born so short a time before his death, was destined to a reign at once longer and more remarkable than the reign of George III. The England of 1820 was not nearly so far removed from the England of 1760 as the England of the last year of the 19th century was removed from 1837. But the changes that took place in England in the 60 years of the reign of the third George were changes of vast moment and vast importance. If England's political fortunes fell and rose in startling contrast, the progress of civilization was steady and significant. The social England of 1820 was widely different from the social England of 1760. The advance of population, the growth of great towns, the increase of means of intercourse between one part of the country and another by highways and waterways, the engineering triumphs that bridged rivers and cut canals, the marvels of industrial invention that facilitated labor, the patient pains of science on the edge of great discoveries, the slowly increasing spirit of toleration, pity, and humanity, the gradual spread of education, the widening realms of knowledge, the increasing appreciation of the decencies and amenities of life, all these things make the reign of George III the hopeful preface to the reign of greater length, greater glory, greater promise, and greater fulfilment that was to dawn when two more sovereigns of the House of Hanover had ceased to reign over England. If George III had been a wiser man, his reign would have been happier for the country. He ruled, but the country at least was happy in this, that he was, as kings went, and according to his lights, a good man. End of Section 30. Recording by Pamela Nagami. End of A History of the Four Georges and of William IV in 4 volumes, Volume 3, by Justin McCarthy and Justin Huntley McCarthy.